It was supposed to be just a drink of water upstairs, but the man ended up taking the sales goddess right then and there, just as her regretful ex-boyfriend came back, hoping to make up. He walked in, only to hear that she had already been thoroughly claimed. He never imagined the one who stole her heart was a penniless nobody. But this so-called ordinary guy was far from simple. Even the gentle and elegant counselor couldn't help falling for him. The cold and aloof campus belle took the first step just for him. A warm-hearted big sister even woke up early to cook him a loving breakfast. But what no one knew was, Shen Yuan used to be a true elite, a born rich heir. Back when he first entered college, he easily won over the most coveted senior in the flight attendant class. He lived a life everyone envied, until everything changed his third year. A sudden catastrophe shattered his world. His family bankrupt, his status stripped away overnight. From that moment on, even when Shen Yuan took the initiative to ask his roommates to go to the internet cafe together, they coldly replied, "Shen Yuan, I don't think we're that close, are we? Do you still think you're the same rich kid who could call the shots?" Those so-called friends who used to call him brother started keeping their distance. Some even actively avoided him. There was nothing he could do. His parents and sister had been forced to move into a rundown rental, and he had no choice but to return to his dorm. His entire life turned upside down. The once untouchable Shen Yuan, the carefree and extravagant lifestyle he once had, all seemed like a thing of the past. His future was now uncertain, filled with confusion and despair. Until one day, his current girlfriend asked to meet him. With a calm expression, she looked him in the eyes and said, "This is the end, Shen Yuan. I don't think we have a future together. I hope you find a more sensible, more suitable girl." Hearing those words, Shen Yuan froze. He stared at Zhou Wanting, completely caught off guard. "Ting Ting, after 3 years together, is this really it? Are you really this heartless?" He finally spoke, his voice tinged with unwillingness. Zhou Wanting let out a cold chuckle and said flatly, "The way you're talking, like some lovesick fool. Do you really think there was that much love between us? You should know better." She paused, her tone suddenly impatient. "And stop calling me Ting Ting. It's so outdated. If we ever meet again in the future." She hesitated for a moment, then turned away. "Forget it. Let's not meet again. My friend's here, I have to go." But just as she was about to leave, Shen Yuan suddenly slammed the car door shut. "All those designer bags I bought you, you probably won't be using them anymore. Why not give them back to me?" At those words, Zhou Wanting's face instantly darkened with disdain. "Shen Yuan, have some dignity, will you? I was with you for 3 years, and you only bought me a few lousy bags. Now that we've broken up, you actually want them back." Shen Yuan smiled faintly. "In that case, I don't want the money either. How about we relive some old memories instead?" Just then, the man in the car rolled down the window and said coldly, "Ting Ting, get in. Don't be upset." Then, turning to Shen Yuan, he added, "Hey, little brother, where are you headed? I can give you a ride." Shen Yuan muttered to himself, "I call her Ting Ting, and it sounds tacky, but when you say it, suddenly it doesn't? That's pretty amusing." Still, he remained calm and replied evenly, "No need. My place is just nearby, a few steps away." The man in the car continued, "Ting Ting and I are in no rush. We're just worried you might be too upset to handle this. Little brother, I think it'd be best if I take you home, just to make sure you're okay." Shen Yuan thought to himself, "You're really good at playing mind games, going straight for the core. But you didn't expect me to strike back, did you? You really think I'm that naive?" With that thought, he suddenly leaned against the car door and said casually, "Big guy, you're a good man. I appreciate the concern, but my place is really close, just a few steps away." He patted the car door and added, "Wanting is a good girl. Please take good care of her from now on." Shen Yuan took a deep breath before continuing, "As men, we should give women the best. Oh, and Wanting has a few preferences you might want to remember. First, she likes to use Okamoto 001 condoms. Stockings don't need to be too expensive, but the high-quality ones are a bit inconvenient. Her favorite outfits? Nurse uniforms and police uniforms." The moment those words left his mouth, the man in the car turned deathly pale his face twisted with barely contained fury. The next second, he slammed on the gas. The engine roared, and the car sped away like a bat out of hell. Shen Yuan stood in place, watching as the car disappeared into the distance. A faint, cold smile tugged at his lips. He muttered, "Big guy, I was just getting to the good part." Then, with a hint of mockery, he added, "Wanting, maybe you really did make the right choice after all." He let out a sigh and murmured to himself, "Whatever. She has nothing to do with me anymore. I just hope her choice brings her the perfect life she's looking for." Suddenly, a voice echoed in Shen Yuan's ear. "That's right. Everyone should strive to live the life they truly desire." Then, a panel abruptly began loading, flickering with an eerie glow. Perfect life system initializing. Shen Yuan froze, momentarily bewildered. Staring at the text on the panel, he thought, "Am I the host? But I'm not dead. How is this even happening? Am I hallucinating?" The panel continued. Perfect life system successfully loaded. A perfect life requires not only wealth as a foundation, but also the favor of the opposite sex. Time-limited mission activated. Spend money on a female friend with a favorability score above 60 and gain their affection. Mission reward. The system will refund 3 times the amount spent. If the female friend's favorability increases by 3 points within the period, the refund will be doubled. Note: only personal savings or cash can be used for expenses. Shen Yuan suppressed the chaos in his mind and muttered under his breath, "This system has to be rigged. This isn't real. Get out of my head." But no matter how hard he clutched his head and shook it, the panel remained. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind him, "Shen Yuan." The voice was loud and clear, carrying a hint of reprimand. "Come on, dude. It's just a breakup. It's not that serious." Shen Yuan turned around and saw Li Xiao, his student counselor. With a faint smile on her lips, she continued, "Isn't it just bye-bye, on to the next? That's what the guys always say, right?" Shen Yuan suddenly froze. His gaze instinctively shifted to Li Xiao's head, where a number was flickering above her. At the same time, the panel's voice rang out again. Li Xiao's favorability toward the host, 65. Shen Yuan's mind raced. A number and a description above her head? Could the perfect life system actually be real? Wasn't it just a hallucination? Seeing him still dazed, Li Xiao smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. "Shen Yuan, snap out of it. Don't space out." Shen Yuan finally snapped back to reality, internally astonished. Am I actually lucky for once? Scratching his head awkwardly, he tried to cover up his unease. "It's nothing, just a bit sudden, that's all." Seeing that he had calmed down, Li Xiao asked, "By the way, about the scholarship I mentioned last time, what do you think? You need to submit your documents soon. This is the only way I can help you now." However, Shen Yuan responded coldly, "A few thousand yuan won't even make a dent in my family's debt. Why not give the scholarship to someone who actually needs it?" Hearing his words, Li Xiao didn't push further. She simply nodded lightly. "All right, if you ever need anything, feel free to come to me, even if it's just about relationships." With that, she turned to leave. "I'll get going now. If you need anything, don't hesitate to reach out." Watching her walk away, Shen Yuan's mind raced. Li Xiao fits the system's time-limited mission criteria. If I complete it, will I really get double the refund? Should I test it out? With that thought, he suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Li Xiao's hand. "Miss Li, thank you for always looking out for me. Hold on, let me buy you a drink." Smiling, he handed her a cup of milk tea. "Here, Miss Li, this is for you." Seeing the milk tea Shen Yuan handed her, Li Xiao's face instantly flushed. She murmured softly, "Thank you." At that moment, Shen Yuan's phone suddenly vibrated. He checked the message. His balance had originally been 87 yuan. After spending 6 yuan on the milk tea, it dropped to 81 yuan. Then, he received a deposit of 18 yuan, bringing his balance to 99 yuan. It worked. The double cashback was real. A thought struck Shen Yuan. If I can keep Miss Li's favorability above 60, I can keep spending money on her and continuously earn cash back from the system, right? This means I have a chance to pay off my family's debt. And if I play this right, We could even become wealthier than before. Determination filled Shen Yuan's eyes. I'll get back to where I was. No, I'll surpass my former self. But right now, my total funds are only 99 yuan, way too little. The most urgent task is to secure more capital and find the right women to spend money on so I can truly start my comeback. A moment later, Shen Yuan checked his account statements and did some quick calculations. Gold bar credit limit, 8,000 yuan. Loan limit, 20,000 yuan. Business loan, 21,585 yuan. Plus my 99 yuan balance. That's a total of 49,684 yuan. In Miss Lee's eyes, I'm just a student from a fallen wealthy family. If I want her to accept an expensive gift, I need to be a bit more subtle. Time ticked by. An hour later, Shen Yuan had already purchased a handbag and promptly tossed it into the trash. This bag cost 39,800 yuan, part of this year's spring collection. I have to say, this high-quality replica is good enough for Miss Lee to accept. Standing outside Li Zhao's apartment, he knocked on the door while thinking, I wonder if Miss Lee has a boyfriend. The door opened, and Li Xiao looked surprised. Shen Yuan? Is that you? Shen Yuan flashed a casual smile and said lightly, Sorry to disturb you. Miss Lee, were you cooking? Li Xiao studied him with slight suspicion. Is something wrong? Shen Yuan hesitated for a moment before speaking sincerely. Miss Lee, you've looked after me for 3 years in college. I used to take that for granted, but today I truly realized how valuable and heartwarming your help has been. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I really hope you'll accept it. Li Xiao immediately waved her hand, a slightly embarrassed smile appearing on her face. No, Shen Yuan. I'm your teacher. This is just my job. Nothing special. I treat all my students the same way. Shen Yuan smiled slightly, but continued to insist. Actually, it's just a high-quality replica. It's only worth 200 yuan. Miss Lee, you know my family situation. Do you think I can afford to waste money? You've helped me so much, and I don't want to just accept that without giving something in return. This bag may not be worth much, but it's a small gesture of my gratitude. If you don't mind, please take it. After a moment of hesitation, Li Xiao finally nodded. All right, since you're so insistent, I'll accept it. I'll return the favor someday, maybe during a holiday or on your birthday. Just as they were talking, a sudden burnt smell wafted out from the kitchen. Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock. She rushed toward the kitchen, shouting, Oh no, my stir-fry is burning. She peeked her head out from the kitchen and saw Shen Yuan still standing at the door. With a smile, she said, Shen Yuan, you haven't had dinner yet, have you? Stay and eat with us. Shen Yuan smiled to himself, thinking, as long as Miss Lee doesn't have a boyfriend, I can get closer to her. He knew that close interactions could effectively increase her favorability, allowing him to earn more cash back from the system. Just then, his phone vibrated. A transfer notification popped up on the screen, account ending in 0098. Deposit, 119,400 yuan. Current balance, 120,200 yuan. Seeing his balance surge, Shen Yuan was ecstatic. A 39,800 yuan handbag yielded a cashback of 119,400 yuan, 3 times the amount. After deducting the cost, he had made nearly 80,000 yuan in profit. He had spent 80,000 yuan before, but this was the first time he had actually earned money. Making money on his own felt incredible. This was youth. This was victory. Just as he was basking in his excitement, Li Zhao's voice snapped him out of it. Shen Yuan, sit down and eat. What are you spacing out for? Shen Yuan glanced at the table. There were 2 sets of utensils. With a curious expression, he asked, Just the 2 of us? Miss Lee, where's your boyfriend? Li Xiao was momentarily startled, then let out a soft chuckle. Boyfriend? That's a problem I haven't figured out yet. Realizing the situation, Shen Yuan awkwardly said, Miss Lee, let me help you clean up. It'll just take a minute. However, before he could even move, a sudden voice called out, What do you think you're doing? Shen Yuan turned sharply, only to see Li Zhao's younger sister, Li Meng, standing at the doorway, eyes filled with hostility. Flustered, Shen Yuan quickly explained, "It's nothing." Meanwhile, Li Xiao noticed her sister had returned and smiled. "Why are you home so late today? Come eat." Turning to Shen Yuan, she introduced her. "This is my younger sister, Li Ming." Shen Yuan met her gaze, seeing the clear look of disdain in her eyes. Feeling uneasy, he quickly greeted her, "Hi." Li Ming responded coldly, "I feel sick." The awkwardness in the air was palpable. Sensing the tension, Shen Yuan quickly said, "Miss Li, I already ate before coming. I should head back to school. See you there." Li Xiao seemed a little confused. "But you were about to sit down. Why the sudden rush?" As soon as Shen Yuan left, Li Ming leaned in and whispered into her sister's ear, "Sis, do you even realize what's happening? That guy is totally after you. He's got ulterior motives." Li Xiao's face stiffened slightly. She quickly cut her off. "Don't be ridiculous. Shen Yuan is just my student. Now sit down and eat. Stop overthinking it." Back at school, Shen Yuan walked while deep in thought. Who should I spend money on next? Miss Li was a teacher, which meant he had to be careful. Besides, she didn't seem materialistic like Zhou wanting. Just as he was lost in thought, someone suddenly bumped into his shoulder. Turning around, he saw his roommate, Huang Haibao. Huang Haibao's hands were trembling as he held up his phone. In a hushed voice, he said, "Bro, oh my goddess, Fang Minhui. She just went to the movies with that hitman, Li Jianpeng." Fang Minhui. That's how Huang Haibao always referred to her. She was the flower of the international trade class and the girl he had been secretly in love with for a long time. They had never interacted before, not even spoken a word to each other. Hearing the news, Shen Yuan chuckled awkwardly. "Well, good luck with that." Huang Haibao looked confused. "Bro, what kind of reaction is that? Don't tell me you're laughing at me." Just then, the two of them suddenly saw Fang Minhui appear in front of them. Huang Haibao's eyes lit up with excitement. She just went to the movies with Li Jianpeng. "But Yuan bro, they didn't go to a hotel afterward. I'm so happy. That means I still have a chance, right?" Shen Yuan glanced at Huang Haibao, feeling a little exasperated. "You like a girl, but you act like her servant. Haibao, what exactly do you get out of this?" But at that moment, Shen Yuan's eyes suddenly widened and his heartbeat quickened. He gasped under his breath. "Damn, she has a number above her head too, and it's even higher than Miss Li's." As Fang Minhui walked by, her friend whispered to her, "Did you hear? Shen Yuan just got dumped by his girlfriend." Upon hearing that, Fang Minhui couldn't help but glance back at Shen Yuan. Her friend continued, "I never liked Shen Yuan. Remember back in freshman military training? I shouldn't have encouraged you to approach him or even bought him that drink. Rich kids all have bad tempers. They think they're superior just because their families have money. That's understandable. But if their family goes bankrupt and they're still that arrogant, who wouldn't dump them? Good thing you two never got together. Otherwise, that would have been 3 years of your life wasted." Shen Yuan suddenly noticed that Fang Minhui's favorability score toward him was dropping rapidly. He frowned. "I've finally come across a girl who already has some favorability toward me, and it's suddenly tanking? No way. I can't just sit back and let this happen." In a hurry, he grabbed Huang Haibao's shoulder and whispered, "Haibao, if I start dating Fang Minhui, would you mind?" Huang Haibao struck a pose he thought was his most attractive and smirked. "The problem is, you couldn't even get the campus bell when you were rolling in money. And now you think you can? But if you really want to know, no, I don't mind. As long as she doesn't end up with Li Jianpeng, she can date whoever she wants." Shen Yuan grinned, excitement surging in his chest. "That's what I was waiting to hear. I'm going after her." Before the words had fully left his mouth, he was already sprinting toward Fang Minhui. He shouted loudly, "Fang Minhui!" Fang Minhui and her friend both froze. Neither of them expected Shen Yuan to suddenly call out to her. Her friend quickly stepped in front of her, eyeing him cautiously. "Shen Yuan, what do you want?" Shen Yuan smiled, his tone relaxed. "Actually, I wanted to ask, are you free tomorrow? I reserved a table at Four Seasons Sushi. Would you like to join me for dinner?" Fang Minhui was taken aback by the sudden invitation. Her friend, however, was more skeptical about Shen Yuan's finances. "That Japanese restaurant starts at over 1,000 yuan per meal. Are you sure you can afford it?" Shen Yuan's smile remained steady as he spoke slowly. After dinner, let's take a walk. I have a small request. I'd like you to help me pick out a birthday gift for my little sister. If you're okay with it, just let me know by noon tomorrow. Before Fong Minhui could say anything, Shen Yuan simply smiled and said, I'll head out now. Let's talk tomorrow. Fong Minhui hesitated for a moment and asked, We just watched a movie with Li Jianpeng, and now I'm going to dinner with someone else? Is that really okay? However, her best friend thought differently. She grinned and said, Go for it. This isn't even a big deal. Besides, it's top-tier Japanese cuisine. Her best friend continued, Shen Yuan might be a bit materialistic, but at least he's handsome. Li Jianpeng? He's just rich. If Shen Yuan's family were still doing well, Li Jianpeng wouldn't even be a competition. Fong Minhui hesitated for a moment, but in the end, her friend's words convinced her. With a light smile, she said, All right, it's just dinner and a little shopping. It's not like I'm doing anything shady. I'll text it back later. And so, the next evening, the two of them met at the Japanese restaurant as planned. Before long, the waiter arrived, placing the premium two-person meal that Shen Yuan had ordered onto the table. After the waiter left, Fong Minhui looked at Shen Yuan and said, I heard your family has been going through some tough times recently. You really don't have to waste money like this. Shen Yuan gave a relaxed smile and responded, It's fine. This place serves amazing Japanese food, totally worth it. Observing Fong Minhui's natural expressions and slight shyness, a strange feeling surfaced in Shen Yuan. He reassured himself, Calm down. Stay cool. We haven't played cards together in 2 months. Don't get intimidated by her presence. Just stay calm, stay calm. Fong Minhui couldn't help but feel a little awkward. Shen Yuan's actions touched her, but she was also slightly suspicious. She asked, Did you really invite me to dinner just to help you pick a birthday gift for your sister? Yuan's eyes flickered as he looked directly at her and replied in a steady tone, Honestly, I wanted to ask you out for dinner for a while. I just never found the right opportunity. The moment those words left his mouth, Fong Minhui's favorability score took a sharp dive. Shen Yuan felt a jolt of panic. Was she unhappy with my answer? Why is her favorability suddenly dropping again? Determined to recover, he softened his voice and said sincerely, Back during military training, you used to buy me drinks and chat with me at night. I've always kept those memories close to my heart. Fong Minhui's eyes flashed with surprise. Then she smiled slightly. I'm surprised you actually remember that. Shen Yuan chuckled and scratched his head. How could I forget? The atmosphere between them subtly shifted. Shen Yuan kept reminding himself, Stay calm. Stay calm. An hour later, Shen Yuan paid the bill and left. The meal had cost him 2,700 yuan. Fong Minhui felt a bit touched. That meal cost nearly her entire month's living expenses. By contrast, even though Li Jianping came from a wealthy family, he acted like a total cheapskate during their movie date, saying, We can just eat at the school cafeteria, and didn't even dare to take her to a proper restaurant. At that moment, Shen Yuan's phone suddenly buzzed. A text notification popped up. 8,322 yuan has been deposited into your account, ending in 0098. New balance, 125,778 yuan. A second text followed immediately after. Deposit, 5,578 yuan. Current balance, 131,356 yuan. System notification, time-limited mission. Spend money on a female with a favorability score over 60 and increase her affection. Mission reward. The amount spent will be refunded at a 3x rate. If favorability increases by 3 points, the refund will be doubled. Watching his balance rise, Shen Yuan could barely contain his excitement. Glancing at Fong Minhui's favorability score, he saw it had increased from 72 to 76. He smirked to himself. So that's how it works. Making 10,000 yuan from just one meal. Now that's satisfying. The more Fong Minhui looked at Shen Yuan, the more pleasing he seemed to her eyes. She couldn't help but think to herself, so this is what they call the charm of money. She instinctively grabbed Shen Yuan's arm and smiled. Come on, let's go. We still need to pick out a gift for your sister at the International Finance Center. However, just as they reached the entrance, Shen Yuan ran into his ex-girlfriend, Zhou Wanting, and her uncle. Zhou Wanning's first reaction was confusion. Why is he here? They had just broken up yesterday, and today, he was already out shopping with another woman? The older man beside her gave Shun Yuan a disdainful glance and scoffed. Pathetic. What's a broke student like you doing in a place like this? The uncle was fuming inside. I spent a fortune on luxury handbags for Zhou Wanning, and now this broke kid dares to shop here with another woman? A bankrupt, debt-ridden student. How the hell does he have a girl by his side? Shin Yuan lowered his voice and said to Fong Minhui, "Let's check out another store instead." Seeing this, the older man smirked. "Since you're already at the entrance, why not come inside and take a look? It's free after all." Not wanting to back down, Zhou Wanning sneered. "What are you even doing here? And who is she?" Shin Yuan smiled faintly and replied, "What a coincidence. I'm here to shop for a gift for my sister." The older man let out a mocking laugh. "Wow, shopping here for a gift? You think you can actually afford anything?" Zhou Wanning leaned in close to Fong Minhui, speaking in a deliberately malicious tone. "Miss, I don't know you, but let me give you a word of advice. Don't let yourself get played by guys like him." Shin Yuan's eyes turned icy. He immediately pulled Fong Minhui behind him and snapped coldly. "None of your business." "Played? Who have I played? You? Did I play you?" The older man smirked and continued his ruthless taunts. "Shin Yuan, that's no way to speak to Wanting. A real man should have class. Besides, Wanting is your ex. We all know about your family situation. You're bankrupt and buried in debt. There's no need to pretend you're rich. No one's going to laugh at you." Shin Yuan didn't bother replying, but deep down, his disgust for these two had reached its peak. They really are a perfect match. Absolutely revolting. Just then, a system notification sounded. A perfect life should never be belittled by others. Immediately after, a new limited-time mission appeared. Mission: spend money on a female with a favorability score above 60 while causing negative emotional reactions in others. Reward: for every 5 points of negative emotion generated due to the host will receive double the cashback amount. Note: this mission can be stacked with the regular cashback bonus for spending on females. A smirk appeared on Shun Yuan's face. He quickly checked Zhou Wanting's and the older man's favorability scores. Both were in the negatives. He thought to himself, "I was planning to let this slide. I didn't want to cause a scene in public. But you two just had to push it. Since the system has given me a mission, I see no reason to hold back anymore." Without hesitation, Shin Yuan took Fong Minhui's hand and confidently walked in his store, his mind set on his next move. However, the store clerk, having heard about Shun Yuan's family's bankruptcy, was visibly reluctant to serve him. Meanwhile, Zhou Wanning picked out a handbag and casually walked over to the older man. "We can check out now." A sales associate quickly approached Zhou Wanting, eager to serve her, and turned to another associate, saying, "You go assist Mr. Shun." But in her mind, she thought, of course, the high-spending VIP customer goes to you, while I get stuck with the one who probably won't buy anything. A short-haired female sales associate walked over carrying a box. "Miss Zhou, you have such impeccable taste. These accessories complement your elegance perfectly, unlike some customers who clearly have none." 163. She continued, "These accessories also pair beautifully with the handbag you just picked. Would you like to try them on? They look stunning, though they are a bit pricey. Altogether, they come in nearly 100,000 yuan." Meanwhile, Shun Yuan and Fong Minhui were browsing through some items. Fong Minhui figured her sister would probably like one of the handbags. The sales associate assisting them glanced at Shun Yuan with a cold expression and said flatly, "These two handbags total 50,000 yuan. Her tone made it clear. She didn't believe he could afford them. Nearby, the uncle looked at Zhou Wanting, realizing that her selections added up to 100,000 yuan. His blood instantly boiled. 100,000 yuan? What a wasteful woman. I thought I could get away with just 20,000 a day, but she's expecting a full 100,000. Zhou Wanting impatiently urged her boyfriend to step up and act like a man, but deep down, he knew. His bank account didn't even have 100,000 yuan in it. Just then, Shin Yuan turned to the sales associate and said, "Miss, I'll take these 2 handbags and the accessories that lady recommended. His words left everyone around him stunned. What? The sales associate thought. He's getting the accessories too? Does he even have the money for this? Despite her doubts, she grabbed a calculator, her fingers trembling as she tallied the price. Mr. Shun, the total for the handbags and accessories comes to 131,000 yuan. Shin Yuan's mind raced. Perfect. That's just the right amount to round off my earnings after dinner. Without hesitation, he pulled out his bank card, ready to complete the payment. The sales associate was still processing everything. He didn't just buy 2 handbags, he got the accessories too. Over 130,000 yuan in one go. She never expected that Shun Yuan would be even more extravagant and domineering than before. Zhou Wanting was livid. She stomped her foot in frustration and demanded loudly, Shin Yuan, didn't your family go bankrupt? Where did you get all this money? You didn't take out a loan, did you? Shin Yuan smirked and replied casually, think whatever you like. Besides, it's not like you're short on money. Why not have your man buy you another handbag? It's just a few thousand yuan. Not a big deal for him, right? He continued mercilessly, his tone dripping with mockery. A true gentleman isn't just charming. He should also be generous. Your Audi A8 is worth at least 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. Are you really sweating over pocket change? Zhou Wanting immediately grabbed her boyfriend's arm, whispering angrily, June, step up and be a man. Don't let him. But panic surged in the man's chest. Shit, my 8 was bought on credit. I can't let Ting Ting find out. Feigning a phone call, he quickly turned away, looking for an excuse to escape. Seeing him rush off, Zhou Wanting's expression turned icy. She threw one last glare at Shin Yuan and snapped, mind your own damn business. Then, she spun around and left. As the two disappeared, Shin Yuan noticed that their favorability scores had dropped even further. It was clear he had successfully triggered their negative emotions, fulfilling the system's mission. A wave of indifference washed over him. Whatever. I don't need to waste another thought on them. As long as the mission is complete, that's all that matters. Shin Yuan handed the newly purchased handbag to Fong Minhui. Startled, she quickly waved her hands, refusing. It's too expensive. I can't accept it. Shin Yuan chuckled. It's nothing, just a handbag. After being mocked and humiliated by those two for so long, I feel a little bad. Please take it as an apology. Come on, just accept it. The next second, he handed her the other handbag along with the accessories. Fong Minhui was stunned. Wait, wasn't this the one Shin Yuan said was for his sister? Shin Yuan smiled lightly. I'm not sure if my sister would like it, but at least I know you will. In reality, his thoughts were quite different. Are you kidding me? If I actually gave this to Shun Xian, that little brat would scold me for wasting money and then rat me out to my parents. I always planned to buy these for you. Just take them so I can get my cash back. Fong Minhui felt a little anxious, worried that Shin Yuan might think she was a gold digger. But Shin Yuan simply smiled and reassured her, relax, this is just the beginning. We still have a long way to go. Just take it. If you refuse, I'll be really hurt. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Host has completed the time-limited mission. Negative emotion points. -15. Triple cashback credited. Bonus for female, spending activated. Total reward, 6x cashback, amounting to 786,000 yuan. Shin Yuan smirked inwardly. Fong Minhui is my personal money tree now. I need to maintain her favorability well. I can't let my previous mistake happen again. Although he was tempted to cash in immediately, he knew that these things couldn't be rushed. Patience was key. Letting things flow naturally was the better approach. So, he decided to take Fong Minhui straight back to campus. On the way, Fong Minhui sighed to herself. He really is different from Li Zhanping. He didn't even suggest going to a hotel. If he had, I honestly don't know what I would have done. Back at the dorm, Shin Yuan saw Li Zhanping surrounded by a group of guys. He was basking in their admiration, proudly bragging about how he had won over the campus beauty. The group of guys worshipped him, as if celebrating his grand victory. As Shin Yuan walked by, Li Zhanping deliberately raised his voice and announced, we should have a full class gathering soon. A dinner together. It'll be fun. Everyone should come. Back in the dorm, his roommates were fuming. Did you hear that? That bastard Li Jianpeng can't wait to broadcast to the whole school that he went to the movies with the campus beauty. He's clearly taking a shot at our dorm, room 503. But Shen Yuan simply smiled with confidence. Relax. There's no way Fang Minhui would ever date Li Jianping. His roommates didn't believe him. They scoffed, oh come on. Stop bluffing, idiot. Didn't Fang Minhui literally go to the movies with Li Jianping last night? Who knows what else they did? Didn't she reject your date invitation today? Looks like she's really with him now. Ignoring their comments, Shen Yuan glanced at his bank account balance. It was stacked. It's time to go home. The next day, Shen Yuan returned home, only to find his uncle there as well. His father looked at him, smiling. Go inside and wait for a bit. We adults need to talk. Standing outside, Shen Yuan overheard that his uncle was here to collect a debt and that the full amount had to be repaid within 2 days. His mother, clearly displeased, snapped back. Shen Yaoda, how could you? When you didn't have the money to start your car wash business, who lent you 300,000 yuan? And after you borrowed it, did we ever pressure you to pay it back? But now, we lend you just 200,000 yuan, and you keep coming back to demand more. What's the meaning of this? His father sighed helplessly and tried to smooth things over. Let's not make a scene. He's got his own struggles. But his mother scoffed coldly. Struggles? Does he not know our current situation? I even asked his daughter-in-law. There's no financial trouble on their end at all. The so-called uncle waved his hand impatiently. Paying back debts is the natural order of things. Lucky for you, we're family, so I'm being civil about it. If it were someone else, you'd be dealing with real debt collectors by now. His mother exploded in anger. Debt collectors? Unbelievable. The Shen family really has no sense of gratitude. We treated him so well in the past, and now look at what he's become. Shen Yuan's father tried to offer a solution. Why don't you sell some of your gold jewelry? We can always buy it back later when we have the money. At that moment, a system notification popped up. A perfect life should not be burdened by debt. Limited time mission. Repay a debt for your family or yourself. First-time repayment of 200,000 yuan will unlock a 1 million yuan exclusive spending limit for purchasing a car. Shen Yuan sighed. Perfect timing, system. Even though the mission had been issued, he still wanted to help ease his parents' burden. Before long, his mother brought out a wooden box. She had been reluctant to sell her gold jewelry for years, but now it was worth tens of thousands. However, as she went through the items, she suddenly realized 2 gold rings were missing. Hearing this, Shen Yuan felt a pang of guilt. Back in my freshman year, I stole those 2 rings to buy a handbag for Zhou wanting. Dad, Mom, I struck it rich. Without another word, Shen Yuan stepped outside. His parents exchanged glances, thinking he was joking. With the little money you have, you'd be better off reloading your meal card. Shen Yuan didn't explain. He simply transferred 200,000 yuan to his father's account. The moment his father checked his phone, his eyes widened in shock. Son, where did you get all this money? Shen Yuan grinned and casually explained, remember all the allowance you used to give me? I pulled some of it with a friend and invested in Bitcoin. He told me not to touch it, said there was still a lot of room for growth. I only cashed it out in the last couple of days. His mother was moved and praised him emotionally. Son, you really pulled our family out of this mess. His father nodded firmly. I'll go pay him back right now and get rid of this headache. Once the debt was settled, his mother turned to the uncle and said icily, the money's been sent. Now get lost. From now on, let's keep our families out of each other's business. The uncle was stunned, clearly not expecting them to actually pay up. But Shen Yuan's mother had no patience left. Are you deaf? I said get out. Now, after being kicked out, the uncle started to feel a pang of regret. My cousin owed nearly 100 million yuan. As time passed, he became more and more desperate for money. I wanted to collect as much as possible while I still could, but now he suddenly paid off the debt in one go. Did his family suddenly start a business? If they're making money now, doesn't that mean he's about to get rich? After today's events, will we even be able to maintain a relationship? Damn, this is annoying. Why did I even come here? System notification. Host has completed the mission. Reward granted. 40,000 yuan has been deposited into your bank account, followed by an additional 1 million yuan. Current balance, 2,186,356 yuan. Aside from the funds designated for purchasing a car, Shin Yuan's net worth had now exceeded 1 million yuan. Who would have thought? This trip home not only solved his parents' immediate crisis, but also brought in such a massive gain. However, it was still far from enough to completely settle his family's debts. Shin Yuan understood that if he truly wanted to clear his family's debt, he would need a lot more money. 1 million is just the beginning. The best strategy is to use this principle to generate even more wealth. After some calculations, he realized he could spare a maximum of 200,000 yuan for his father. So he asked, "I have another 200,000 yuan. Do you urgently need it?" His mother thought for a moment and decided it would be better to save it for now, since there weren't any immediate debts to pay off. However, his father hesitated awkwardly before saying, "Shun Yuan, just give me 50,000 for now." Shin Yuan chuckled. "All right, no problem." But deep down, he let out a sigh. "This feels just like when I used to ask my dad for money. Guess this habit really runs in the family." Back at school, Shin Yuan ran into Li Xiao in the stairwell. Li Xiao mentioned that she didn't have any afternoon classes, so she had come back early. Shin Yuan casually asked, "Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner. Last time, you treated me, so I owe you one." But the next second, he caught sight of Li Ming's icy expression. It suddenly hit him. Li Zhao's little sister, Li Ming, was practically his nemesis. There's no way I can deal with her. Feeling awkward, Shin Yuan quickly backtracked. Actually, counselor, I just remembered. I have something to take care of back at school. I might not be free tonight. Let's do it another time. I'll be heading off now." Watching Shin Yuan hastily leave, Li Ming immediately said, "Something's definitely up with him." Li Xiao sighed helplessly. "It's probably just dinner. Besides, even if he did have other motives, I wouldn't agree to anything." As Shin Yuan walked out of the dorm, he muttered to himself, "Damn, it's hot today." This reminded Shin Yuan of the days when he used to go on joyrides with Zhou Wanting. The cool breeze rushing past, it was such a comfortable and carefree feeling. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a special fund designated for buying a car. If I don't use this money, it'd be a waste of the system's generosity. With that thought, he sent a message to Fong Minhui. "Let's go check out some cars this afternoon." Fong Minhui's roommate immediately teased her. "Oh, going car shopping together? You two are moving fast. Are you even coming back to the dorm tonight? Spill the details, spill the details." Feeling embarrassed, Fong Minhui quickly denied it. "We're not together. Don't say stuff like that." Her roommate kept up the teasing. "Our dear Minhui is so lucky, finding such a rich future husband. And he's even handsome. She's totally going to milk this guy for all he's worth." Then, with a sudden playful move, she hugged Fong Minhui from behind. Fong Minhui's face instantly turned red as she shyly protested. An hour later, the two arrived at a leading 4S car dealership. As soon as a salesperson approached, he immediately recognized Fong Minhui. And at the same time, Fong Minhui also recognized him. It was Qin Yang, an upperclassman from high school who used to pursue her. Shin Yuan pointed to the nearby M9 and expressed interest in learning more about the model. Qin Yang smiled at Shin Yuan and said, "The display car is over there. You can check it out or even sit inside." But in his mind, he scoffed. The base model of the M9 starts at 500,000 yuan. The version on display is at least 600,000. Look at this guy, dressed so casually. Broke is broke. What's the point of bringing a girl to a 4S dealership just to show off? His gaze unconsciously drifted to Fong Minhui. She's still just as beautiful as ever. No wonder she was my high school crush. But now, he wasn't just some ordinary guy making 3,000 yuan a month. He was earning over 10,000 a month, driving a 200,000 yuan Accord, and working as a sales rep at a premium dealership. Women are realistic. Guys like me, successful and stable, are their first choice now. He stepped closer to Fong Minhui and spoke softly. "Are you free tonight? Let's catch up over dinner." Fong Minhui frowned slightly and declined without hesitation. Thanks, but I have plans tonight. Just then, as Shen Yuan was about to get into the car, he spoke up. Can I take it for a test drive? Qin Yang's mood soured instantly. I was having a great conversation with Min Hui, and this guy just had to interrupt. You can't even afford the car, and you still want to test drive? Stop wasting my time. With a cold expression, he flatly replied, the test drive vehicle has already been taken by the boss. Shen Yuan smirked inwardly. Do I look like a newbie? The moment I stepped in, I saw the M9 right there. If you won't arrange a test drive, I'll just find someone else who will. Without another word, Shen Yuan turned to the front desk and said, could you please arrange for another salesperson? I'd like to test drive the car. Chen Na walked over with a warm smile. Hello, I'm Chen Na, a sales consultant here. How can I assist you today? Just then, another sales consultant approached Qin Yang, looking puzzled. Qin Yang, isn't that your client? Why did you let Chen Na take over? Qin Yang sneered. I couldn't be bothered. Let Chen Na waste her time. Some broke student says he wants to buy an M9 and even test drive it. Do you think that's even possible? The other consultant raised an eyebrow. But what if he actually buys it? Qin Yang scoffed. Buy it for what? Some poor kid showing off in front of a girl. I've seen plenty of guys like him. Chen Na sat in the passenger seat, patiently explaining the various features and benefits of the car to Shen Yuan. However, Shen Yuan found his thoughts drifting toward Chen Na herself. Her professionalism was impressive, and her figure wasn't any less attractive than Fong Minhui's. He couldn't help but think, isn't it common in the auto industry these days? Haven't there been countless news reports about female sales reps going the extra mile to close deals? Chen Na smiled and asked, Sir, may I ask what your budget is? Shen Yuan responded calmly. Do you have one in stock? I want to drive it home today. Chen Na was visibly surprised. Most customers hesitate, inspect the car multiple times, and haggle before making a decision. But this guy, one test drive, and he's ready to place an order? He hasn't even asked about the price. Isn't this a bit too hasty? And if he's serious about buying, why did Qin Yang just let him go? She quickly checked the inventory and told Shen Yuan, we don't have any in stock at the moment, but we can arrange one within a week. Shen Yuan, however, was direct. I want to place the order today. Chen Na's thoughts raced. The out-the-door price is over 600,000 yuan. He just said he's buying it outright. Is this what they call a dream customer? Or does he have some ulterior motive? Nonetheless, she maintained her professionalism. Please hold on while I prepare the contract. The deposit is 50,000 yuan. Qin Yang, still in disbelief, stared at Chen Na and asked, Chen Na, what's the deal with that guy? Chen Na sat down at her desk and replied flatly, he bought it. Qin Yang still refused to believe it and let out a mocking laugh. That guy is just pretending to be rich. When it's time to pay, he'll come up with an excuse and disappear. We've had plenty of guys like him in this store. Another consultant chimed in. In all my years here, I've never seen a customer this carefree about making a purchase. Chen Na remained expressionless. Mr. Shin didn't just buy it. He's paying in full. That statement left both men speechless. Their faces stiffened in disbelief. Damn, we really screwed up. We just let a big sale walk right past us. After signing the contract, Chen Na smiled politely and asked, Mr. Shun, if you have any questions in the future, feel free to contact us. Do you need a ride anywhere? Before Shen Yuan could respond, Fong Minhui quickly pulled him aside and declined for him. No need, we'll take a taxi. Chen Na suddenly felt a bit awkward. She realized she might have been a little too accommodating towards Shen Yuan, which had clearly annoyed Fong Minhui. Shen Yuan glanced at Fong Minhui. Oh, she's jealous. He smirked and said, Minhui, let's go get some dinner. Fong Minhui responded flatly. Oh, Shen Yuan chuckled and explained, she's just a salesperson, and I'm just a customer. That's all. Fong Minhui wasn't entirely convinced. I saw how happy you were chatting with her, and you spent quite a while scrolling through her social media. Shen Yuan waved his hand dismissively. It's just a habit. Every time I add a new friend, I can't help but check out their profile. A sudden, unfamiliar feeling surged through Fong Minhui's chest, jealousy. She realized she was actually bothered by Shen Yuan interacting with another girl. But why? We're not even in a relationship. So why am I feeling this way? Looking at how freely he spent money, she understood. Shun Yuan would naturally attract other women. She needed to find a way to keep him by her side. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Shun Yuan quickly changed the subject. Let's eat first. After dinner, we'll head to IFC to pick out your gift. Fong Minhui hesitated. He's always the one paying. I don't want to seem too materialistic. But Shun Yuan simply laughed. It's normal for a girl to have multiple handbags. 7 days in a week, 7 different bags, one for each day. In truth, his thoughts were much simpler. Spending money on women not only makes them happy, but also gives me triple cash back. The more I buy, the more I earn. It's the smartest investment I can make. A few minutes later, at the restaurant, Shun Yuan deliberately asked, Minhui, do you want a cold drink or a hot one? Fong Minhui immediately caught his implication. Her face turned red as she shyly replied, cold drink. Shun Yuan suddenly felt a bit awkward. He realized it had been 2 months since he was last with Zhou Wanding. Honestly, I really need to spend some money. 3 hours later, the night had fallen. At the mall, Shun Yuan and Fong Minhui had picked out various luxury items, bracelets, handbags, and watches, spending over 80,000 yuan in total. Yet, his bank balance still stood at 2.25 million yuan. As they stepped out of the mall, Shun Yuan suddenly turned to her and said, Minhui, let's not go back to the dorm tonight, okay? Hearing this, Fong Minhui's face flushed like a ripe apple. After a moment of hesitation, she shyly nodded. 30 minutes later, in room 808 of the Grand Lux Hotel, Shun Yuan was in the shower. Meanwhile, Fong Minhui sat on the bed, clutching her phone tightly, debating how to reply to her best friend's messages. Her friend had asked why she hadn't returned to the dorm yet. She made up an excuse. Something came up. I'll be out for a while. But in reality, her thoughts were much simpler. Sorry, Lingling. Shun Yuan has given me so much, it's hard to say no. Half an hour later, Fong Minhui thought to herself, Chunling was right, this wasn't nearly as scary as I imagined. Shun Yuan hadn't expected Fong Minhui to be so. It felt amazing, but damn, he was exhausted. Looks like I really need to work out more. Before Shun Yuan even had a chance to rest, Fong Minhui leaned in again, taking the initiative. Seeing this, Shun Yuan suddenly panicked. Damn, this is getting out of hand. The next day, Shun Yuan returned to his dorm feeling completely refreshed. He figured the system's missions wouldn't just help him clear his debts. They'd also keep giving him cashback rewards. Right now, he owed a total of 52,000 yuan across multiple loan apps and credit cards. Paying that off would be his first step. Then there was the 100,000 yuan he still owed Li Yuhang. Back when his family went bankrupt, most of his so-called friends gradually disappeared. But Li Yuhang, he never said a word, just lent him the money on the spot. As Shun Yuan entered the dorm, one of his roommates was brushing his teeth and teasing him. Hey, third bro, where were you last night? Did you check the class group chat? There's a gathering tonight. Are you coming? Li Zhanpeng ordered a new car and is making a huge deal out of it. I wouldn't be surprised if the counselor helped him arrange everything. What a show-off. If you're not going, though, your 200 yuan class fee will go to waste. Shun Yuan replied indifferently, not going. At that moment, his phone buzzed with a message from Li Yuhang. Long time no see. Come grab dinner and hit the bar tonight. Let's chill. Meanwhile, the system issued a new mission. Host has been granted a 1 million yuan exclusive investment fund. The full amount must be invested within a week. Mission reward. Any revenue generated from business activities will be returned at double the amount. Shun Yuan's heart skipped a beat. A business-focused mission? This is exactly what I need. I have a lot of money sitting around. I need to find a good investment. Li Yuhang's bar is still under renovation. Maybe I should invest some money and test the waters? Without hesitation, he replied to Li Yuhang. I'm on my way. Inside the Chenglong private dining room at Nanjing restaurant, Lin Guangyao impatiently complained. Li, who are we waiting for? I'm starving. 2 others chimed in. Yeah, aren't all the important people already here? Li Yuhang responded casually. Relax. If you're hungry, order some appetizers. Shun Yuan's almost here. Lin Guangyao frowned. Shun Yuan? Wasn't he bankrupt? Why is he still hanging out with us? Li Yuhang's expression darkened slightly. I'm the one treating tonight, not you. If you don't like it, feel free to leave. Shen Yuan and I have been childhood friends for years. This is different. Soon, the door to the private dining room swung open, and Shen Yuan stepped inside. He explained, I took a taxi, but the driver went the long way. Probably traffic. Lin Guangyao smirked and sneered. A taxi? Look at us. Who here didn't drive their luxury car? You taking a taxi isn't the problem. The real question is, do you already have a personal driver? Before Shen Yuan could respond, the door opened again. This time it was Chun Na. Xia Haijia immediately stood up with a grin. Guys, this is my girlfriend, Chen Na. She's even better than a regular 4S dealership sales rep. If any of you need to buy a car, talk to her. Chen Na's eyes landed on Shen Yuan instantly. She recognized him right away. However, noticing that he didn't greet her first, she decided to play along, pretending they were meeting for the first time. 40 minutes later, Li Yuhang set down his chopsticks, stood up, and said, All right, now that we've all had our fill, let me say a few words. I've been working on setting up a lounge bar, and I want to do it right. Everyone here is a close friend of mine, so I'm giving you all a chance. Who's interested in investing and making some money together? He paused for a moment before continuing. The estimated startup cost is 2.4 million. I'm willing to give up 30% equity, roughly a 700,000 yuan investment. What do you guys think? The room fell silent. Lin Guangyao thought to himself, the Li family makes millions in profit every year. Why would he need others to invest just for a mere 700,000 yuan? His dad must have stopped funding him after his previous failed investments. Xia Haijia calculated in his head. 700,000? I need 2 years just to save that up. Meanwhile, Zhao Zhonggang frowned. We came here just to eat and drink. Why are we suddenly talking about investments? Li Yuhang usually isn't this direct about money. The rest of the group kept their heads down, deep in thought. Whoever speaks first is the fool. Best to just stay quiet. Seeing no one respond, frustration flared in Li Yuhang's heart. These guys have no problem eating and drinking on my dime. They ask me for favors, borrow money without hesitation, but when I need their support, they all go dead silent. Shen Yuan is broke, so I get it. But the rest of them? Feeling disappointed, he spoke coldly. What's wrong? Cat got you tongues? At least say something. Lin Guangyao finally spoke up. Li, I think it's too early for investments right now. If it's just a cash flow issue, we could all chip in a few grand to get things running. You could just pay us back later once the business makes a profit. Xia Haijia nodded in agreement. Exactly. Jumping in as investors wouldn't be fair to you. This way, you won't feel like you're losing out if you make money later. Right, guys? Although the others remained silent, they all had the same thought. Li Yuhang's track record in business is a disaster. His hot pot restaurant and KTV flopped spectacularly. And now he's opening a lounge bar? Might as well just throw money into the ocean. We all still rely on our families. Our allowances barely cover our expenses. Li Yuhang clenched his jaw. I was offering a legitimate investment opportunity, a way to make real money together. But now, they're treating it like I'm begging for a loan? And Lin Guangyao, he twisted my words on purpose. His expression darkened as he put down his drink. Forget it. If no one's interested, let's just drop it. Lin Guangyao laughed. That's the right attitude, Li. Investments and partnerships? Way too complicated. Let's just eat, drink, and have fun. Shen Yuan watched silently, thinking to himself, I saw through these guys when my family went bankrupt. Why haven't you, Li Yuhang? They're just a bunch of spoiled, rich kids living off their families. What makes you think they'd ever support you? Just as Li Yuhang was about to leave, Shen Yuan suddenly spoke. I'll invest the 700,000. The room went dead silent. Li Yuhang stopped mid-step and turned around, looking at Shen Yuan with surprise. Lin Guangyao couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's got to be a joke, right? Come on, we all know each other. Zhao Zhonggang patted Shen Yuan's shoulder and chuckled. Maybe go splash some water on your face? Li's not in the mood for jokes right now. Xia Haijia smirked and added, Kid, I'm a few years older than you, and I've seen a lot. This isn't about knowing your limits. It's about knowing when to shut up. Lin Guangyao piled on with a mocking grin. Yeah, Shun Yuan. Do you even remember how you got here? Need me to reimburse you for that taxi ride? Chen Na's thoughts spun, huh? Mr. Shun is investing in a 30% stake. Why does everyone think he's bluffing? Just yesterday, he bought a 600,000 yuan car in full. With that kind of financial power, investing 700,000 yuan isn't surprising at all. She wanted to say something in Shun Yuan's defense, but hesitated. I'm an outsider. If I jump in now, will it just cause unnecessary trouble? What should I do? But Shun Yuan ignored the mocking laughter and said directly to Li Yuhang, the 700,000 has been transferred. Check your phone. A notification dinged on Li Yuhang's phone. He opened it, and sure enough, there it was. A transfer of 700,000 yuan. Without a word, he turned his screen to show Lin Guangyao. Lin Guangyao froze, staring at the numbers, carefully counting each digit. That it really was 700,000. Chen Na, still debating whether to speak up, suddenly noticed the entire atmosphere in the room had shifted. Lin Guangyao's expression soured. He muttered under his breath. Something came up at home. I have to go. Xia Haijia was caught off guard. What? You're leaving? Irritated, Lin Guangyao snapped. Don't ask. Just go. Your uncle and aunt are looking for you. Xia Haijia was even more confused. Why parents never called me? What family emergency is he talking about? Lin Guangyao shot him an annoyed glare. Useless cousin. No sense of timing. His thoughts then shifted to Shun Yuan. That if he's so rich, why the hell did he take a taxi? What a damn show-off. And now, he's stolen all the attention tonight. One by one, the others in the room gathered around to look at Li Yuhang's transaction history. After seeing it for themselves, they quickly made up excuses and left. Within moments, 3 more people had exited the room. Still baffled, Xia Haijia turned to Chen Na, who whispered to him, they're leaving. You should too. Once outside, Xia Haijia asked, how do you know what they just saw? Chen Na replied casually, yesterday, Xin Yuan bought an M9 from me. Paid in full. Xia Haijia immediately grabbed her arm. Wait, seriously? Chen Na nodded. Of course. I still have the purchase contract on my phone. Xia Haijia's tone turned serious. Nana, come on. Why didn't you tell me earlier? You meet a guy this rich, and you don't give me a heads up? That's just not cool. Next time, you gotta let me know. Chen Na yanked her hand away and shot him a cold glare. Next time? Xia Haijia, I just realized what kind of person you are today. I must have been blind to think you were worth my time. From now on, don't contact me again. Back inside, only Xin Yuan and Li Yuhang remained. Li Yuhang sighed and grumbled. If I had known you were this rich, I wouldn't have wasted money on dinner tonight. Xin Yuan smirked. Well, now you know. None of those guys are reliable. They're fine for partying, but when it comes to real business, they'll never step up. After a brief pause, Xin Yuan leaned forward. Tell me about your lounge bar plan. I may only be a small shareholder, but I want to be involved in the planning. For the next half hour, Shun Yuan and Li Yuhang delved deep into discussions about renovation styles and business strategies. Li Yuhang couldn't help but be impressed. Shun Yuan's university education clearly hadn't gone to waste. Watching how smoothly he navigated commercial concepts with effortless confidence was truly eye-opening. But Xin Yuan brushed it off casually. It's just a bit of business intuition. But you know me, I don't have the time to oversee the shop every day. We need to find a reliable manager to handle operations. Not long after, Xin Yuan received a message from Chen Na, confirming that he could visit the 4S dealership on Friday to finalize payment and pick up his car. He immediately replied, "Are you free tomorrow night? I have a few questions about the car that I'd like to ask you in person." Staring at her phone screen, Chen Na frowned slightly. What is Xin Yuan really up to? Meanwhile, Xin Yuan's mind was racing through various calculations. Fang Minhui is a steady money source, but there's a limit to how much cashback she can generate. I need to find ways to expand my revenue. After all, I have to maximize the system's benefits. And then there's Chun Na, stunning looks, an incredible figure. A top-tier beauty like her is worth spending money on. How could I possibly pass this up? The next day, Chen Na arrived at the designated restaurant right on time for her meeting with Shun Yuan. At that moment, For S dealership general manager Zhang Xianyong entered the restaurant. His sharp eyes immediately caught sight of Chun Na sitting in the corner. A smirk crept across his face. Well, what a pleasant surprise. She's here in uniform? I never get a chance to talk to her properly at the dealership, but today is my chance. He subtly signaled to the two men behind him, and they quickly got the message, excusing themselves and leaving. As they walked out, they whispered among themselves. You think the boss will score with Chun Na? Their conversation didn't go unnoticed. Nearby, Xia Haijia overheard them. A scowl formed on his face, anger bubbling beneath the surface. Meanwhile, Zhang Xianyong, brimming with confidence, strutted over to Chun Na with a teasing grin. Well, what a coincidence, Chun Na. Didn't expect to see you here. Dining alone. Mind if I join you? Chun Na remained composed, responding coolly. Sorry, I already have plans with someone. But Zhang Xianyong wasn't deterred. He chuckled, dismissing her words as if they meant nothing. Come on, Chun Na. I'm your boss. Having a meal with a friend is no big deal. Why not sit with me instead? Chun Na finally lifted her head, her gaze turning icy. Please keep your distance, Mr. Zhang. You have a family. This kind of behavior is inappropriate. But Zhang Xianyong merely smirked, completely unfazed. Without hesitation, he dropped himself into the seat next to her and squinted playfully. You mind that I have a family? That's easy. I can just get a divorce. Meanwhile, Xia Haijia, having finally tracked Chun Na down, was seething with rage. She dumped me for this sleazeball? Why? I make 400 to 500K a year. I drive a car worth over 300,000 yuan. And yet she thinks I'm not good enough compared to this fat pig? Consumed by fury, Xia Haijia stormed over and roared, You two disgusting cheaters, sneaking around behind my back. Do you think I'm easy to fool? Both Zhang Xianyong and Chun Na were caught off guard, stunned by the sudden accusation. Frowning, Zhang asked, Who the hell are you? But Xia Haijia had lost all patience. With a shout, he swung his fist straight at Zhang Xianyong. Chaos erupted instantly as the two men descended into a full-blown brawl. Just then, Shen Yuan stepped into the restaurant. Watching the absurd scene unfold before him, he couldn't help but smirk. Well, now this is breaking news, and I just so happen to be the lucky witness to the drama. Caught in the middle of this chaotic brawl, Shen Yuan thought to himself, if it weren't for that fat idiot taking the hit for me, I'd be the one lying on the ground right now. Without hesitation, he grabbed Chun Na's hand and spoke firmly. Miss Chun, let's go. Don't waste your time with these people. We have better things to do. Inside the car, a silence settled between them. Then, in a low voice, Chun Na admitted, Actually, I already broke up with Xia Haijia. Shen Yuan nodded slightly. Good. Better to see his true colors sooner rather than later. It's over now, nothing to worry about. But Chun Na still looked troubled. It's not over. The one who got punched, Zhang Xianyong, is my boss. Now that he's taken a hit for nothing, who knows how he'll retaliate against me? Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow and responded calmly. Then quit. Get out of that place before it drags you into more trouble. Shen Na sighed and shook her head. It's not that easy to find a new job. Switching dealerships means starting from scratch, and all the clients and experience I've built up over the years will be wasted. She let out a soft sigh, her voice tinged with exhaustion. Honestly, I've been in sales for so long, it's exhausting. I'd love to switch industries, open a small cafe, work when I feel like it, close when I don't. That kind of freedom sounds amazing. But a decent cafe costs at least 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. At my current savings rate, who knows how long it'll take? Shen Yuan's mind lit up. After setting aside 700,000 for Liu Hang's bar, I still have 300,000 left in my exclusive investment fund. His eyes sparkled as he turned to Chun Na. You want to open a cafe? If you don't have enough money, that's fine. But what if someone was willing to invest in you? Chun Na chuckled and playfully patted Shen Yuan's shoulder, clearly thinking he was joking. If I actually had an investor, I'd quit my job tomorrow and work for him. No hesitation. But Shen Yuan's expression remained serious. He looked straight at her and said, All right, then quit your job tomorrow. I'll invest 300,000 to open your cafe, and once it's up and running, You work for me. Shin-na froze for a moment, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Is he serious? Meanwhile, Shen Yuan was secretly amused. Just moments ago, I was wondering how to increase her favorability, and now it's shooting up on its own. I can practically see another money tree taking root. Still stunned, Chen-na blinked and asked, "You're joking, right?" Shen Yuan smiled slightly and responded without hesitation. "I'm dead serious." "What? Don't want to work for me?" He added casually, "Once the cafe opens, I'll pay you 12,000 yuan a month, plus profit shares. And if you stick around for 3 months, I'll buy you a 200,000 yuan car. Your current ride could use an upgrade." Shen-na's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "No sales pressure, just 3 months of work, and I get a car?" If I do the math, my annual income would be over 300,000 yuan. But then a new thought crept into her mind. Wait, is he trying to keep me as his mistress? Her mind whirled with conflicting emotions. The offer was tempting, incredibly so, but she also understood nothing in life came free. The moment she accepted, she'd be bound by invisible chains. She refused to be someone's caged bird, especially not as the other woman. Taking a deep breath, she looked him in the eye and said firmly, "You shouldn't be doing this for me." Shen Yuan immediately picked up on her concerns and clarified, "Don't overthink it. I'm opening a coffee chain. This first one is just a pilot store. If you're interested, you'd just be my employee. Nothing else." Chen-na let out a quiet breath of relief, but still remained cautious. "Oh, I see. Let me think about it." Just as things settled between them, Shen Yuan's phone buzzed. A message from Fong Minhui popped up. "Are you free for a cold drink?" Shen Yuan glanced at his screen and smirked. Her appetite is insatiable. After parting ways with Chen-na, Shen Yuan drove straight to the Grand Lux Hotel. Stepping into room 808, his mind was still buzzing with plans. The moment Shen Yuan stepped into the room, Fong Minhui threw herself at him from behind, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist, as if she was afraid he'd disappear the moment she let go. But in the next second, she suddenly wrinkled her nose. A scent unfamiliar to her lingered on Shen Yuan's body. Perfume. Shen Yuan inhaled slightly, his heart tightening. Damn, could it be from Chen-na's car? That perfume of hers is ridiculously strong. It's possible it rubbed off on me. A flicker of suspicion flashed through Fong Minhui's eyes. She suddenly shoved him away, her voice rising in anger. "Tell me the truth. Did you go see another woman behind my back?" Shen Yuan immediately pulled her back into his arms, his tone urgent. "Of course not. You're the only one for me. I was at the 4S dealership today, handling car paperwork. It must have come from one of the saleswomen there. You know how overly friendly those saleswomen can be." Fong Minhui narrowed her eyes, her anger slightly easing. "Fine, I'll believe you for now. But if something like this happens again, I expect you to tell me first. And those female salespeople, stay away from them, got it?" Shen Yuan nodded quickly, but internally, he scoffed. "This isn't about being unfaithful. This is about the system's missions. I need to spend money on different women to maximize cashback. How could I tie myself down to just one?" Fong Minhui sighed and said she was going to take a shower. But before she could move, Shen Yuan caught her wrist and pulled her close. He whispered, "No need to shower. I like the way you smell just like this." Fong Minhui chuckled softly, leaning in to whisper in his ear. Then we're the same. "Shen Yuan, I love your scent too." A spark of excitement shot through Shen Yuan. "Damn, isn't that supposed to be my line?" "Minhui, you're really setting me on fire here." She murmured against his ear, "Shen Yuan, I like you so much." 2 hours later, Fong Minhui was still glowing with satisfaction, while Shen Yuan let out a helpless sigh. Her stamina is insane. She's even needier than Zhou wanting. She gets all the pleasure, while I'm left completely drained. He smirked bitterly to himself. Why is it that this activity boosts her favorability so damn fast? Last time, one night, pushed it to 86. Tonight, after just 2 rounds, she's already at 90. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, snapping him out of his thoughts. Host has successfully reached a favorability score of 90 plus with an individual. Phase 1 favorability mission complete. Rewards issued. 1 million yuan lottery ticket, 1 million yuan shopping voucher, and 1 unyielding X-ability card. Shen Yuan's eyes widened. 1 million yuan lottery ticket? This means even more cash flow. With this, I might be able to clear my family's debts completely. More importantly, this is my chance to make major moves. But then he froze. Wait, unyielding X-ability? What kind of reward is this? Excitement flickered in his eyes. Holy shit. Does this mean I'm about to level up? Sorry, Manhwa. Looks like the tables are about to turn. You won't be the one in control anymore. I will. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan tapped the activation button for the unyielding X-ability card. As soon as the ability was activated, a surge of raw energy flooded through his body, especially in a particular region. An unprecedented strength coursed through his veins, making him laugh out loud. Damn, this reward is insane. Looks like the system truly understands me. It always gives me exactly what I need. Thinking about how he had just broken the 90 favorability threshold, Shen Yuan frowned slightly. Li Zhao's favorability was already over 60, but if he wanted to develop things to the same level as with Manhwa, it was going to be a long journey. Then there was Chun Na, the black-stockinged, long-legged beauty. Her favorability had also crossed 60, which meant she'd need careful investment over time. He couldn't help but wonder who would be the next woman to break the 90 mark? And more importantly, what kind of reward would the system grant for it? But that was a problem for later. Right now, what mattered most was testing out that unyielding X-ability card and seeing exactly what kind of change it would bring. However, Fang Manhwa remained oblivious to Shen Yuan's internal calculations. She saw him approaching again and asked, puzzled, "Weren't you going to take a shower? Why are you back?" Shen Yuan smirked, took her hand firmly, and gazed at her with unwavering confidence. Changed my mind. Decided not to. A hint of confusion flickered across Fang Manhwa's face. Tilting her head slightly, she muttered, "Huh? Shen Yuan, you feel kind of different from before." Meanwhile, across town, inside Chen Na's apartment, her roommate Qian sat on the couch, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Nana, there's this guy who told me he'd invest 300,000 yuan to help me open a store. And after 3 months, he'd even buy me a 200,000 yuan car. Do you think he's trying to keep me as a sugar baby? But he already has a girlfriend." Chen Na paused, a teasing smile playing on her lips. "You sure you didn't run into a scammer?" But Chen Na shook her head, her expression firm. "No way. I've met him a few times. Last time, he even bought a car from me. He's legit." Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "How old is he? Most of your car-buying clients are middle-aged men, right? Wait, he's only 21? And he's already driving a luxury car? What does he look like?" A faint blush crept onto Chun Na's face. Lowering her head slightly, she murmured, "Well, he's kinda handsome." Then, with a playful tone, she added, "He's willing to drop 300,000 yuan to help me open a business and another 200,000 yuan on a car. A guy this young, this rich, and pretty good-looking. What's there to hesitate about?" Qian looked surprised. "But he's 5 or 6 years younger than you. So what?" Chen Na shrugged. "Age isn't a problem. I was a senior when he was a freshman. It's not a big deal. For all we know, he's sitting on a gold mine." But a trace of uncertainty flickered in Chen Na's eyes. "But he already has a girlfriend." Qian scoffed. "So? A girlfriend isn't a wife. Nana, don't be stupid. A guy like that. Who cares if he's taken? Hell, if you play your cards right, you could make him yours." Chen Na blinked, taken aback. "What are you saying?" Qian smirked. "If you're really this unsure, then just give him to me. I'll handle all the consequences for you." Chen Na laughed and countered, "Aren't you already in a relationship?" Qian scoffed dismissively. "And if a real financial backer came along, I'd be single in a heartbeat. Anyway, I gotta go. My boyfriend just got home. We'll chat later." 40 minutes later, back in the hotel, Shen Yuan studied Fang Manhwa with amusement. "Manhwa, don't you think things felt different this time? Stronger, maybe?" Fang Manhwa, still catching her breath from earlier, let out a soft chuckle. Thinking back to what had just transpired, she murmured, "That was incredible. 40 minutes, and we went at it twice. I didn't think it was possible." Shin Yuan leaned in, his voice a low whisper. "Did you like it? Then let's go again." Fong Minhui's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, you're still good to go." Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow, his voice teasing, playful. "Minhui, if I remember correctly, you used to take dance lessons. Why don't we switch things up? This time, you take the lead." Fong Minhui frowned slightly, looking at Shin Yuan. "You want me on top, but I don't know how." Shin Yuan chuckled, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "You don't? Well, then you'll have to learn. Isn't experience built through practice?" Fong Minhui sighed, the corners of her lips curving into a helpless smile. You're such a bad guy." The next morning, Fong Minhui returned to school. Shin Yuan, having no morning classes, indulged himself in a rare, comfortable sleep-in. Suddenly, a thought lit up his mind. "Damn, the system's cashback lottery. I need to check it." Grabbing his phone, he quickly scanned the screen. His eyes widened in disbelief. 6 red numbers: 3, 4, 14, 22, 26, 27. And the final blue number, 1, full match. Holy shit, 6.8 million. His heart pounded like a drum. He could hardly believe his own eyes. 6 million in the jackpot. This is a fortune falling straight from the sky. I have to tell Mom and Dad. Our family has been struggling ever since we went bankrupt. It's been way too long since we had a stroke of good luck. Rushing home, he burst through the door. "Mom, I'm home." His mother responded impatiently. Yeah, you're back. No need to shout like that. Have some manners, will you?" But Shin Yuan was too excited to care. "Where's Dad? Get him out here. I have something important to tell you both." His father, hearing the commotion, sighed. "What's so urgent? Can it wait until I get back? You didn't get yourself into trouble again, did you?" No, this is good news. Just come here. You both need to be ready for this." Taking a deep breath, Shen Yuan grinned from ear to ear. "We're rich. I won 6.8 million. His mother froze, disbelief flashing in her eyes. "Son, have you been under too much stress lately? You need to focus on your studies. Don't get caught up in these silly dreams. We'll handle the family debts. You don't have to worry about that." Shen Yuan waved his phone in front of them, his voice urgent. "No, Mom, look. It's real. I actually won." His father leaned in to check, eyes widening in shock. "Honey, it's true. He really won." His mother's doubt turned into astonishment. "Wait, you're telling me this is real? 6.8 million. Shen Yuan nodded eagerly, his excitement overflowing. "Even after the 20% tax cut, I'll still pocket over 5 million. With this money, we can clear our debts and start living comfortably again." His mother, overcome with joy, clapped her hands together. "Oh, my dear boy, today is your lucky day. Forget cooking. We're going out for a big feast to celebrate." Just as the excitement settled, a thought flickered in Shen Yuan's mind. His expression shifted slightly. "By the way, I'm in my 3rd year now. Graduation isn't far off, and I've been thinking, I want to start my own business. Get some real-world experience." His father furrowed his brows slightly, pausing to consider his words. After a moment, his tone softened. "Business isn't easy these days, but I like that you're thinking ahead. You're young. You should take risks and learn. The prize money is yours. How you use it is up to you. But my advice? Keep some aside. Life is unpredictable. It's always good to have a safety net." Shen Yuan smiled, determination in his eyes. "Dad, Mom, I'll only take 1 million for my business plans. The rest? You guys keep it. Do whatever you need with it." His parents exchanged glances, then nodded with approval. A warm smile spread across his father's face. "All right, son. If that's your decision, we support you." Meanwhile, inside the 4S dealership manager's office, the air was thick with tension. The manager glared at Chun Na, sneering. "Chun Na, I assume you know why I called you in today. Take a good look. This is your man's handiwork." Chun Na remained expressionless, her tone flat. "Sir, I broke up with him a long time ago. We have nothing to do with each other. If you've got a problem, take it up with him. It has nothing to do with me." The manager's face darkened, his voice laced with menace. Oh, really? That's not how this works. Debts have owners, grievances have culprits. If it weren't for you, why the hell would I've gotten punched for no reason? You claim it's not your problem. Then tell me, who's going to fix the mess I'm in now? His words carried a veiled threat. He had already made up his mind to use this opportunity to break her. But Shana wasn't having it. She shot back without hesitation. What happened was between you and him. How is that my responsibility? Besides, when I sat down yesterday, I told you I was waiting for someone. You were the one who insisted on butting in. How's that my fault? The manager's face turned even more sinister, his voice dropping to a cold edge. Oh, still acting tough. Well then, let's talk about something else. You left your post yesterday, which meant customers weren't attended to in the showroom. As a result, I've decided to penalize you. Effective immediately, you're suspended for the rest of the month. No customer commissions, no exceptions. Whenever you figure things out, come find me. Shana clenched her fists, seething. On what grounds? I submitted a leave request. You have no right to suspend me for this. The manager burst into laughter, the mockery in his tone evident. Oh, Shana, on what grounds? You really asking me that? Is this your first job or something? I'm the goddamn general manager of this place. I decide everything that happens here. Suspension meant she'd lose all her sales commissions. Her base salary was only 1,200 yuan, a joke of a paycheck that wouldn't even cover her rent. Shana felt herself waver for a split second, but quickly steeled herself. She lifted her chin and sneered. What? Being a dealership manager makes you feel like a king. It's just a job. If I don't like it, I can walk away anytime. A glint of cold amusement flashed in the manager's eyes. Oh, Shana, don't be so hasty. Think it over carefully before making any rash decisions. Shana hesitated for a moment before turning to leave. But deep down, doubt started creeping in. Shen Yuan may be young, but he handled things with a level of composure and confidence that was rare. Perhaps working for him wasn't such a bad idea. She bit her lip and muttered to herself, no more thinking about it. I've already decided. I'm done here. 30 minutes later, she texted Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, I've decided to quit. What you said yesterday, does it still stand? Shen Yuan's reply came almost instantly. Congratulations on escaping the hellhole. Now you're stepping onto a path filled with sunshine. If you're free, start scouting locations for a cafe. If we find the right place, we'll buy it. Reading the message, Shen Yuan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Perfect. Now I don't have to waste time looking for another investment project. The 300,000 yuan from my system mission will go straight into this cafe. After freshening up, Shen Yuan made his way to campus. Before long, he arrived at the faculty office and knocked on the door. Professor Lee, I'm here. Professor Lee looked up, appearing slightly embarrassed. Shen Yuan, I'd hate to trouble you, but could you help me move offices? There's just too much stuff, and I can't handle it alone. I originally planned to ask the class president, but she had to take the day off. Shen Yuan smiled and waved a hand dismissively. No worries. I have no classes this morning anyway. Which things need to be moved? Professor Lee nodded in appreciation. It's mostly just books and materials. I can handle those, but the desk and filing cabinet are too heavy. After a moment of thought, she quickly got to work. Let's start by removing the books from the cabinet first. Otherwise, they might fall while we're moving it. Shen Yuan saw the opportunity and smiled. Professor Lee, let me help you with that. Shen Yuan didn't hesitate. He leaned in close. The sudden intimacy made Li Zhao's face instantly flush, her heartbeat hammering so loudly that it felt like it was tearing through the air. This time, the distance between them was even closer than before. She could almost feel the warmth of his every breath. A tightness gripped Li Zhao's chest as a thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. Wait, does Shen Yuan actually have feelings for me? She lowered her head shyly and asked in a soft voice, Are we done? Shen Yuan replied casually, Yeah, all set. At that moment, two students suddenly pushed open the office door. Professor, we're here to help. One of them glanced around curiously and hesitated for a moment. Huh? Why does the professor's face look so red? Did something just happen? Shin Yuan quickly redirected their attention. Come on, grab that filing cabinet and move it to the office next door. Fortunately, the students had entered just a few seconds late. Had they come in any earlier, the whole office would have been drowning in awkwardness. Shin Yuan was definitely getting bolder. It was one thing for him to act that way at home, but now even in the office? But just now, for a split second, Li Xiao had felt a strange, inexplicable rush of excitement. No way. Impossible. He's my student. There's absolutely no way. Why am I even having these thoughts? Wait, my favorability just shot up to 71. Did that little moment, just now, seriously increase her favorability? Shin Yuan was caught off guard by the sudden change. He mused to himself, I didn't even do much. But damn, Professor Li's figure really is something. A more ordinary girl wouldn't even compare. Since favorability is rising, I guess I should drop by more often, build up some rapport. Saturday, 800 meters south of the school gates, inside a cafe. Li Jianping leaned back, studying the two girls sitting across from him before speaking. I heard you guys bought that car with a full payment, 28 grand, just like that. That's impressive. Still in your junior year, and already driving a BBA. That puts you ahead of 99.99% of your classmates. But in his mind, Li Jianping was cursing. Damn it. Fang Minhui actually rejected me? She doesn't know what she's missing. With my wealth and status, girls should be lining up to worship me. Out loud, though, he flashed them a charming smile. Of course, some people don't even care about driving a BBA. The girls looked surprised. One of them asked, No way, seriously? Who wouldn't want a BBA? What kind of background does he have? Are you telling me there are actually people out there who could afford one in just 3 to 5 years, but still don't think it's good enough? Before Li Jianping could answer, his eyes were suddenly drawn to something outside the window. His eyes widened, and he almost spit out his coffee. Holy shit, that girl's legs, they go on forever. What kind of guy has the connections to have someone that's stunning by his side? His voice carried a mix of awe and jealousy as he pointed outside. Look at that. Is that car driving itself? That's insane. What kind of car is that? The car Li Jianping saw was none other than the top-tier M9. One of the girls gasped in surprise. Huh, isn't that Shin Yuan? Li Jianping's heart jolted. Wait, if that's him, then why the hell is he driving that car? Wasn't his family supposed to be bankrupt? As Shin Yuan walked into the cafe, Chen Na greeted him with a warm smile. Li Jianping was utterly dumbfounded. This gorgeous woman was actually waiting for Shin Yuan? Chen Na smiled and explained to him. The owner just texted. She'll be here soon. How's the car driving? One of the girls leaned in and whispered to her friend. Li Jianping, look at Shin Yuan and that girl. Doesn't something about them seem off? Li Jianping clenched his fists, jealousy flaring up inside him. That bastard Shin Yuan. He just broke up with his senior, and now he's already hooking up with some off-campus beauty? Just then, the cafe owner, Lin Yuchong, arrived. She greeted them with a warm smile. Hello, Miss Chun. Sorry, I got held up picking up my child. Lin Yuchong glanced at Shin Yuan and couldn't help but comment. Mr. Shun, you look quite young. Shin Yuan smiled humbly. We're probably around the same age, early 20s. Mrs. Lin, let's sit down and talk. Lin Yuchong didn't waste time and got straight to the point. I'll keep this short. The cafe's business is average, but thanks to its location near the school, foot traffic is decent. However, I've got personal matters and a child to take care of, so I really don't have the time to manage it anymore. I've decided to transfer the store for 300,000 yuan. Shin Yuan quickly ran the numbers in his head. I have 300,000 set aside for investments, but after paying the transfer fee, I'll need to keep 50,000 for startup costs and Shin Na's first month's salary. He immediately made an offer. I won't haggle. 250,000. Take it or leave it. Lin Yuchong felt a pang of disappointment. Shin Yuan's price was lower than her expected 270,000, but considering she was in a hurry to sell and Shin Yuan didn't seem like the type to waste time negotiating, she agreed. All right, 250,000 it is. Can we sign the agreement and process the payment today? Shin Yuan nodded. Yes, once the agreement is signed, I'll transfer the money right away. Lin Yuchong turned to her staff. Xiao Qiu, Mr. Shun is now the new owner of this place. Show him around and help him get familiar with the setup. Xiao Qiu immediately stepped forward, smiling as she greeted Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan returned her smile and gestured toward Chen Na. This is Miss Chen Na. From now on, she'll be in charge of all operations here. I won't be around often, so everything will be under her management. The two girls at the other table whispered to each other, eyes wide. Did you hear that? This is insane. In just a few minutes, he casually dropped $250,000 on a business deal, and he clearly bought this cafe for that girl sitting next to him. Meanwhile, Li Jianpeng's face darkened, his eyes filled with resentment. His jealousy was now practically boiling over. Lin Yuchang's phone rang, and she gave an apologetic smile. Excuse me, Mr. Shun, Miss Chun, I need to take this call. As soon as she walked away, Chen Na leaned in and whispered to Xin Yuan. That woman, Mrs. Lin, she's married to Zhang Xianyong. You remember him, right? The guy who got into a fight with Xie Haijie Agwajin Center? He used to be my boss at the 4S dealership. Xin Yuan's eyes widened slightly in surprise. Then a cold smirk played at the corner of his lips. So that scumbag has such a beautiful wife, yet he still abuses his position to take advantage of female employees? What a filthy bastard. There's no way in hell I'll let that slide. Chen Na hesitated and said, I still have chat records of Zhang Xianyong harassing and threatening me. I was planning to expose him after I get my final paycheck, so people in the car industry could see his true colors. But Mrs. Lin is a good person. I don't want to hurt her. Xin Yuan frowned slightly and replied disapprovingly. Why tell her at all? How do you think she'd react? He paused, deep in thought, before analyzing the situation. If I leak those chat logs, Zhang Xianyong will immediately know who did it. A 40-something-year-old man, suddenly unemployed and still having to provide for his family. I worry he might do something reckless. Tell you what, let me handle this. I'll make sure he pays for what he did, but I won't let it affect you. Chen Na smiled gratefully, her eyes filled with appreciation. Thank you, Xin Yuan. Xin Yuan nodded and smiled. I've already transferred the money to Mrs. Lin. 250,000 is done. And I've also sent you 50,000. 24,000 is for your past 2 months' salary, and the rest is for the cafe startup funds. System notification detected. The host has allocated the full 1 million investment fund. Initial investment mission completed. Investment level upgraded from beginner to intermediate investor. New mission unlocked. A perfect life should have a diverse portfolio of industries. Mission details. The host will receive an additional 10 million investment fund to expand business ventures. Mission rewards. 1. Triple cash return on all investment revenue. 2. Upon completion, the host will receive a mystery industry. Xin Yuan's eyes flickered with excitement. Damn, the system is being generous this time. 10 million in funds just like that? And a mystery business waiting for me? This is going to be interesting. Mrs. Lin checked her phone and smiled. Mr. Shun, I've received the payment. Pleasure doing business with you. Hope to see you again someday. Xin Yuan studied her for a brief moment, noting her delicate hands. Damn, she really does have that mature charm. A few less than honorable thoughts flashed through his mind. Shaking them off, he stood up and shook Lin Yuchang's hand. Yes, let's meet again sometime. Half an hour later, Xin Yuan and Chen Na arrived at a high-end Japanese restaurant. Chen Na glanced at the menu hesitantly. This place looks expensive. Do you come here often? Xin Yuan smiled. Not really, but today's a special occasion. Let's celebrate our partnership. He thought to himself, Chen Na really is a challenge. Any man who spends time around her would struggle to resist her charm. Looks like I need to be ready for more tests ahead. He looked at Chen Na and casually suggested, why don't you sit next to me instead? Come a little closer. Spending 300,000 on the cafe was just the beginning. Now, he had to start recouping his investment. Because let's be real, was he actually doing all this just for the cafe's profits? Mrs. Lin had already admitted the shop barely broke even. And for him, the real investment was in Chen Na herself. Sensing Xin Yuan's subtle movements, Chen Na whispered, Xin Yuan, stop, the waiter's coming in. Xin Yuan chuckled. Relax, the food won't be here that fast. He leaned in closer, his hands beginning to wander. A few minutes later, the waiter knocked on the door, reminding Shun Yuan that the dishes were ready. Shun Na immediately pushed Shun Yuan away and quickly tidied herself up, trying to appear natural. Shin Yuan simply smiled and said to the waiter, "Come in." He picked up a piece of food and placed it in Chun Na's bowl, speaking in a relaxed tone. "Try this. It's their signature dish." Chun Na looked at Shun Yuan, a complicated emotion flashing through her heart. Shun Yuan is actually quite handsome, but he's surrounded by beautiful women all the time. How could I possibly fall for him? She warned herself not to get lost in this. Unfortunately, reason was one thing, reality was another. She was already on this boat, and there was no turning back now. 40 minutes later, Shun Yuan settled the bill, 2,652 yuan in total. As he paid, Shun Yuan mentally calculated. This meal cost me 2,652 yuan, but with the system's triple cashback, I actually earned 5,304 yuan. Making money is just this easy. Meanwhile, Chin Na glanced at the bill, unable to hold back her thoughts. The price of this dinner is almost equivalent to my commission for selling a car. The life of the rich is different. Spending 2,000 yuan to them is like me spending 20 yuan. After the meal, Chin Na wanted to return to the cafe to ask Xiao Qiu about the situation. Since she would officially start working tomorrow, she hoped to familiarize herself with the place as soon as possible. But Shin Yuan said, "It's already 8:30. Xiao Qiu gets off work at 9. It would be a bit inconvenient to disturb her now. Why don't you just go home and rest? You could check in tomorrow." Since Shin Yuan put it that way, Chen Na didn't insist. He then drove her home. When they arrived at Chen Na's apartment, she got out of the car and said, "Thanks for today. I'll update you after work tomorrow. See you." Shin Yuan, however, smiled and casually said, "I'm a bit thirsty. Mind if I go up for a glass of water?" Chin Na froze for a second, suddenly feeling nervous. Is our relationship progressing too fast? What happened in the private room was already my limit. She hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Is it inconvenient?" Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked playfully, "Oh, do you have another man at home?" Chin Na quickly explained, "Of course not. I've already broken up with Xie Haijie." Hearing this, Shin Yuan chuckled meaningfully. "That's great then. I'm just going up for some water. Why would that be a problem?" Chin Na was still hesitant and asked in a low voice, "You really just want a glass of water and then leave?" Shin Yuan smiled mischievously. "Of course, but if you wanted to stay the night, I wouldn't mind either." "Huh." Chin Na widened her eyes, mentally rolling her eyes. "Yeah, right. Keep dreaming." As soon as they entered the apartment, Shin Yuan suddenly pressed Shin Na against the wall, one hand wrapping around her waist, his presence overwhelming. Shin Na's heartbeat quickened as she stammered, blushing, "Didn't you say you just wanted a drink of water?" Shin Yuan smirked. "I do want a drink, but not the kind you're thinking of." Before she could react, he leaned in and kissed her, catching her completely off guard. Meanwhile, Xie Haijie stood outside Chen Na's apartment building, holding a bouquet of roses. He hesitated, but eventually made up his mind. "Nana must have left because of me. I have to get her forgiveness first. No matter what, I need to become her friend again. Then I can work on winning her back." He looked up at her window, but the lights were off. He frowned. She's not home. Lowering his gaze to the roses in his hands, he gently placed them by the door. Roses symbolize, "I will love you forever, until death do us part." She's smart. She'll know they're from me. Just as Xie Haijie was about to leave, he suddenly heard a commotion from upstairs. His expression darkened with anger. "That's Nana's voice. Damn it. Didn't she say she had nothing to do with Zhang Xianyong? And now she's fooling around with him?" Furious, he stormed to the door and pounded on it hard, shouting, "Zhang Xianyong, get out here." Inside, Chen Na heard the noise and frowned. Is that Xie Haijie's voice? What the hell is he doing here after our breakup? He's seriously crazy. She whispered, "I think I heard something outside. Someone's knocking, right?" Shin Yuan chuckled and shook his head. "You're imagining things. Someone's knocking on the door next door. Let's go." With that, Shin Yuan scooped her up and carried her into the bedroom. Chen Na whispered nervously. Shen Yuan, I'm not ready yet. Be gentle. Standing outside, Xia Haijia felt a deep sense of loss. It looks like Na Na has completely fallen for Shen Yuan. I've lost my chance this time. An hour later, Chen Na panted heavily and murmured, this kind of thing, it feels good, but it's also exhausting. Hearing this, Shen Yuan adjusted his posture and spoke gently. Just lie down. This way, you won't feel as tired. With the X ability granted by the system, Shen Yuan's stamina was limitless. He simply couldn't stop. Chen Na had always thought of herself as outgoing. Yet in reality, she was far more reserved than she expected. This only made him more. The next morning, the aroma of toasted bread and fried eggs woke Shen Yuan from his sleep. He sighed inwardly. Chen Na is really thoughtful. This feeling, it's completely different from being with Hui Hui in a hotel. This warmth, this kind of morning, only a home can provide. A hotel could never compare. System notification. A perfect life should include property ownership to create a better living environment for yourself and your loved ones. Limited time mission. Purchase a property of at least 100 square meters for Chen Na within 24 hours. Mission rewards. Reward 1. Double cashback on the property purchase. Reward 2. A mystery property upon purchase. Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned. Holy SHD. The thought that just flashed through my mind. The system immediately arranged it for me. With the system's generosity, this house definitely won't be some shabby place. Another thought popped into his mind. Maybe the mystery property is a luxurious mansion where I can throw pool parties and whatnot. Looks like I need to cultivate relationships with more high-quality women. The probability of surprises like this will only increase. Just then, Chen Na noticed that Shen Yuan was awake and smiled. You're up already? Breakfast will be ready in 2 minutes. Shen Yuan thought to himself, I wonder what reward I'd get if Chen Na's affection level reached 90. Then he grinned at her and said, Is breakfast the only thing on the menu this morning? Suddenly, he pulled Chen Na into his arms, startling her. She yelped, huh? We already did it so many times last night. Aren't you satisfied? Besides, it's daytime now. Shen Yuan chuckled softly. You focus on making breakfast. I'll focus on mine. He looked at Chen Na, a sly glint flashing in his eyes. By the way, if you're free this morning, let's go buy a house. My treat. When Shen Yuan said he wanted to buy her a house, Chen Na froze on the spot, her face full of shock and disbelief. He had already spent 300,000 yuan helping her take over the cafe. And now he was talking about buying her a house? In Star City, even the cheapest apartments cost over 1 million yuan. She had already given him everything. There was nothing left she could offer. What was he after? Could it really be just because she pleased him last night? Shen Yuan spoke gently. Why so quiet? Don't you want it? Chen Na turned her head slightly, her cheeks flushing. No, it's just too sudden. And it's too expensive. Your money didn't fall from the sky. But in truth, it almost might as well have. Shen Yuan had more than 3.5 million yuan readily available just for property purchases. Even if he spent it all, his savings would still comfortably cross into 8-digit territory. Don't try to save money for me. It's only right to buy a house for my woman, and it better be at least 120 square meters. I'm not letting my woman settle for less. Chen Na's nose turned sour at those words, and tears slipped down her cheeks. Shen Yuan whispered, We were so intense last night, and the soundproofing here is terrible. The neighbors on both sides probably heard everything. We really can't keep renting this place. It's all your fault, she murmured with a soft complaint. I admit I was partly responsible, but your voice really was loud, Shen Yuan teased with a grin. Chen Na blushed fiercely and quickly turned her head away in embarrassment, refusing to meet his eyes. Suddenly, Chen Na remembered something. Oh no, I almost forgot. I made plans with my 2 best friends to check out a cafe at 10:30 this morning. How about we go to the cafe first, then look at apartments afterward? After all, buying a house isn't like picking vegetables. It takes time, paperwork, and patience. Even a whole afternoon might not be enough, so better to leave some buffer time. Chen Na quickly sent a message to her friends. Something urgent came up. I can't make it to the cafe today. Can we reschedule for tonight? But just as she sent the message, her friend replied, we're almost at the cafe already. Huh? What? The woman driving was Lu Meng Lu, another of Chun Na's close friends, a top-tier fitness coach with an impressive track record and a fierce, commanding aura. Honestly, I think this whole cafe thing might be a bluff. Or maybe Nana's just exaggerating again. Lu Meng Lu scoffed. What kind of man would be that gullible? Who would just throw 300,000 yuan away for a woman he barely knows? But deep down, Lu Meng Lu knew Chun Na wasn't the type to show off or talk nonsense. If she said it, there had to be something more behind it. Besides, it had been years since she herself had met a young, handsome man worth paying attention to. And now that Chun Na had snagged one first, she simply had to see for herself what made this man so special. So Qian messaged Chun Na again, trying to pry out more details. The moment Qian revealed that the man was planning to buy a house for Chun Na, Lu Meng Lu slammed the brakes in shock, nearly losing control of the car. Are you serious? He's taking her house hunting. This isn't some handbag or a few lipsticks we're talking about. It's a house. Even a tiny apartment costs at least 700,000 to 900,000 yuan. Add the cafe on top. And this guy is willing to burn over 1,000,000 yuan for a woman he's only known for 2 weeks. Lu Meng Lu made up her mind on the spot. I have to meet this guy in person. She was certain men like that never had just one woman. But when it came to winning hearts, Lu Meng Lu had full confidence she could outshine anyone. Qian asked them which real estate project they're visiting. Tell her we're coming to help her pick. Better to have a few more eyes than let her choose blindly. In her heart, Lu Meng Lu thought, if someone's going to benefit from a rich man, it might as well be one of her own sisters, not some random vixen off the street. And just like that, the two of them made their way to the sales office. Half an hour later, they arrived at the sales center. The moment they stepped inside, Lu Meng Lu was stunned. This was Songhu Tiandi, where even the smallest units cost over 1,000,000 yuan. A man gifting a house like this to a woman? If being a mistress came with 1,000,000 yuan properties, she wondered when fortune like that would ever come her way. Nah, long time no see. Qian waved enthusiastically as soon as she spotted Chun Na, her voice full of warmth and excitement. I missed you girls so much. Chun Na rushed forward and clasped Qian's hands, smiling brightly. Meanwhile, Lu Meng Lu's eyes were already fixed on the handsome man beside her. Hey, who's that hump by your side, Nana? Aren't you going to introduce us? Chun Na quickly gathered herself and made introductions. This is Shun Yuan, my friend. She paused slightly, then gestured toward her two besties. This is Lu Meng Lu, a fitness coach, and this is Ho Qian. She works in sales at Farala. Meng Lu, Qian, this is Shun Yuan. Lu Meng Lu stepped in with a playful smirk, inching closer to Shun Yuan. Nice to meet you, Shun Yuan. You're a bit on the lean side. Maybe come train at our gym sometime? Build up those muscles. But in her heart, envy was already rising. This young, handsome sugar daddy was simply too desirable. Better not, Shun Yuan replied with a chuckle, completely unfazed. If I trained at your gym, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to focus at all. Lu Meng Lu raised an eyebrow in surprise. He didn't shy away, not even in front of Chun Na. If he was really her boyfriend, wouldn't he be more reserved? Maybe they weren't an official couple after all. But then her gaze fell on Chun Na's slightly bruised knees. Ah, that explained a lot. Last night must have been intense. No wonder the man was so generous today. He'd clearly been well pleased. Hello, Shun Yuan. Qian chimed in with a warm smile. If you ever think about upgrading your car, drop by Farala. We'll get you something perfect. Shun Yuan nodded politely. Sure, I'll come find you when the time comes. After just a few casual exchanges, Shun Yuan could already sense it. Both of Chun Na's friends were starting to take a real interest in him. He couldn't help but wonder, were these two really her best friends? But either way, this kind of situation only worked in his favor. Another woman with over 60 favorability was another potential money tree. A win-win scenario he certainly wasn't going to refuse. Soon enough, Shun Yuan walked into the sales hall with 3 stunning women by his side. The moment they entered, all eyes turned to them. 3 gorgeous women with distinct charm, instantly becoming the center of attention. Buying a house while flaunting 3 top-tier beauties? Who's he trying to show off for? Muttered a nearby, middle-aged man, jealousy practically oozing from his pores. But envy was all he could manage, nothing more. Sir, we currently have units available in buildings 3 and 9. The average price is around 15,000 per square meter. Would you like to take a look at the model layout first? Shen Yuan waved his hand casually. No need. My budget is 3 million yuan. Just show me the units and floors that match that. Understood, sir. Please come with me to the discussion room. I'll provide a more detailed and tailored recommendation. The sales rep's eyes lit up instantly. Recognizing a big spender when she saw one, she quickly ushered him into the private room with extra enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Lu Menglu stood behind them, completely stunned. Damn, what level of rich is this guy? Throwing out a 3 million budget like it's nothing. Her thoughts grew firmer by the second. This was a premium-grade benefactor, and she had to find a way to cling to him. No way she'd let an opportunity like this slip by. After all, as she always said, better to keep the benefits within the sisterhood than hand them over to some vixen on the street. Shortly after, the sales agent returned with a proposal. Based on your budget, I'd recommend this 165 square meter unit. It faces south, has an ideal layout, and comes to a discounted total of 2.98 million yuan. It's a perfect fit for what you're looking for. That's too expensive. China was visibly startled by the price. Her hand instinctively reached out to tug at the hem of Shen Yuan's jacket, her voice soft and uncertain. The price tag had far exceeded anything she'd expected. 3 million yuan was an unimaginable luxury to her. Don't worry, don't stress over the money. Shen Yuan comforted her with a reassuring smile. A bigger house just means better comfort. He had already made up his mind to buy the property, but calming Chun Na down was just as important. After all, in his eyes, she was already his woman. She wanted to save him money, yet he insisted on giving her only the best. That was Shen Yuan's way of showing affection. Deep, generous, and undeniable. A true gentleman, a rare gem of a benefactor. Watching this unfold, the two best friends could only stare, their hearts twisting with envy. Still, Shen Yuan wasn't a fool. Even if he had the money, no one liked being taken for a sucker. Let's be honest, he said, turning to the sales rep. Give me a real discount, beautiful. I know you have room to negotiate. Sir, if you can confirm the purchase today, I'll apply for the maximum discount on your behalf. The sales rep replied eagerly. Shen Yuan smiled and cut in, forget the discount. Just give me 2 parking spaces instead. That'll even things out. Watching Shen Yuan handle the negotiation so smoothly, Lu Menglu's heart was pounding. A man like this, decisive, generous, powerful, was someone she absolutely had to win over. Without thinking, she began playing with her hair, throwing out subtle cues. Shen Yuan noticed her little gestures almost immediately. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. What exactly was Lu Menglu trying to do? Her eyes kept lingering on him, her movements laced with ambiguous undertones. Catching his gaze, Lu Menglu doubled down. She unleashed her most practiced flirtation techniques. A lingering smile, seductive glances, a subtle lip bite. Her moves were calculated and polished. And truth be told, Shen Yuan felt a flicker of temptation. Now that he really looked at her, this woman was a bombshell. That body, that gaze, she was undeniably alluring. If something were to happen between them, well, let's just say it would be far from ordinary. But Shen Yuan quickly snapped back to focus. This wasn't the time to get distracted. The most important thing now was to finalize the house purchase. In the end, he bought a 165 square meter apartment for Chun Na at a price of 2.98 million yuan. Chen Na's 2 friends were practically losing their minds with envy. So casually, so effortlessly, he bought her a luxury apartment. And the most outrageous part? He put it under Chun Na's name only. When will a windfall like that ever fall into my lap? They both silently lamented. At that moment, Shen Yuan received his triple cashback reward. His account balance now exceeded 15 million yuan. Even during his father's most glorious days, The family's finances had never reached such numbers. The message was clear. Expanding favorability among female NPCs was truly the golden path to success. Meanwhile, a new system prompt chimed in. Congratulations, host. You've been awarded a Green City Qingzhou Lake Villa. Please collect the property at the sales center tomorrow at 9 a.m. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up with delight. Damn, that's one of the top 10 luxury villas in the entire city. The sales agent, equally impressed, couldn't help but marvel. In today's sluggish market, Shen Yuan not only bought a property outright, but gifted it to a woman who didn't even seem to be his girlfriend. Men like this are a rare breed. With a sweet smile, she added, Mr. Shun, the contract is signed. I'll follow up with Ms. Chun regarding the remaining procedures. By the way, perhaps we could add each other on WeChat? If you have any future real estate needs, I'd be happy to assist. Shen Yuan didn't hesitate. He simply pulled out his phone and added her contact. It was always better to keep connections open for future convenience. Watching the sales agent so easily connect with Shen Yuan, Lu Menglu was furious. Who does this vixen think she is, trying to touch my cake? Without missing a beat, Lu Menglu stood up and spoke with a hint of playful charm. Shen Yuan, I'm actually thinking about buying a small apartment myself soon. I might need some expert advice from someone as seasoned as you. Oh, and if you ever feel like getting into fitness, my gym's always open for you. As she spoke, Lu Menglu took the initiative to scan Shen Yuan's WeChat QR code. Shen Yuan, unsurprisingly, didn't decline. He smiled and nodded sure. After all, expanding multiple relationship lines was very much part of his long-term strategy. Nah, I got a few things to handle this afternoon, so I won't be joining you guys, Shen Yuan said gently, reaching out to softly ruffle Chena's hair. You three can catch up, grab a meal, or hang out at the cafe, whatever you like. Chena nodded obediently, a touch of reluctance in her eyes, but said nothing more. He's not even staying for a meal? Am I really that unappealing? Lu Menglu felt a pang of disappointment. Despite all her subtle flirting, Shen Yuan still seemed indifferent to her presence. Menglu, Qian, let's go grab something to eat first. I'll take you to see the cafe later, Chena suggested with a smile. Qian teased, we're definitely treating ourselves today. You're officially a $3 million woman now. Menglu and I are beyond jealous. Exactly, Lu Menglu chimed in, though her smile looked a little forced. Her thoughts weren't on lunch anymore. They were entirely on Shen Yuan. About half an hour later, Shen Yuan returned to campus and headed to the cafeteria for a quiet meal. As he walked in, he noticed a familiar figure sitting alone in a corner, his counselor, Li Xiao. It was rare to see her dining by herself. Even more curious, some students nearby were whispering and casting furtive glances in her direction, as if something had happened. Just as he was approaching, Shen Yuan overheard her on the phone. I understand. I'll prepare the materials this afternoon. The report should be ready by tomorrow. Yes, I've checked. Tech University, Agricultural University, and even the business school all have similar startup bases. Tomorrow night? I'm afraid I already have a prior engagement. Apologies, Secretary Liu. It's just a bit of a personal matter this time. Yes, thank you. Goodbye. She ended the call with a sigh, her brow slightly furrowed, fatigue written all over her face. At that moment, Shen Yuan sat down across from her. Everything okay, Miss Li? You look pretty swamped just now. Li Xiao didn't hide it, letting out a light sigh. The school's planning a student entrepreneurship base. I'm part of the project team. That call was about the coordination. Shen Yuan wasn't particularly familiar with the so-called entrepreneurship-based project, so he decided to ask Li Xiao for more details. It's a support initiative the school is planning, Li Xiao explained patiently. For students who have entrepreneurial ideas, we'll provide funding, workspace, and mentorship. But there's a problem. We're short on capital, so we have to seek partnerships with outside companies. And what exactly can our school offer these companies in return? Shen Yuan asked, intrigued. Li Xiao gave a faint, wry smile. The only leverage we have is talent. We'd sign contracts promising to send a certain number of qualified graduates to these companies each year. Shen Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. Let's be honest. Do we really have that kind of leverage? Our graduates can't hold a candle to those from top-tier universities. Li Xiao, herself a graduate of a double first-class university, knew he was right. If companies don't see real value, they won't invest a single yuan. Her face darkened slightly. She remembered something that had been weighing on her. Her supervisor had actually suggested she attend dinner parties with corporate executives to build connections. Just the thought of a university lecturer being reduced to that made her feel disgusted. What am I, a teacher or a glorified hostess? Watching her troubled expression, Shen Yuan started to seriously consider the idea. He had a dedicated fund of 10 million yuan for investments, but any project needed to be profitable. For that to happen, the student success rate had to hit at least 30%. Given the school's current standing, he doubted it could even reach 20%. Actually, I was thinking, Shen Yuan began, but Li Xiao interrupted. You're interested in starting a business too? She assumed he wanted to join the project. Shen Yuan smiled, a little interest, maybe. Not much. In truth, he wasn't an entrepreneur. He was the investor. Well, it's good to have that mindset, Li Xiao said with a light smile, but her voice turned a little doubtful. But honestly, the project's not even off the ground yet. Without an investor, it's unlikely to get anywhere. Just then, a system prompt appeared. New mission. Invest in the university's entrepreneurship project to earn reputation points. Reputation reflects how much teachers and students respect and acknowledge the host. This mission will only calculate reputation within the university. Shen Yuan was momentarily stunned. He hadn't expected this to trigger a task. It was just about gaining reputation. If profit wasn't the concern, then this project was actually a great opportunity, and it'd help Li Xiao out of a tough spot too. Why not? Exactly. I'm the investor, Shen Yuan thought smugly, the corners of his mouth curling up. Who I invest in, how much I invest, it's all up to me. If I put money into beautiful senior or junior students starting businesses, not only do I gain reputation points, but I also boost their favorability. The cashback alone could make my hands cramp from counting. By the way, Miss Li, he asked with a serious tone, if someone, say a private investor or a company, wants to invest, who evaluates the students? The school or the investor? Technically, it should be the school, Li Xiao replied honestly. But let's face it, no one's stepping up to invest right now, so the rules are pretty flexible. Why are you asking, though? Because I want to invest, Shen Yuan said calmly. But under one condition, I get to evaluate the students. Li Xiao burst into laughter. She thought he was joking. After all, his family had gone bankrupt, and he'd even applied for financial aid. Now he suddenly wanted to become an investor? But then Shen Yuan pulled out his phone, opened his bank app, and casually showed her the screen. Miss Li, here, check my account. Count the zeros. Li Xiao instinctively leaned closer. As she counted, her eyes widened in disbelief. 9 digits. Over 15 million yuan. She froze, unable to speak. This, she gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Shen Yuan explained with a calm smile. Before my family business collapsed, I dabbled in BT coins and foreign exchange. This money, I earned it myself. Li Xiao felt like she was in a dream. This is surreal. My student is a multimillionaire. Then Shen Yuan leaned forward slightly, a playful glint in his eye and a teasing smile on his lips. Miss Li, how about this? Why don't you come with me? We'll travel the world together. I'll make sure you eat well, drink well, and live the good life. His words were bold and casual, but Li Xiao's face turned crimson in an instant, burning hot with embarrassment. Li Xiao couldn't help but drift into a brief fantasy. Shen Yuan truly had the strength to make such a promise now. Could it be he wasn't joking? Don't say such things, she replied. Try to maintain composure. She coughed softly to hide her unease. Are you really planning to invest in this university entrepreneurship project? It's rarely profitable. I suggest you think twice. This isn't just pocket change. Her voice was steady, but her gaze wavered. She couldn't even look him in the eye. Shen Yuan, however, looked more serious than ever. I've considered that. But honestly, I just want to contribute to my alma mater's development. He's serious. He's really serious. Li Xiao's thoughts spiraled. Does that mean When he said we should travel the world together, was he serious about that too? No. Li Xiao, he's your student. What on earth are you thinking? Even though it was just a fleeting thought, her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. She shook her head quickly, trying to banish that inappropriate idea from her mind. I'll report this to the leadership later, she said, standing up quickly. Let's talk again later. You finish your meal first. As she walked away, Xin Yuan called out with a smirk. Oh, and Miss Li, don't be too quick to say no to eating well and living well. At 4:30 in the afternoon, Chen Na sent him a photo of a cup of coffee she had made herself, along with a playful message. Come try it when you're free. Xin Yuan replied immediately. Looks off just from the photo. I'll come over and give you some proper training. He wasn't impressed by the coffee, but her outfit in the photo caught his attention. Apron, light makeup, a playful ribbon in her hair. It was a look that stirred his imagination. Meanwhile, elsewhere on campus, Xiaoi, why are you still thinking about Xin Yuan? He's no longer a rich kid. He's probably working part-time just to pay tuition. The speaker was another girl from the neighboring class, named Song Xiaoi. You're the one who keeps talking about him. Xiaoi rolled her eyes. What about you, Yuping? Why are you still chatting and going out with Xin Yuan's roommate, Huang Haibao? Yuping sighed with a scowl. Don't bring it up. I've rejected him so many times, but he keeps clinging like a leech. He's driving me crazy. Even if he asks you out, at least you'd get a free meal. But if you get involved with Xin Yuan now, you'd be the one paying the price. The short-haired girl leaned in and whispered, Xiaoi, you really need to think this through. Just as she finished, she caught sight of Xin Yuan approaching from the other side. She quickly nudged her friend. Shoo, he's coming. Yuping smirked. Didn't I say so? He really does look like he's headed for part-time work. It's around 3 p.m. now. Perfect timing for a restaurant prep shift. Should we follow and see which shop he's working at? One girl teased. You guys don't dare ask. I'll do it myself. Xiaoi frowned slightly. Come on, that's inappropriate. We're classmates, not paparazzi. But Yuping wouldn't let it go. With a condescending tone, she called out, Xin Yuan, haven't seen you lately. Been busy with part-time work, huh? Which place are you at? Maybe we'll drop by and support you. Xin Yuan didn't really want to argue, especially out of courtesy to Huang Haibao. But he wasn't about to let it slide either. With a faint smile, he replied, Yeah, I've been working at a cafe. If you're so interested, why not come along? I'll make you some coffee myself. Moments later, they arrived at the cafe. As soon as they stepped inside, the figures of Chun Na and Lu Minglu came into view. The two women stood there effortlessly, but their presence alone turned every head in the room. The three girls behind Xin Yuan were completely stunned. Those were anime tier legs. One of them even had such surreal proportions, it felt like she had stepped right out of a dream. You're here, Chen Na greeted softly. I thought you said you had something else to do, Lu Minglu teased with a sly grin. Turns out, it was entertaining your female classmates. Both women naturally moved closer to Xin Yuan, the air between them intimate and unforced. The three girls trailing behind him could only gape in shock, their jaws nearly hitting the floor. So this was the cafe he was working at? Xin Yuan smiled and explained, I just happened to run into them on the street and thought I'd bring them over for a coffee. Lu Minglu nodded with a smile and greeted them warmly. Xiao Qiu asked the three ladies what they'd like to drink. It's on me. The waiter quickly responded. Ladies, please have a seat over here. You can scan the code on the table to place your order. Let me know when you're ready. After seeing how smoothly Xin Yuan handled everything, the three female classmates felt incredibly awkward. What's going on? She just called Xin Yuan boss? Could it be that Xin Yuan isn't a part-timer, but the actual owner of this cafe? In that moment, the three were stunned. Xiaoi tugged her friend's sleeve and whispered, maybe we shouldn't stay. Just moments ago, they were mocking Xin Yuan for having a side job. Now it turned out he owns the place. That's beyond embarrassing. Yeah, Xiaoi's right. Let's go. With that, they got up to leave. Yuping grumbled internally. Xin Yuan was really something. He had money, ran a cafe, had beautiful women around him, yet still pretended to be doing part-time work. What a joke. Why did your classmates leave so suddenly? Lu Minglu asked, puzzled. Xin Yuan chuckled. Maybe they were intimidated by how stunning you two are. Of course we're stunning, Lu Menglu teased, raising an eyebrow. But you better behave yourself and not get any wild ideas. Her words were boldly flirtatious, not holding back anymore. Shen Yuan, hearing that, felt even more convinced. This little minx, he was definitely going to win her over sooner or later. Moments later, Chen Na brought over a cup of coffee. Shen Yuan, here's your coffee. I wasn't sure how sweet you liked it, so I made it half sugar. Is that okay? Shen Yuan took the cup with a smile and said, as long as it's made by you, I'd love it even if it's full sugar. Lu Menglu chuckled softly at that. Seriously? Still using those cheesy pickup lines in this day and age. But truth be told, when cheesy lines came from a handsome, wealthy man, they somehow sounded charming. Watching the playful exchange between the two, Lu Menglu couldn't help but blush slightly herself. Lu Menglu suddenly asked, Shen Yuan, what's your height and weight? Let me calculate your BMI. Shen Yuan replied casually, 182 centimeters, 72 kilograms. But I've probably lost some weight recently. Why is that? Lu Menglu was curious. Do you have some secret weight loss trick? High energy consumption, Shen Yuan replied vaguely. Chen Na's cheeks immediately flushed red. She didn't expect Shen Yuan to say something with such a hidden meaning in front of her best friend. It made her feel shy and flustered. No wonder. Lu Menglu instantly caught on. As a seasoned fitness coach, she could read between the lines all too well. Right now, Shen Yuan was clearly growing more attractive in her eyes. You need more training, she said. Your body fat percentage is too low. You should gain 7 to 10 kilograms of muscle. Shen Yuan smirked. So, this is your way of persuading me to get a membership at your gym, huh? He knew exactly how this sales pitch worked. Hee, it's the end of the month. I'm just trying to hit my quota, Lu Menglu said with a playful smile, leaning in flirtatiously. Shen Yuan chuckled at her forwardness. All right, I'll think about it. Not long after, Lu Menglu stood up. Oh no, it's already past 4 p.m. Nah, I got a class at 5. I need to go. Let's catch up next time. With Shen Yuan's contact now saved, her goal was achieved. Before leaving, she even winked at him, a bold, unmistakable signal. Shen Yuan couldn't help but admire her confidence. This little minx, flirting so blatantly, even in front of her friend? You mind sooner or later. Come on, Anna. Let's go upstairs. I need to train you a bit, Shen Yuan said with a teasing smile as he gently took her hand. Chen Na looked puzzled. Train me for what? Shen Yuan grinned. You'll see once we're upstairs. Once there, he looked her straight in the eyes. Your business skills need some extra coaching. Chen Na instantly caught on and whispered nervously, not here. Xiao Qiu is still around. Saying not here to a man only makes him move faster. As they spoke, Shen Yuan had already started training. Before long, some unusual sounds echoed from the second floor. Downstairs, Xiao Qiu quickly noticed something was off. At first, she didn't understand, but when she heard those faint, ambiguous sounds, her face turned beet red. Very tactfully, Xiao Qiu decided to temporarily close the shop and locked the door, planning to reopen later. Just then, a knock came from the door. Xiao Qiu, why is the shop closed? Open up, I forgot my bag. It was Lu Menglu rushing back. Xiao Qiu stood hesitantly by the door. What are you doing? Hurry and open the door, urged Lu Menglu. With no choice, Xiao Qiu opened it. As soon as Lu Menglu walked in, she heard her best friend Chen Na's voice from upstairs. Shen Yuan, slow down. Her eyes widened in surprise. Broad daylight and already going at it? 10 minutes passed. Lu Menglu thought they'd be done by now, but the sounds continued. She was utterly baffled. How could someone as lean as Shen Yuan still have so much stamina? It was then that she realized this man Shen Yuan clearly wasn't ordinary. Xiao Qiu, I'm heading out now. See you next time. Suddenly, Lu Menglu raised her voice deliberately, loud enough to echo through the entire building, clearly meant for someone upstairs to hear. Chen Na, already on edge, shuddered the moment she heard it. Her heart sank. Oh no, she heard everything. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan grumbled internally. A quality training session deserves an audience. That vixen Lu Menglu probably listened downstairs for at least 10 minutes. This kind of VIP content shouldn't be free next time. I need to start charging. Meanwhile, in the school office, Secretary Lu turned to the counselor, asking, "You mean this student named Shun Yuan wants to invest in the entrepreneurship base?" "Yes, Secretary," Counselor Li Xiao replied, then explained Shun Yuan's investment proposal in detail. After all, such an important matter needed to be reported to the leadership. Secretary Lu looked skeptical. "Does he even have the means?" Li Xiao nodded. "I had my doubts at first too, but after seeing his bank balance, 10 million, I had nothing more to say." "How much did you say?" 10 million. Secretary Lu was shocked. "Are you sure it's not his parents' money? Can he actually access it himself?" "It's all his. He has full control over it," Li Xiao confirmed. Secretary Lu's face lit up. "Well, that's excellent. Then we don't have to seek third-party partnerships anymore. Tell Shun Yuan to come to my office. I want to hear his proposal firsthand." Noticing Secretary Lu's commanding tone, Li Xiao reminded him, "Sir, even though he's a student, he's also an investor. Shouldn't we be more respectful?" "No need. Just do as I say," Secretary Lu said coldly. "So what if he's rich? He's still a student of this school. We must keep him grounded." Soon, Shun Yuan received a call from Li Xiao. "It's from Teacher Li." "Nana, give me a moment." "Hello, counselor, go ahead." "I see." Very quickly, Shun Yuan grasped the situation. Li Xiao relayed everything exactly as it was. The school administration's attitude toward the investor had shifted. Shun Yuan frowned. "So, they're trying to pressure me now? Even if I give in this time, what's to stop them from pushing further next time?" He calmly said, "Miss Li, could you put the call on speaker? I'd like to speak directly to Secretary Lu." "Secretary Lu, can you hear me? I've been quite busy lately. There are several investment projects I still need to evaluate. If you really want to talk, let's reschedule. Miss Li will leave you my number." Without waiting for a reply, Shun Yuan hung up. Secretary Lu didn't even get a word in. Cold sweat trickled down his back. He hadn't expected Shun Yuan to be so assertive. Meanwhile, Li Xiao was completely stunned. He actually hung up on the secretary. "This student is gutsy, as she pondered it. A faint blush unknowingly crept across her elegant face. In the school office, Shun Yuan hung up the phone with Secretary Lu, who immediately stood up in frustration, his face full of displeasure. Secretary Lu was extremely upset. Normally, every student would be respectful and obedient to him, but this time, Shun Yuan was different. However, this project was too important, and if something went wrong, he would be held accountable. Suppressing his anger, Secretary Lu waved his hand and said impassively, "Teacher Li, since Shun Yuan has investment power, why don't you invite him for a meal? I'll apply some pressure on him then." Li Xiao quietly opened his phone and sent a message to Shun Yuan, alerting him to Secretary Lu's intentions. Shun Yuan, sitting on the second floor of the coffee shop, saw the message and calmly replied, "The balance of the negotiation is on my side now. Lu Zhaojiang wants to pressure me? Let's keep him hanging for a while first." Just then, Chen Na got up, dressed, and said softly, "Shun Yuan, you go ahead and take care of your things. We'll have a meal together next time." Watching Chen Na leave with a flushed face, Shun Yuan couldn't help but think, "Nana really thinks of everything for me. She's such a thoughtful woman. No wonder I like her so much." As soon as Chen Na left, Shun Yuan received a call from Fong Huimin. "Shun Yuan, where are you up to? Do you have time to take a walk on the playground?" Shun Yuan laughed lightly. "Just a walk? I thought you were asking me out for cold drinks." Fong Huimin immediately replied, "No, my relatives are here." Shun Yuan finally understood. No wonder Fong Huimin hadn't contacted him these past few days. It was because of this. Just then, Fong Huimin suddenly spoke softly, "But if you want, it's not impossible." Shun Yuan looked at her seriously. "Your health is the most important. Hui, don't say such things next time. I'll wait downstairs at the dorm to pick you up." As soon as they arrived at the dorm, Fong Huimin suddenly threw herself into Shun Yuan's arms. Shun Yuan gently reminded her, "You still need to pay attention to certain things these days, okay? It's fine if I wait a few more days, but Hui, you must take good care of yourself." Shin Yuan, you're so good. Fong Huimin was so moved, her heart nearly melted. With such thoughtful care, she felt like she was drowning in affection. Summoning all her courage, she asked, I want to ask you, what is our relationship now? At this moment, Fong Huimin's affection for him had reached 91. She thought it was time to get a clear answer. After everything they'd been through, they must have some kind of special connection. After all, what girl doesn't want to know where they stand? Shin Yuan knew this was a tough question to answer, but seeing her affection rise further, it was clear she truly liked him. Without hesitation, he answered, Of course, we are boyfriend and girlfriend. Really? Really? Fong Huimin was so happy, she almost jumped. At that moment, she felt like the happiest woman in the world. Shin Yuan, you're my only boyfriend, right? Fong Huimin was completely overwhelmed by happiness, and this question came out without her even thinking. Shin Yuan naturally nodded in agreement, but in his heart he was thinking, I don't call the others my girlfriend, I call them sweethearts, babes, darling. In this sense, I didn't lie. Since you're being so good, I'll reward you in a few days. Shin Yuan looked at Fong Huimin and said with a smile, Silly girl, let's go buy a big gift this weekend. Do you want a car or a house? He felt it was time to continue spending. What? You want to buy me a house and a car? Isn't that too expensive? A bag and some makeup would be great already. Fong Huimin's eyes were wide with shock and excitement. Shin Yuan simply smiled faintly. No need to save money from me. It's not necessary to buy those things. But I think, since you're studying hard every day and don't really need a car right now, how about we buy a house first? We can get a car when you actually need it, all right? Okay, I'll listen to you. Fong Huimin happily leaned on Shin Yuan's shoulder as they walked toward the dorm. Shin Yuan thought the day had gone well enough, so he sent Fong Huimin back to her dorm and kindly reminded her, Make sure to rest more with relatives around. I need to go to Qingzhou late tomorrow to collect the house. The next morning, Shin Yuan received a message from Lu Menglu. Are you up yet? Got time to hit the gym? It turned out Lu Menglu had called him via video chat. Shin Yuan frowned. Is this video call for real? Only an improper man would think this is strange. Lu Menglu scoffed with a hint of challenge in her voice. Tell me, did you have any bad intentions? Her words were loaded with implication, and Shin Yuan could easily catch on. Lu Menglu stared at the screen, thinking to herself, his tone, it sounds like he doesn't even see me as an outsider. Let's see how long he can keep this up. Coach Lu. This was one of Lu Menglu's clients, here for a personal training session. And to her surprise, the client was none other than Shin Yuan's gold-digging ex-girlfriend, Zhou Wanting. Zhou Wanting smiled and asked, Coach, what's up? Why are you laughing so much this early in the morning? Lu Menglu turned off the treadmill and replied casually, Nothing much, just a friend found something funny. Tell me, I'm all ears. Our session hasn't even started yet, Lu Menglu said, shrugging as she began chatting with Zhou Wanting. So, one of my good friends just hooked up with a big spender. He's so generous, bought her a 3 million yuan house. 3 million? Just like that? Must be worth tens of millions at least. Zhou Wanting's eyes widened in shock. That gold spender must be really loaded. Lu Menglu sighed. Yeah, so I can't help but be a little envious. With that kind of financial power, the guy must be pretty old, right? Zhou Wanting thought to herself, mentally comparing. Even if he was an older man, it might still be worth it. She couldn't help but think of Ho Jun, that stingy guy. He always wanted things but was too cheap to spend money. Looks like it's time to find a new man. No, he's only in his early 20s, even younger than my friend. Lu Menglu replied with a slight smile, a bit of envy in her tone. That's actually one of the things I envy about her. Zhou Wanting was curious and asked, So how does he look? Is he ugly? Lu Menglu shook her head slightly. You'd be surprised. He's actually pretty handsome and tall too. Zhou Wanting was even more amazed. Coach Lu, your friend must be really beautiful. Huh? I mean, to hook up with a guy like that. She must be a stunning beauty. Zhou Wanting was convinced that Lu Menglu's friend had to be a top-tier woman in every way. Lu Menglu chuckled and said, We're pretty much the same, really. Just each of us has our own strengths. Zhou Wanting finally understood. If she was anywhere close to Lu Menglu, no wonder the guy was so smitten. Just then, Shen Yuan sent a message saying he was heading to Qingzhou Lake to pick up a house. Lu Menglu asked if he needed his sister to come along. Shen Yuan replied, "If you're free, feel free to join me." Lu Menglu quickly typed back, "Then come pick me up. I'm at the gym right now. I've sent you the location, waiting for you." After sending the message, Lu Menglu felt her face heat up. "Coach Lu, what's up? You seem even happier than before," Zhou Wanting said, her curiosity piqued. Lu Menglu stood up and smiled. "Sorry, Miss Zhou, but I have to cancel our session today. I'll refund you double the price for this class. The guy I mentioned earlier, he's going to Qingzhou Lake to pick up a house, and he wants me to go with him. I'm really sorry about this." Zhou Wanting was stunned. Qingzhou Lake was one of the top luxury neighborhoods, famous for being home to the rich. She couldn't help but think, wait a minute, the gold spender was your friend's man, right? Why is he suddenly asking you to go pick up a house with him? Zhou Wanting laughed, finally understanding. "I get it, Coach Lu, you're ruthless, stealing your friend's man. But if I were in your shoes, I probably wouldn't hesitate either. Menglu, where are you going? Aren't you meeting clients in a bit?" Just then, a muscular male trainer, Han Lihai, walked over, smiling at Lu Menglu, clearly interested in her. But Lu Menglu didn't even spare him a glance. She wasn't about to tell him where she was going. She didn't waste her time with men like him. Only someone like Shen Yuan could pique her interest. About 10 minutes later, Lu Menglu arrived downstairs, and the person coming to pick her up was already there in his car. Han Lihai muttered to himself, "A guy with an M9 can manage Menglu. That guy who drove a G-Wagon couldn't even get it right." Zhou Wanting explained, "Don't just look at the car. This guy can casually buy his girlfriend a 3 million yuan house." Han Lihai was stunned. 3 million? How many years would it take to make 3 million? But suddenly, Zhou Wanting frowned. Wait a minute. This person looks oddly familiar. The man stepping out of the car looked more and more familiar to Zhou Wanting. When he fully turned his face to her, Zhou Wanting finally recognized him. Shen Yuan. The same Shen Yuan who had once been penniless after his family went bankrupt. But now, this poor Shen Yuan was driving an M9 and taking a top trainer to look at houses. The shock hit Zhou Wanting hard. Her mouth fell open. How could this be? She couldn't understand it. 1,000 questions flooded her mind, and her thoughts were in complete turmoil. Watching the two of them chatting and laughing, Zhou Wanting finally realized Lu Menglu's description of tall, handsome, young, and rich was talking about Shen Yuan. Her ex had turned into a millionaire, and here she was dumping him just half a month ago. Zhou Wanting's world came crashing down. She couldn't accept it. She couldn't accept this reality, couldn't accept Shen Yuan's transformation, couldn't accept the decision she'd made. She had actually dumped Shen Yuan to be with some old man. Looking back now, Zhou Wanting couldn't help but think, was I out of my damn mind? Just then, the old man sent her a message. "You're off today, right? Come see me tonight." Zhou Wanting scoffed. "Who do you think you are? Every time you just want to skip the script and go straight to the point. Do I look that cheap to you?" Seeing Shen Yuan rich and successful now, and then reading that sleazy text, she snapped. She texted back, "Go to hell, you moron." The old man replied, "Is this really you?" 1 second later, Zhou Wanting blocked him without hesitation. The old man stared at the screen, shocked. "What the hell? She blocked me? What's going on here?" Zhou Wanting's thoughts were in chaos. Do Shen Yuan and I still have a chance? We did have something, didn't we? The real issue was Shen Yuan's life might be a little too crowded now. There was Coach Lu, that freshman girl from the finance department, and then Coach Lu's bestie, whom she hadn't even met but heard was drop-dead gorgeous. With all those top-tier girls around him, would adding myself just be too much? But still, Zhou Wanting missed him. Missed him so much. Meanwhile, Shen Yuan and Lu Menglu were on the road, heading to check out a villa. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Menglu glanced sideways. "Your car's huge, Shen Yuan. I'm so jealous. You can even take it off-road." Her words were laced with innuendo. "Off-roading sounds fun. I'll bring Nana along sometime." Of course, Shen Yuan knew what she really meant, but he wasn't about to take the bait so easily. "You're not playing by the usual rules," Lu Menglu teased. Shen Yuan replied calmly, Then tell me, what are the usual rules? Lu Menglu paused, caught off guard, but Shen Yuan smiled. How about this? Let me try saying it my way. He'd had the line ready for a while. Since she brought it up, no need to pretend. Coach Lu, I want to play ball. His eyes sparkled playfully. Facing someone like Lu Menglu, Shen Yuan could match her pace step for step. Ugh, you're so annoying. She burst out laughing. Though she called him annoying, her expression was full of joy. 30 minutes later, they arrived at the sales center. Shen Yuan was there to check out the villa he'd recently received as a reward. As soon as they stepped inside, a sales consultant came up with a smile. Hello, Mr. Shen. I'm your property consultant, Guan Shufang. Would you like to view the villa first? Or go over the contract details? Shen Yuan said calmly. Let's just sign the contract first. We'll check out the villa afterward. The property consultant's eyes lit up. She nodded eagerly, smiling brightly. A straightforward client like this? Absolute favorite. In no time, the contract was signed, and the three of them headed out to see the property. Along the way, the consultant couldn't help glancing at Shen Yuan and Lu Menglu. These two clearly aren't a couple, but wow, that woman's figure is insane. As a top-tier fitness coach, Lu Menglu had every reason to be confident in her body. Compared to her, most women would instantly fade into the background. The difference between women was brutal. The consultant sighed inwardly that a woman like her doesn't need skills. Just her looks and that body. Enough to make men line up to buy her villas and cars. So enviable. Too bad plain women like me never get that chance. Soon, they arrived at the villa gates. The moment Shen Yuan stepped out of the car, he knew this was his style. Wow, Shen Yuan, this place is gorgeous. Lu Menglu couldn't hide her excitement. Her eyes were literally sparkling. In a city filled with concrete towers, a private villa like this was a rare gem. If I could live here, my life would completely change that I have to win Shen Yuan over. No matter what. Mr. Shen, the official property area is 610 square meters, but with the garden, the actual usable space reaches nearly 2,000. It's still an unfinished shell, so you could design and renovate however you like. Lu Menglu gasped, it's huge. Just then, the system notification chimed. Congratulations, host. First property acquired. You have received a renovation fund of 20 million yuan, fully customizable. Shen Yuan stood frozen. Wait, you're serious? This house cost a little over 10 million, and you want to spend twice that just on the renovation? But since the system had already spoken, Shen Yuan could only accept his fate with tears in his eyes. Ms. Guan, do you have any renovation companies to recommend? The consultant quickly responded, Absolutely, Mr. Shen. I know a few top-tier design firms in Xingqing. Great reputation, tasteful aesthetics. I'll send you their contacts on WeChat. All right, it's just a bare-bones unit anyway. Nothing more to see. Shen Yuan turned to leave, but Lu Menglu raised her phone with a grin. Mind if I take some photos and videos for Kuei-shen? Shen Yuan nodded. Sure, just don't show my face. Lu Menglu chuckled. Basically monk-level temptation. I wouldn't dare post your face. What if other demons come after you? She wasn't some naive girl like Chen Na. A man like Shen Yuan wasn't meant to be shared. Suddenly, Shen Yuan asked, How many followers you got on Kuei-shen? Lu Menglu replied, A little over 50,000. Mostly local. She smirked. Yup, majority's local. What, you planning to secretly watch my videos, you perv? 50,000 guys have seen them. Why can't I? Shen Yuan smirked back. His game wasn't weak either. Lu Menglu teased, they only get the public version. You get the premium content. Send me your account later. I've got a video from a lounge bar we're promoting. If you're down, you could try it out. Lu Menglu's eyes lit up. Seriously? You in a lounge bar too? I'll send you my account right now. Coach Lu, where you headed next? Gym. Lu Menglu gave a playful look. Where else do you think I'm going? I thought you were taking me to play ball. Shen Yuan said bluntly this time, dropping all pretense. Lu Menglu scoffed. In your dreams. You men are all the same. Bullying Nana at that kind of place yesterday. I haven't even started grilling you about that yet. But before she could finish, Shen Yuan suddenly slammed on the brakes. Lu Menglu lost her balance, lurching forward, only to land right in Shun Yuan's grasp. He smirked. You've got some nerve. Listening downstairs for that long last night? I haven't even charged you for that. If you're so heartbroken over Nana, how about you take her place? No more hints now. That was as direct as it gets. Not a chance. Lu Menglu refused, but her tone wasn't exactly firm. She definitely wanted to get close to Shun Yuan, but not too fast. She knew that women who gave in easily quickly lost their value. The more a man can't have you, the more he wants you. That's why she kept him hanging, dropping bait, playing the long game. When he finally earned her, he'd cherish her that much more. Soon, Shen Yuan pulled up at the gym. Before getting out, Lu Menglu smiled. Bye-bye, Shen Yuan. Come work out at our gym sometime. Bye, Coach Lu. Let's play ball together next time. As he drove off, Shen Yuan still slipped in a final tease, and to her surprise, Lu Menglu actually felt a little flutter inside. The moment she stepped into the gym, she ran into a well-built, muscular man. The man was the manager of the gym. Menglu, what's going on? I heard you bailed on a client session this morning. You do realize that's a breach of contract, right? I had some personal matters to handle, Lu Menglu replied calmly. And I already spoke to Ms. Zhou. I told her I'd refund the session double. Yeah, you did offer her a double refund, but she's still a bit upset. Anyway, I've already handled it for you. Lu Menglu raised an eyebrow, a bit confused. Why would Ms. Zhou suddenly make trouble? She saw right through the manager's tactic. Play the boss first, then act like the good guy. Really? That's your strategy? You think someone like you can win me over? Thanks, manager. If there's nothing else, I'll get back to work now. The manager wasn't ready to give up. It's almost noon. What work could you possibly have now? Let's grab lunch. No thanks. I brought my own fitness meal. I don't eat high-calorie stuff. Lu Menglu was the gym's top-performing coach, also the boss's personal favorite. She knew this little manager had no real power over her. Only a man like Shen Yuan could catch her eye. Shen Yuan was someone she wanted to conquer and maybe be conquered by. I'm destined to live in a lakeside villa in Qingzhou Lake. You think I'd let trash like this block my way? Her ambition was clearer than ever. Shen Yuan was hers to win. Meanwhile, at the university, Secretary Kong Zongping of the Youth League Committee had just heard about Shen Yuan's interest in investing in the university's startup base. He asked Lu Zhaojiang, "Have you reached out to him directly yet?" Lu replied, "Not yet. I asked Teacher Li to invite him to dinner, but he hasn't responded." Secretary Kong frowned. We're the ones receiving investment. We should be showing proper respect. Just because he's a student doesn't mean we can afford to be careless. Lu nodded quickly. I'll go to his dorm myself this afternoon. Lu Zhaojiang frowned, then said, still feels like we're not showing enough sincerity. I'll come with you this afternoon, and let's bring Teacher Li too. You want to go personally? Lu looked stunned. Shen Yuan is still just a student here. Isn't this a bit over the top? Meanwhile, at 5:30 p.m. in the boys' dorm, Huang Mao rushed up to Shen Yuan, waving his phone excitedly. Bro, I've been chatting with Tian Yuping nonstop. Take a look and tell me. How close am I to winning her over? Shen Yuan scrolled through the chat history. It was a full wall of messages from Huang Mao, brimming with care and concern. Tian Yuping's replies? Cold, minimal, barely 2 or 3 words. But Huang Mao looked like he was on cloud 9. Shen Yuan was speechless. 3 years, and no growth whatsoever. If Huang Mao managed to get the girl this way, it had to be some kind of black magic. Bro, look, Huang Mao said confidently. She replies to every message. That's a massive leap compared to when I chased her class bell. I can feel the progress bar steadily filling. Shen Yuan sighed internally. If you really believe that, then who am I to stop you? But all he said was, maybe you should ask Old Chow for advice. Old Chow, Huang Mao scoffed. That virgin? What does he know? Come on, you're the most experienced one in our dorm. From the side, Old Chow grumbled. What the hell did I do to you today? At least she replies, and she agreed to hang out this weekend. Huang Mao said firmly. That means she likes me, right? Tell me, bro. Shen Yuan had no more energy to argue. Right, sure, whatever you say. Hell yeah. If you think so, then it's basically confirmed. Nice. Huang Mao beamed with pride, while Shen Yuan thought silently, damn, hardcore sims like this are kind of terrifying. Suddenly, loud knocking echoed from outside the dorm room. Huang Mao jumped up. Who the heck is banging like that? He opened the door and immediately blurted out, whoa, Secretary Kong? Secretary Liu? Counselor Li, what brings you all here? Huang Mao quickly stepped aside, wide-eyed. The school leaders were standing at the door. Li Xiao spoke up. Is Shen Yuan here? He's here. Of course he's here. As he let them in, Huang Mao was thinking, 3 big names coming for a bro? Don't tell me. He broke some sacred school rule? A couple of students in the hallway were whispering. Why are both secretaries here? Are they here for Shen Yuan? Didn't his family go bankrupt? Now, he suddenly has a car and a girlfriend from outside school. He's probably up to something shady. Just then, Li Jianpeng walked by and chimed in, obviously. Where else would he get that kind of money? Something's definitely fishy. They're probably here to hold him down until the cops arrive. Li Jianpeng, you dumbass. Quit spreading crap. Huang Mao snapped. I Jianpeng smirked. We'll see who's full of crap soon enough. Li Xiao turned to Shen Yuan with a smile. These are Secretary Kong and Secretary Liu from the Youth League Committee. Shen Yuan quickly stood up. Hello, Secretary Kong. Kong Zomping nodded and got straight to the point. Shen Yuan, do you have time tonight? We'd like to invite you to dinner. Talk about the startup base. Tonight? Sure, I'm free. Shen Yuan nodded casually. Secretary Kong immediately beamed. Great. I'll book a place now. It's getting late anyway. Let's go and have a proper chat. And with that, the 3 leaders walked out with Shen Yuan in the middle, leaving a hallway full of stunned students whispering behind them. Bro Peng. Doesn't really look like they're trying to detain Shen Yuan. It's more like officials showing up for an inspection. Li Jianpeng scoffed. Obviously, they're saving face for him. Even in the news, criminals wear hoods during escort. Come on, stop talking crap, Huang Mao shot back. They're taking our bro out to dinner. 2 secretaries. Imagine how big that is. Seriously, what kind of boss move did Shen Yuan pull to get the school leadership to treat him like this? Huang Mao's voice dripped with sarcasm. I Jianpeng turned red with anger. And the others, they realized Shen Yuan wasn't in the same league as them anymore. Soon, the 4 of them arrived at a private room in a fancy restaurant. Secretary Kong got straight to the point. Shen Yuan, tell us your plans and any conditions. I want to fully understand your vision. Since you want me to invest, Shen Yuan replied calmly, then my conditions must be met. Don't worry. They won't conflict with the school's interests. Secretary Kong nodded. No need to hold back. Speak freely. All right, Shen Yuan said, voice firm. I want full autonomy, meaning who gets funding and how much will be decided solely by me. The school doesn't interfere. What? That's not how we operate. Liu Zhaojiang immediately frowned, but Secretary Kong gestured for him to quiet down. Let him finish. Shen Yuan, this kind of setup involves multiple parties. Letting the investor have full control might not be so simple. The school still has to ensure students we support actually succeed. Shen Yuan nodded. You're right, Secretary. But without funding, success is just talk. Think of me as the base's acting director that why money doesn't just want to nurture talent. It wants to produce profits. And that's something both you and I care about. With that, Shen Yuan stopped talking that he had money and he was willing to invest, but he wasn't handing out charity. His system-driven mission was clear: build wealth, grow businesses, earn prestige, become a tycoon. He knew one thing. He'd need elite talent to manage his empire. Rather than recruiting outsiders in the future, why not use this startup base to cultivate a loyal, in-house team from day one? More importantly, the system required him to engage with a large number of female NPCs. Where else could he find more approachable, charming, and easily unlockable girls than on a college campus? Besides, the female students at Xingqing University were famously the best looking in the city. I'll need to hold a meeting with the Education Bureau before giving you an official answer. Secretary Kong's tone was polite but firm. Shen Yuan simply nodded. He knew something like this would take time and red tape. And so, The dinner wrapped up amidst clinking glasses and polite conversation. By the time they left the restaurant, it was already late. Secretary Kong checked the time, then turned to Li Xiao. Teacher Li, Shun Yuan's had some drinks. He can't drive. Why don't you give him a ride back? We'll head off first. Wow, your new car's really spacious. Once in the vehicle, Li Xiao seemed a little tense. After all, this was that internet-famous SUV. Most people couldn't even dream of affording it. I've always driven sedans. Thought I'd try out an SUV this time, Shin Yuan said casually. Just as Li Xiao was buckling her seatbelt, her phone rang. Li Meng? What? You got rescheduled and can't help with the move. It's fine. I'll just book a van service. Don't worry, I've got it. Shin Yuan realized it was her younger sister calling. You're moving? He asked curiously. Li Xiao nodded. Yeah, in 2 days. Our lease is ending, so my sister and I are switching apartments. Wanting to help? Shin Yuan offered. Li Xiao hesitated. That's not really appropriate. This is a brand new car. I feel bad scratching it or something. I'll just book a moving van. It's just a car, not an heirloom, Shin Yuan replied casually. And helping a teacher out? That's just what a good student should do. Li Xiao waved her hand. No need to trouble you. Between the two of us, we've got a lot of stuff. All right, counselor. Enough dodging. Helping you move isn't exactly a big deal, Shin Yuan said casually. Then, okay. Li Xiao finally agreed. Realizing any more refusal would just feel awkward, as she glanced at Shin Yuan, she suddenly blushed. His face was sharp and defined. If not for the teacher-student dynamic, he was actually kind of handsome. Wait a second, so eager to help me move? And that bag he gave me before? Maybe Li Meng was right. He does have feelings for me. And that bag? He claimed it was a knockoff, but with his financial situation, no way that wasn't real. With that in mind, she asked carefully, Shin Yuan, do you remember the bag you gave me before? Shin Yuan looked over. Of course. Why? You said it was a fake back then. Before she could finish, Shin Yuan cut in. Actually, it was the real deal. But hey, I'm not short on cash now. So, giving a nice gift to a favorite teacher. He froze mid-sentence and quickly corrected himself. Wait, I meant a respected teacher, not favorite like that. But that explanation only made things worse. Li Xiao's face turned even redder. Oh, it really was that kind of meaning. But no, this is inappropriate. I'm older, and his teacher, she softly said, Shun Yuan. All right, let's go. No need to give me the usual not appropriate lecture. I'm not giving up anyway. Shin Yuan knew Li Xiao wasn't like the others. She needed something slower, more genuine, and he was willing to take his time. Before long, they pulled up to the school gate. Are you going home tonight? She asked. Nope, Shin Yuan replied. No room for me at home. I'll sleep in the dorm. Then I'll leave the car here. You can drive it tomorrow. She handed him the key. But in the very next moment, Shin Yuan leaned in and gently kissed her on the cheek. For that split second, time froze. The world went completely still. Li Xiao was shocked. This guy was getting bolder by the day. First, he kissed her during dinner at home, then in the office, and now he dared to do it again in public? What a shameless rogue. Shin Yuan, you shameless brat, she snapped and stormed off. Shin Yuan watched her retreating figure, a smirk curling on his lips. It's fine. I'll just blame it on the alcohol tomorrow. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Chun Na. Shin Yuan, are you still at school? Ms. Lin Yuchong left some stuff at the cafe. Could you help unlock it for her? She's on her way, and I'm too far to make it in time. Sure, I'll go. 10 minutes later, Shin Yuan arrived at the cafe. A striking silhouette was waiting at the door. Sorry for the trouble, Lin Yuchong said with a soft smile. I forgot to take my kids' toys last time. No problem at all, Shin Yuan replied as he pulled out the key and unlocked the door. He flipped on a light while she headed to the bar counter and began looking around. She gathered a few toy cars and plastic diggers, gently tucking them into a bag with careful hands. How old is your kid? Shin Yuan asked casually, just to make conversation. 3.5. A real handful, she chuckled. Then she reached under the counter and pulled out 2 bottles of wine, placing them into a separate bag. Shin Yuan blinked. Did she often drink alone here? After packing everything, Lin Yuchong walked to the door but paused, glancing back at the cafe with a complicated look in her eyes. What's wrong? Can't bear to leave. Xin Yuan asked. She gave a faint smile. Not exactly, just remembering all the nights this place got me through. You know, you can always come back to visit, Xin Yuan said softly, that he couldn't help but think. Women really are emotional creatures. But deep down, he figured it wasn't just the place that made her sentimental. Most likely, it had something to do with her relationship with that guy, Zhang Xianyong. If it weren't for heartbreak, she wouldn't be drinking alone in a cafe at night. I don't think I'll be coming back, Lin Yuchong replied with a faint shake of her head. Then how about a drink together? Xin Yuan nodded toward the wine in her bag with a playful grin. She tucked a few stray hairs behind her ear and gave a charming smile. Is that really appropriate? What's inappropriate about it? Xin Yuan raised an eyebrow. Only one dim light hung above them. Xin Yuan picked a table at random and sat down, while Lin Yuchong brought over 2 wine glasses and took a seat across from him. You look troubled, he said, uncorking a bottle and pouring her a glass. Let me guess, it's about your family? Lin Yuchong blinked, slightly surprised. How did you know? Xin Yuan chuckled. I know your husband, Zhang Xianyong, right? General manager at that car dealership. Heard a few things about him. Chen-na, your friend? She used to work under him, but quit because of him. Lin Yuchong's eyes widened. Wait, you mean he did something to Chen-na, too? Xin Yuan shook his head. Not exactly. He kept harassing her, so she finally had enough and left. Lin Yuchong sighed in relief. Well, at least nothing worse happened. Otherwise, that'd be one more crime on his record. She took a sip of wine, then muttered, I've been preparing to file for divorce. I've gathered plenty of evidence, affairs, messages where he blackmailed his employees. We've been married for 5 years. I never thought he was this kind of man. But still, he's my kid's father. I'm scared the divorce will mess up the child's mental state. Growing up in a single-parent family can be hard. Xin Yuan looked her in the eye. That's exactly why you need to end it. The longer you stay in a toxic environment, the more harm it does to you and to your kid. The right choice isn't always the easy one. Lin Yuchong's gaze toward Xin Yuan had subtly changed. She used to see him as just a generous, cheerful young man. But tonight, his calm demeanor and quiet maturity caught her off guard. He had a natural charm, sharp features, a roguish grin that somehow wasn't annoying. It was something she had never experienced with Zhang Xianyong. She used to believe that judging a man by his looks was shallow. But now, she realized, being around someone who was pleasant to look at really did make everything feel lighter. Lost in thought, she suddenly said, Thank you. No need for that, Xin Yuan replied, his tone warm. He didn't shy away from her bashful glance. Meanwhile, the wine bottle on the table had quietly run dry. Shall we go? She suggested as she stood up. Yeah, Xin Yuan nodded, rising to his feet and following her toward the door. But just a few steps out, Lin Yuchong stumbled with a soft gasp. Her high heel had caught on something, throwing her off balance. Xin Yuan reacted quickly, catching her by the waist. A wave of her perfume lingered in the air between them. Flushed and a bit shaken, she whispered, Sorry, I lost my footing. Then, without warning, she tiptoed, wrapped her arm around his neck, and planted a light kiss on his cheek, quick as a breeze. Before he could react, she grabbed her bag and the plastic sack and rushed out of the cafe. Xin Yuan stood there, stunned, touching his cheek. Wait, that's it? Just one kiss. Outside, Lin Yuchong felt like her heart was about to leap out of her throat. She had no idea what came over her. Must have been the alcohol. Thinking back, she already regretted it. For years, she had kept her distance from other men, living like a proper wife. Never had she done anything so reckless. Xin Yuan glanced at the time, 10:40 p.m. The dorm had definitely locked up by now. After a brief hesitation, he called Chen-na. Hey, I'm locked out. Can I crash at your place tonight? I promise I won't do anything. Just a hug. That's all. 20 minutes later, he stood outside her door. After 2 knocks, Chen-na, dressed in her pajamas, hurriedly came to open it. The moment she opened the door, a wave of beer fumes hit her nose. Her brows furrowed instinctively. Oh my God. How much did you drink? Half a case. Maybe, Shin Yuan replied lazily. Seeing him like that, Chen Na couldn't help but worry. Sit down first. I'll make you some tea to sober up. And take a shower. You're stinking up the place. But just as she turned around, Shin Yuan suddenly lunged forward and hugged her from behind. Wait, don't go? I need a hug. So this is your definition of just a hug? Chen Na glared. Shin Yuan clung to her, trying to act innocent. Come on. Nah. You know I'm a gentleman. A gentleman? She snapped, instantly recalling the past. The first time, he tricked her with just a glass of water. The second time, he said it was for training. And now, just a hug and nothing else? Seriously? She sighed, fuming. I swear, why do I keep falling for your lame excuses? Moments later, they were in the bedroom. Nah. Is our trust really that fragile? Shin Yuan tried to play the emotional card. Chen Na crossed her arms and pointed coldly to the far side of the bed. You said just a hug, right? Then take your own blanket. You can hug me from a distance. Shin Yuan was just about to slip under the covers when her icy glare froze him mid-motion. He muttered to himself. She went along with it the last 2 times. I thought she was warming up to me. Guess she still got her guard up, but hey, the night is long. Plenty of chances ahead. Suddenly, he sneezed and rubbed his nose. Nah, your AC is freezing. Chen Na sat up, reaching for the air conditioner remote. But Shin Yuan had been waiting for this. Like a slippery eel, he dove straight under her blanket. No need to adjust anything. If we share the same blanket, it won't be cold. See? Nice and warm now, isn't it? The next morning, Shin Yuan sat up in bed and noticed a neatly folded set of clothes on the nightstand, along with a handwritten note from Chen Na. I've gone to the cafe. Bought you a new t-shirt and jeans like you usually wear. Socks are by the shoe rack. I'll wash your dirty clothes, but they're still drying. Breakfast is in the steamer, buns and congee. Heat it up if it's cold when you wake. Reading that, Shin Yuan felt his chest tighten. Damn, where do you even find a woman like this? Definitely deserves a reward. Bought her a house last time. Maybe a car this time. Right then, his phone buzzed. It was a video call from Lumeng Lu. The moment he picked up, her sultry voice came through. Shin Yuan, when are you coming to the gym? I've been waiting for you. He held the phone away and shook his head. Seriously? First thing in the morning. This is Na's best friend. Eyes forward. Don't look. Don't react. But Lumeng Lu flashed a teasing smile. Why are you holding the phone so far away? Afraid I might eat you? Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow, lips curling into a smirk. This woman's clearly flirting with me. Well then, guess it's time I taught this top-tier trainer a lesson in her own language. Just as Shin Yuan was about to launch into full flirt mode with Lumeng Lu, a call from his advisor interrupted everything. Talk about a buzzkill. He quickly turned back to the video chat. Gotta go. Something important just came up. Lumeng Lu pouted playfully, but waved her hand. All right, I'll let you off this time. Talk later. He answered the call. On the other end, Li Zhao's excited voice rang out. Good news. The school board and the education office both approved it. Promotions can start in a couple of days. Once all the applications are in, I'll be the one reviewing them. Shin Yuan seized the moment. Oh, by the way, can we add fields for height, weight, and a passport-size photo on the form? Li Xiao paused. Huh, why would you need those? What do height and weight have to do with starting a business? Shin Yuan replied with a straight face. Everything. A person's posture and look reflect their self-discipline. A good entrepreneur should have presence. You know me, I've got high standards. Li Xiao felt something was off, but couldn't quite put her finger on it. Blushing a little, she said, all right then, I'll ask the student union to coordinate with you. Just as they were about to end the call, Li Xiao hesitated, then softly asked, Shin Yuan, my sister and I are moving tomorrow morning. Would you be free to help? That hit him like a bolt of lightning. He jumped out of bed, nearly knocking over the blanket. Free? Absolutely free. I'll be there on time. Count on me. Half an hour later, just as Shin Yuan finished breakfast and was about to head out, his phone buzzed again. Lumeng Lu calling. What are you doing? Didn't you say you'd be here in a bit? It's been ages. Are you ghosting me? Shin Yuan sighed and explained patiently. I'm actually heading to the design firm to talk over the villa plans. It's serious business. Hearing that, Lu immediately perked up. Well, can I come too? I'll just be a cute little third wheel, I promise. He laughed. You're calling yourself a third wheel and still want in? But hey, if you really want to tag along, fine. I could use a mood booster during negotiations. Truth be told, for all her antics, Lu was great at reading the room, and having a knockout like her nearby never hurt in business talks. You said it. No take-backs, she giggled like a schoolgirl. I'll be waiting at the gym. Come pick me up. Before long, Shen Yuan arrived at the fitness center. As he stepped out of the car, a cocky male voice rang out from nearby. Hey bro, waiting on someone? Let me guess, a girl. Shen Yuan gave a calm nod. The guy smirked smugly. Your ride's not bad. Good enough to pull basic girls. But if you want to chase real high-end goddesses, you need something like my baby here. He dangled a flashy key fob, and the G-Class SUV behind him blinked its lights. Shen Yuan didn't even flinch. Nice car, he replied coolly, but it's not about what you drive. It's about who's willing to sit in your passenger seat. Right on cue, Lu stepped into view, wearing sleek athletic that hugged her curves. With a killer combo of sculpted features and smoldering charm, she practically turned the sidewalk into a runway. Just as Shen Yuan moved to greet her, the guy with the G-Wagon rushed forward instead. Lu, finally off work? I've been waiting forever. Let's grab lunch, my treat. Lu smiled politely, gently waving her hand. Sorry, I already made plans today. I even messaged you earlier. In her eyes, this so-called G-Wagon guy might be rich, but most of it came from daddy. Compared to Shen Yuan, who had real control over his assets, this guy didn't even register. But Mr. Fan wasn't giving up. No worries, Lu. I can tag along. Lunch is on me. Let's all go together and make it a party. That's when Shen Yuan finally stepped forward, cool as ever. Sorry, bro. I've got a weird personal rule. I try to avoid eating with guys who drive G-Wagons. Lu blinked in surprise, but quickly recovered. She simply turned to Shen Yuan with a smile and said, let's go. Then, without hesitation, she opened the passenger door and got into his car like she owned it. Mr. G-Wagon stood frozen, watching the woman he'd been chasing for weeks casually ride off with another man. What the hell? I drive a $2 million SUV and still lost to this broke-looking guy in some entry-level sedan. Inside the car, Lu tried to play it cool. That fan guy? He's a VIP at our gym, dumped a ton of cash into his membership. His family's got some money. That G-Wagon costs over $2 million. He's been chasing me for a while, but I never said yes. Shen Yuan drove in silence, replying only with vague and yes sounds. Lu pouted, visibly annoyed. What's with you today? You're being so not you. Shen Yuan gave her a sideways glance, a smirk playing on his lips. What am I supposed to say? You got other guys chasing you. Just trying to maintain some emotional distance, to preserve my dignity. Of course, he knew exactly what she was doing. Classic emotional bait, trying to stir up some jealousy. But he wasn't taking the bait that easily. Instead, he chuckled and added, come on, men only get energetic when they're working out, or about to. And since you won't play ball with me, I'm running low on motivation. Lu blushed instantly, giving him 2 light punches with her little fists. Shen Yuan, you're so annoying. Are all guys like you this pervy? Shen Yuan put on an innocent face. I was talking about basketball. You're the one with a wild imagination. Lu rolled her eyes so hard they almost got stuck. Basketball? Please. Don't think I didn't notice how you snuck upstairs with Na last time at the cafe the moment I left. Don't play dumb. I know exactly how your brain works. Shen Yuan winced internally. Great, she's never letting that go, is she? He quickly changed the subject. Aren't you usually super busy? How do you have time to hang with me today? Lu smirked proudly. Of course I'm busy, but I postponed several personal training sessions just for you. If you feel even a little guilty, then treat me to something amazing later. No problem. $1 billion meal? Name the place. He teased with a grin, her cheeks flushed red. Ugh, you're impossible. Always flirting. Seeing her flustered, Shen Yuan decided to ease off. All right. Let's grab lunch first. Then we'll head to the design firm. At 2:30 in the afternoon, Shun Yuan brought Lu Meng Lu to Guantang Interior Design. The moment they stepped in, a professional staff member greeted them. "Hello, Mr. Shun. I'm Fu Jingmei, the lead designer. Let's head to the conference room." She pulled up the presentation. "Based on your budget and style preferences, we've prepared 3 concepts: modern European luxe, neo-oriental, and minimalist contemporary. You can take a look and let us know what direction you'd like to refine." As the elegant floor plans appeared, Lu Menglu gasped. "Wow, these designs are gorgeous. But wait, Xin Yuan, how much is your renovation budget?" Xin Yuan answered casually, 20 million. Her eyes went wide, almost popping out her head. 20 million just for renovations? And the villa already cost over 10 million? That's nearly 30 million total. His net worth might be way higher than I thought. At that moment, Lu Menglu finally realized she had completely underestimated Shun Yuan's true capabilities. She bit her lip, thoughts racing. Okay, those old tricks clearly aren't enough. Time to step it up. 15 minutes later, Shun Yuan stood up after reviewing the plans. "Miss Fu, please incorporate the adjustments I just mentioned. Once it's revised, send it over and I'll take a closer look. I've also scheduled a meeting with another firm. I'll decide after comparing both." Fu Jingmei smiled professionally. "Of course, Mr. Shun. Comparing options is wise." Then she added casually, "By the way, do you happen to be free tonight? Our GM, Mr. Wan, would love to treat you to dinner." Xin Yuan hesitated. "I haven't even signed anything yet. A dinner might be a bit premature, don't you think?" Fu Jingmei interrupted with a gentle smile. "Oh, no pressure. Mr. Wan just wants to get to know you better. Nothing formal." Since she insisted, Xin Yuan nodded in agreement. As they walked out, Fu Jingmei was already beaming internally. A 20 million renovation budget? One client like this could feed the company for a year. Definitely worth rolling out the red carpet. She returned to the office immediately and reported in. "Mr. Wan, Mr. Shun agreed to dinner tonight." GM Wan Renmin gave a satisfied nod. "Excellent. If he's willing to sit down and eat, that means we've got a real shot. This type of VIP, we can't afford to let slip." He paused. "Is he coming alone?" Fu shook her head. "No, he brought a woman. Doesn't seem like a girlfriend, though." Hearing that, Mr. Wan gave a knowing grin. "Not a girlfriend? Even better. Bring Insu Shiawei tonight. If we're landing a whale, we need to bait with the best." Meanwhile, in the car, Lu Menglu was still working her charm. She leaned slightly toward him and teased, "Shen Yuan, is the AC even on? It's so hot in here." When he didn't respond much, she quickly shifted gears. "By the way, where are we going next?" Shen Yuan glanced at the time and replied coolly, "Shouldn't you be heading back to work? Or are you planning to score another free dinner off me?" Lu Menglu grinned playfully. "Today, I'm just going to tag along with you. Eat your food, drink your drinks, your loyal little shadow." Shen Yuan burst out laughing. "My tag-alongs follow the full package deal, day and night. What's with this only daytime nonsense?" Lu Menglu blushed hard, punching him lightly. "You perv. Shen Yuan, your brain is seriously full of dirty thoughts." Even though she was complaining, she made no move to get out of the sea. It was obvious. She was already mentally prepared for overtime. Right then, her phone rang. It was her bestie, Ho Qianqian. "What are you doing?" "Just chilling in the car," Lu Menglu replied casually. Ho Qianqian immediately assumed the obvious. With Fan and his G-Wagon again, Lu Menglu scoffed. "Nope, I'm with Xin Yuan." That single sentence made Ho Qianqian explode. "Wait, what? Since when did you two start hooking up?" Lu Menglu smirked proudly. "Not hooking up, yet he just invited me to check out some renovation plans. He bought this insane villa, over 10 million. And get this, he's spending another 20 mil just on the interior." Ho Qianqian practically choked on air. "Are you kidding me? He just spent 3 mil buying Na Place yesterday, and now he's tossing another 30 mil into a house. Xin Yuan's not just a sugar daddy. He's the damn final boss." At that moment, Ho Qianqian's entire worldview started to crack. China already won the lottery. and ascended overnight. Now, even Lu Meng Lu, that sly little fox, was lining up to board the golden yacht. Why them? She screamed internally. Just because they're prettier than me. Bigger boobs? Longer legs? A full-blown jealousy meltdown began brewing deep in Ho Qianqian's soul. As the evening settled in, Wan Rinmin waited patiently at the entrance of Nanjing Pavilion. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Uncle Wan, you're dining here too." It was Lin Guangyao. Wan smiled, Xiao Yao. Just here to entertain a client. The moment Lin heard client dinner, he straightened up. Anyone who could get Uncle Wan to host in person wasn't ordinary. "I've got a dinner too," he said with a grin. "I'll come toast you later." As he turned to leave, Lin's eyes landed on the woman beside Wan, and his steps almost froze. Damn, when did Uncle Wan start rolling with girls this stunning? If he weren't going to be my father-in-law one day, I'd ask for a number on the spot. 2 minutes later, a sleek car pulled up to the curb. Shun Yuan stepped out, Lu Menglu gracefully following behind, her aura drawing every eye in the vicinity. One instantly stepped forward, beaming. Mr. Shun, sharp, punctual, and impressive as always. He glanced at Lu Menglu with a curious tone. "And this young lady, is she your girlfriend, perhaps?" Before Lu Menglu could answer, Shun Yuan smiled and waved it off. "Oh no, Mr. Wan, don't misunderstand. We're just friends. Her surname's Lu. She had some free time today, so she came along." Wan felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Not the girlfriend? Great. That means tonight's plan is still in play. Meanwhile, Lu Menglu pouted slightly. "Seriously? You clarify that fast? No one was even pressuring you, jerk." Once everyone was seated, Wan casually added, "Right, Mr. Shun, let me introduce someone. This is our company's design assistant, Su Xiuwei. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shun." Su Xiuwei stood up with a soft blush and extended her hand, her demeanor reserved but graceful. Her skin was smooth and pale, fingers light and gentle, radiating an unpolished innocence that stood in stark contrast to the more glamorous women usually in Shun Yuan's orbit. Noticing the subtle glance Shun Yuan gave Su Xiuwei, Wan Rinmin grinned inwardly. "Looks like Mr. Shun's interested. If we can build rapport tonight, locking the deal will be a breeze." He raised his glass with enthusiasm. "Mr. Shun, let's forget business for now. Tonight is all about friendship. Cheers!" Right on cue, Fu Jingmei gave Su Xiuwei a discreet nod, signaling her to go make her move. Su Xiuwei nervously picked up her glass, voice trembling. "Mr. Shun, I'd like to offer you a toast." Watching Shun Yuan clink glasses one by one, Lu Menglu finally couldn't hold back. She leaned in with a playful tone. "Xiao Shan, aren't you going to toast with me too?" Without even looking up, Shun Yuan replied, casually, "You better save it. Who else is going to drive me later?" Lu Menglu blushed, puffing her cheeks in mock annoyance. "Ugh, fine. I'll be good. Listen to you." She couldn't tell if he was teasing or being thoughtful, but that feeling of "you take care of me, I've got your back," warmed her heart nonetheless. Before long, Su Xiuwei returned with another glass in hand, clearly gearing up for round two. Shun Yuan could see right through the setup. This was all part of Wan Renmin's scripted hospitality, but he didn't play along. Instead, he casually pointed at her teacup. "Tea's fine. No need to force yourself." Su Xiuwei blinked, uncertain, and instinctively glanced toward Mr. Wan as if seeking approval. Wan jumped in quickly with a laugh. "Mr. Shun is so considerate. Xiuwei's actually still a senior at Southern University. Smart girl, and she shares a lot of the same interests as you. Great chance for future interaction." He followed up immediately, nudging things forward. "Xiuwei, come on, add Mr. Shun on WeChat. Good connections are worth building." Lu Menglu rolled her eyes so hard she almost saw her own brain. There it is, the old fox finally shows his tail. Saying no business talk tonight, but every word is a setup for a deal. Then she glanced at Su Xiuwei's awkward, nervous posture and silently sighed. This girl's clearly a rookie. Getting shoved into a dinner like this just to pour drinks? That's basically softcore escorting. Just as she was roasting in her head, the private room door opened again. Lin Guangyao walked in with a drink in hand, grinning. "Uncle Wan, let me toast to you." Wan Renmin stood up cheerfully, clinking glasses with him in one smooth motion. He then gestured toward Shun Yuan. Xiao Yao, come meet Mr. Shun. You two are about the same age. Never hurts to make new friends. Lin Guangyao felt smug hearing that if Uncle Wan's personally introducing him, this guy must be loaded. Even if we don't do business, just knowing him makes for top-tier bragging rights. He walked over with a practiced smile until he saw who was sitting in the main seat. Shun Yuan, his whole face changed. What the hell is he doing here? Shin Yuan had been watching him the whole time. With a calm, slightly amused grin, he lifted his glass. Come on, Lin Guangyao, let's toast. Lin's smile twitched as his mind went into overdrive. Uncle Wan just told me to toast him. What am I now, a public foot liquor? No way. No. Freaking way. Sensing something off in the air, Wan quickly stepped in. Oh, you two know each other. Shin Yuan smiled and nodded. Yeah, we go way back. Wan laughed heartily. Perfect then. Xiao Yao, you probably didn't know, Mr. Shin just bought a villa at Green Bamboo Lake. He's dropping 20 million just on renovations through our company. The moment Lin Guangyao heard villa and 20 million on renovations, his brain just glitched. Hold up, what? A villa? 20 million? Since when did Shun Yuan go from broke boy to baller? Is his family secretly mining diamonds in some underground kingdom? He glanced at Shun Yuan, now the center of attention, and his soul took critical damage. Here I am kissing up to Uncle Wan like my life depends on it, and Shun Yuan's already a premium VIP? Damn it, I'm still stuck in level 1 while he's speedrunning the whole game. 2 seconds of silence. Then Lin clenched his jaw and accepted fate. Fine. I'll toast. I'll lick boots. If even Uncle Wan's doing it, then what's my pride worth anyway? Survival first. Fast forward 2.5 hours. The dinner was going great. Wan Renmin, sensing the timing was perfect, smiled and offered, Mr. Shun, how about we keep the party going? Bar? KTV. Shin Yuan turned to Lu Menglu, smirking. Coach Lu, you coming? Lu Menglu hesitated. Her figure didn't come easy. Strict diet, tight schedule, and zero nightlife. Clubs were usually off limits. Noticing her inner conflict, Shin Yuan made the decision for her. Don't push yourself. Go home, sleep early. Health is the real flex. Lu Menglu was about to nod when she caught a glimpse of Shun Yuan. Then, out of the corner of her eye, Su Shui. Her gut screamed, nope, not safe. If I back out now, someone else is going to swoop in. That someone has long hair and an innocent act. That girl, Su Shui, and Uncle Wan with his sly little grin, it suddenly all clicked. First the drinks, then the push. Next thing you know, she's helping him to the hotel room. Her heart raced. The way Shin Yuan looked at her tonight, if he gets drunk, something's definitely going to go down. If she gets ahead of me now, I'm losing a huge slice of the pie, and that's not happening. Lu Menglu's inner alarm blared at full volume. She made a silent vow on the spot. This catch is mine. No fox spirits allowed, especially not Su Shui. Suddenly, she shot up from her seat. I'm going, she said firmly. Absolutely going. And so, under Wan Renmin's lead, the group headed straight to Gold Diamond KTV, just a few blocks from the restaurant. Barely a few minutes into their booth session, Su Shui once again approached with a glass in hand, clearly aiming for another round with Shin Yuan. But this time, Shin Yuan gently stopped her hand. That's enough. You've had more than enough tonight. I'm guessing you're not used to scenes like this, right? If you don't like coming to these, then don't. It's just a job, not a life sentence. Su Shui looked up at him, her eyes full of conflicted emotion. She gave a slight shake of her head. Thank you, Mr. Shun. She didn't elaborate, but Shin Yuan could hear the unsaid truth behind those words. Girls from modest families didn't get to say no to this kind of thing easily. He let out a quiet sigh. From the side, Lu Menglu puffed her cheeks and grumbled, wow, look at you. So considerate. How come you never ask if I want to be here? Shin Yuan smirked. Coach Lu, you need me to ask? With that harem of yours? Like that G-Wagon guy. Bet he's texting you again right now. Lu Menglu flicked her hair, pretending to scoff. Ugh, you really know how to ruin a moment. But inside, she felt a twinge. Damn it, every trick I've used on him just falls flat. I came in thinking I'd tame him, and now he's got me wrapped around his finger. The room fell awkwardly quiet. Su Xiuwei quickly stepped up with a sweet smile. Mr. Shun, any song you'd like to hear? I can pick one for you. Shin Yuan leaned back, tapping his glass lazily. Up to you. The second she left, Lu Menglu slid over with a teasing grin. That look you gave her? If it had sparkles, I'd think you were filming a K-drama. Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow, smiling slyly. Really? I thought I look at everyone like that. Yeah, right. She rolled her eyes. You look at me like I'm dinner. No feelings, just appetite. Isn't that your charm? He smirked. Smart women always know how to package desire as deep affection. She blinked. So how does that end? He chuckled darkly. How else? Once you're in bed, no one cares who said what. Lu Menglu huffed. You seriously need a filter. One of these days I'm recording you and leaking it to your exes. Still, deep down, she couldn't deny it. At least he was honest. Better than the sweet-talking liars who faked love just to get under the sheets. Enough with the flirting, she muttered. People are still here, though her smile betrayed her protest. Just then, Wan Renmin returned with Su Xiuwei. Mr. Shun, Xiuwei picked a song for you. Time to show us those golden pipes. The party stretched into the late hours. Around 11 p.m., as things wrapped up, Wan Renmin clutched Shun Yuan's hand warmly. Mr. Shun, what a night. You're not just sharp, you've got taste. I'm serious, I want to work with you. That villa job? My team will treat it like it's my own home. Shin Yuan replied with a calm smile. I only reviewed 2 companies. Yours looks solid. If the numbers work out, you'll be my first call. Seeing the conversation winding down, Fu Jingmei stepped forward with a polite smile. Mr. Shun, we'll be heading out now. Let's catch up again soon. Shin Yuan was just about to mention Su Xiuwei when Fu Jingmei cut in smoothly. Don't worry. She's my apprentice. I'll make sure she gets home safely. Once the group had left, Shin Yuan turned to Lu Menglu and asked casually, You heading home? Wanting to call a car for you. She didn't answer directly, instead asking, What about you? Where are you going? Probably grabbing a hotel nearby. Lu Menglu blinked. You've got your own place, don't you? Why waste money on a room? He gave her a meaningful glance, smirking. Unless you'd rather take me in? Her cheeks instantly flushed red. She hadn't planned on taking things this far tonight, but the alarm bells in her head were loud and clear. Another second of hesitation, and this prize stud might end up in someone else's bed. Without thinking, she looped her arm through his and cooed, Don't get any ideas. I don't just bring men home, okay? I'm a respectable woman. Shin Yuan stared at her in disbelief. The affection meter above her head was practically glowing. I haven't even done anything. Why is her favorability spiking like Bitcoin? Clearing his throat, he pulled out his phone like a gentleman. So, Coach Lu, where do you live? I'll call you a car. She clung to his arm even tighter, voice dripping with syrup. I'm not going home. He raised an eyebrow. Then where are you planning to sleep tonight? She glared at him, cheeks puffed. What do you think, genius? I'm literally throwing myself at you. Quit playing dumb. Lu Menglu blushed so hard she could melt. Shin Yuan chuckled and ruffled her hair. This place is too cheap. Let's go somewhere that actually matches our vibe. In the car, Lu Menglu leaned into his chest and whispered nervously. Do you think you'll be gentler tonight? Don't be like that. Rough time at the cafe again. The driver kept sneaking glances through the rearview mirror, grinning wide. Damn, with a car and a girl like that, this guy's clearly winning at life. Soon, they pulled up to the city's most luxurious hotel. Without hesitation, Shen Yuan booked an executive suite for an entire month. The receptionist quoted the rate, $3,688 a night. That's $110,000 for the month. Lu Menglu's eyes widened in disbelief. But Shen Yuan didn't even blink. Just $110K? Easy. Give me room 01 on the 52nd floor. In his mind, he was already calculating. Affinity above 60, triple cashback, pure profit. Lu Menglu felt a flutter in her chest. Room 521. He really knows how to flirt. That's smooth. As soon as they entered, she dashed to the floor-to-ceiling window like an excited kitten. Wow, look at this view. Shin Yuan, come here. But from his angle, what he saw was her flawless silhouette, perfectly outlined by the city lights. A grin crept up his face. Nice window, might just make it tonight's arena. He stepped closer, wrapping his arms around her waist from behind, his voice low and sultry. Coach Liu, right now, all I see is you. Can we start the game? Lu Menglu turned crimson, her voice trembling. Shen Yuan, I haven't showered yet, maybe wait a little. Shen Yuan cut her off without hesitation. Shower later. His tone left no room for negotiation. Lu Menglu hesitated, then nodded. Oh, okay, but the curtains aren't closed. He smirked. Triple layer soundproof glass. We're on the 52nd floor. No one around here's got a better view. If they do see us, let him be jealous. You're such a jerk, she scolded, cheeks flushed with both shame and heat. Though she pretended to resist, her strength had long since melted away in his arms. And just like that, the silent battlefield ignited. By the time he opened his eyes again, the sun was already high, almost noon. He turned to the still sleeping Lu Menglu, a devilish grin creeping onto his lips. Didn't expect Coach Liu to be so sensitive. Nearly flooded the whole bed. Just thinking about it got his hands moving again. Lu Menglu stirred, groaning in protest. Shen Yuan, again? I only slept 4 hours. Can't you let me rest for once? Shen Yuan gently pinched her cheek, smirking. You think I don't care? Normally I can go all night. But for you, I held back. Lu Menglu flushed and smiled sweetly. All right. You win. Let me sleep a bit more. I need the energy to keep up with you later. Then she shyly added, and stop calling me Lulu. That's Nana's nickname. I'm not sharing that. He grinned. Fine, Coach Liu. You did great last night. So here's your reward. Sleep in as long as you want. When you're up, we're buying you a car. Anything under 3 million, your pick. Before he even finished, Lu Menglu shot upright like a rocket. Are you serious? Her face lit up like she just won the lottery. She dove into his arms and smothered him with kisses. Shen Yuan, I freaking love you. Shen Yuan chuckled. The more I spend, the more cash back I get, sure. But I gotta think about Nana too. I only spent 3 million on her house. If your car costs more, she might get salty. Lu Menglu quickly chimed in. Then I want a Porsche 911. I've loved that one for years. It's only around 2 mil. Shen Yuan nodded. Done. Consider it yours. She was practically bouncing. I remember talking to Nana about dream cars. She said she was more into Maseratis. Totally different vibes. He asked instinctively, she likes Maseratis? She tilted her head. Why? Planning to buy her one too? He nodded seriously. Hey, no point pretending. I've got a lineup to manage. Gotta keep things fair. You can't spoil the new and forget the old. Lu Menglu looked a bit sulky. Nana's already got a house and soon a car. Over 5 mil total, but she quickly perked up. It's fine. This is just the beginning. As long as I keep our dear sponsor happy, everything I want will come rolling in. Just then, her bestie Ho Qianqian texted, Menglu, did you really stay at the Grand Hyatt last night? Lu Menglu replied without hesitation, playing the pitiful card. Yeah, I got conquered last night. Qianqian immediately fired back. By who? Who else? Shen Yuan, obviously. I was too soft-hearted and just ended up going with him. She looked like a victim, but inside, she was doing victory laps. Ho Qianqian was about to explode. You too. First Nana, now you. Out of the 3 of us, why am I still the only one left behind? Is it because they've got better curves and prettier faces? She jabbed at her screen angrily. Lu Menglu's such an actress. She practically threw herself at him, and now she's pretending she got seduced. Shen Yuan glanced at Lu Menglu, eyes full of indulgence. Coach Liu, go pick the car yourself. Once you've decided, send me your account. I'll wire the money. Lu Menglu blushed and nodded shyly. Okay. Meanwhile, above her head, the affection bar was shooting sky high. Shen Yuan smirked to himself. After last night, it peaked at 82. Now it's already 86, getting close to that juicy 90-point bonus. Just as they stepped out of the hotel, his phone rang. It was Nana. She said gently, I've been practicing hand-pour coffee. When are you free to try some? He chuckled. Been a little busy lately, Hard to say when, but I'm thinking of buying you a car. Check some out if you got time. There was a pause on the other end. Then Nana softly replied, Didn't you just give me a house? Now a car too? Shin Yuan, don't waste money on me. I already have one. It's just for commuting, nothing fancy. This time, Shin Yuan didn't sugarcoat anything. Cut it out. I like spoiling my woman, especially the one I care about. Just pick your favorite ride. Nana hesitated, a little stunned by his tone. Something simple is fine. Just enough to get around. No need to go overboard. He scoffed. Simple? You my girl. Anything under 2 mil is an insult. And with your birthday coming up, this car's your gift. Don't worry about the money. If you really want to thank me, save it for when I see you next. His voice dropped suddenly. Nana, if something did happen between me and Lu Meng Lu, would you hate me for it? Silence stretched. Then came a soft, choked voice. It would hurt, but I know I can't stop you. The fact you told me means I still matter. Just don't tell me again. I'm not strong enough to hear it twice. That hit him harder than he expected. Nana, you're the only one I truly keep close. That spot in my heart. Locked. No one else has the key. She whispered. You've never said that to anyone else, right? He answered like a vow. Only you. Not even once to anyone else. She sniffled, then chuckled softly. I believe you. I don't need much, just a day or 2 a week. A coffee date, a simple dinner, that's enough. Shin Yuan paused, then sighed. You're not like the others, you're real. His voice turned gentle. I'll come see you tonight. You deserve it. Nana teased faintly. You mean actual quality time? He laughed. Of course. I'm nothing if not a gentleman. At least when I want to be. Nana couldn't help but laugh. Your morals? Since when did you have morals? Anyway, I've got customers. See you tonight, lover boy. After the call ended, Shen Yuan leaned against the wall, sighing dramatically. Damn, being a player is exhausting. How do those guys juggle 5 women and still sleep soundly? 30 minutes later, he showed up at his counselor's place right on time, only to find Li Xiao struggling to drag 2 oversized boxes through the doorway. He rushed over like a hero. Whoa, Director Li, let me handle these. Heavy lifting is my specialty. But as soon as he grabbed the box, the latch popped loose with a click. In the next moment, the box toppled, spilling a colorful avalanche of lace, silk, and suspiciously tiny garments across the floor. Shin Yuan froze. His eyes locked on the scene like a moth to flame. And yeah, his gaze got a little too curious. Li Xiao glared at him, her face crimson. Shin Yuan, are you seriously ogling pink ones? Or do you prefer white? Wait, don't tell me. Are you into the blue-gray ones too? Mortified, she dropped to her knees, frantically stuffing everything back into the box. Go grab the other box. This one is off limits. Not long after, Li Zhao's younger sister, Li Ming, arrived to help. There was just too much stuff. One trip wasn't going to cut it. You two go ahead and deliver this batch, she said, her eyes locked on Shen Yuan like a hawk guarding a nest, as if afraid he'd snatch her sister away the second she blinked. Knowing full well he'd just witnessed a walking embarrassment, Shen Yuan kept his mouth shut. Once Li Xiao sent in the address, he gunned the engine and shot off like he was fleeing the scene. The car ride was quiet until Li Xiao spoke softly, trying to ease the tension. Don't take it personally. My sister's just protective. She's not really targeting you. She wasn't always like this, she continued with a sigh. She had a boyfriend in college, bookish type with glasses. Looked super trustworthy. Everything was fine until they went long distance. She surprised him on Christmas, and bam, caught him red-handed in a hotel room with another girl. Shin Yuan practically barked. What a scumbag. Guys like that should be banned from society. Breathing the same air as them is a health hazard. Li Xiao giggled. You sure you're not one of them? I remember you weren't exactly lucky in love. Didn't Zhou wanting dump you right in front of the school gate? He sat up straight. That was a dark chapter, okay? But me? I'm a gentleman. Pure heart, clean slate. Then he shot her a sly grin. What about you, Director Li? What's your take on guys? She paused for a beat, then smiled faintly. I haven't had my heart broken, so I guess I'm not that guarded. If someone feels right, I'll go with the flow. As soon as the words left her lips, Li Zhao's face turned crimson, and her heartbeat kicked into overdrive. The air between them thickened. Neither spoke, but the tension spoke volumes. Shen Yuan quickly chuckled to break the silence. Relax, I was just messing around. You're acting like I proposed or something. Li Xiao bit her lip and turned to stare out the window, the blush refusing to fade. Deep down, a quiet question surfaced. If it hadn't been a joke, would I have said no? Over 2 hours later, Shen Yuan finally dropped the last moving box in the living room, dripping with sweat like he just finished boot camp. Ai Xiao immediately handed him a cold bottle of water, smiling sweetly. That's everything. Thank you so much. How about I treat you to dinner? Before she could even finish, Shen Yuan moved in. Using the water bottle as cover, he pulled her into his arms. You know, gratitude doesn't always need food. And just like that, he leaned down and kissed her, soft, warm, and completely unexpected. Li Xiao's eyes widened in shock, frozen in place. Her hands pressed against his chest instinctively, but they had no strength. It was like she was under a spell, her body refusing to resist. Just as the moment began to heat up, knock, knock, knock. A voice rang from outside. Sis, open the door, I forgot my keys. Shen Yuan instantly let go. Li Xiao jumped like she'd been caught in a crime. If my sister walks in now, I'm doomed. He cleared his throat and called out calmly. Coming. Give me a sec. Just as Shen Yuan turned to open the door, he realized Li Xiao was still leaning against him, her legs like concrete. I don't think I can move, she whispered. He gently wrapped an arm around her waist. Relax. I got you. With one smooth motion, he straightened her shirt, steadied her, and headed for the door. The moment Li Ming walked in, her eyes locked onto her sister. Why is your face so red? Don't tell me you got heat stroke. Li Xiao forced a laugh, waving it off. No, probably just overheated from carrying stuff. Internally, full-on panic. Thank God she didn't ask more questions. If she knew what almost happened, I'd never live it down. Shen Yuan, you've got guts, I'll give you that. Trying to shift gears, Li Xiao quickly changed the subject. All right, about that project, everything's set. The school assigned Fu Yingzi to assist you. You'll have your own office too. I'll send your contact info later. Shen Yuan had hoped to linger a bit longer, but with Li Ming acting as a human spotlight, he knew nothing else was happening today that he stood up reluctantly, forcing a smile. I should get going. As soon as he left, Li Ming pounced. Sis, you and Shen Yuan, what's really going on? Li Xiao flinched, visibly flustered. What are you talking about? Li Ming rolled her eyes. Come on, he's obviously into you. And you two? Way past the whole teacher-student line. Caught off guard, Li Xiao finally admitted it. I don't even know if it's real. I've never been in a relationship before. Li Ming sighed dramatically. Yup, you've caught feelings. I mean, if he wasn't your student, he wouldn't be the worst option. But something about him just feels unstable. Li Xiao's cheeks flushed again. So, you're not against it? Li Ming shrugged. Would it matter if I was? It's your life. But as your sister, I'll say this. Don't fall for the act. Watch him. See if he's really worth it. Meanwhile, back at the school cafeteria, Shen Yuan had just stepped through the door, not even fully inside, when a sweet, cheerful voice called out, Shen Yuan, over here. It was Fu Yingzi, the school broadcast station star and his newly assigned assistant. He walked over with a grin. Hope I didn't keep you waiting too long. Fu Yingzi shook her head with a cute smile. Not at all. I just got out of class myself. He teased. You sound way different than on the radio. Less official, more real. She giggled. Well, that's because I use different voices depending on a role. Talking face to face? This is my true voice. Then she smoothly pivoted to business. Secretary Liu already arranged for someone to help set up your office. I'll also be assisting you directly with your daily affairs, along with the student committee liaison work. Shen Yuan nodded approvingly. Sound good. I trust you'll handle it well. Fu Yingzi beamed. Absolutely. I'm excited to help. What she didn't say out loud. This was the perfect excuse to get closer to him, and I'm not wasting a second. Just as Shen Yuan was about to dive into planning, a tall guy stormed in, panting. Yingzi, there you are. I've been looking all over. It was Feng Zege, clutching a bubble tea like a peace offering. I know you just finished class, so I got your favorite coconut oolong. But the moment his eyes landed on Shen Yuan, His entire expression changed. His smile froze, his gaze darkened. Oh, the rival alert just went off. Shin Yuan kept a straight face but smirked inside. Who's this thirsty dude? One look, and he's ready to duel me in the parking lot. Fu Yingzi kept it polite but distant. Thanks, but I'm cutting back on sugar lately. I'll have to pass. Feng Zige stubbornly pushed the drink forward. I ran 5 kilometers and waited 25 minutes to get this. At least take it. Please. Fu Yingzi's tone dropped ice cold. Feng Zige, how many times do I have to say it? I said, I'm not drinking it. His face fell instantly, eyes darting towards Shin Yuan. Who is he? What is he to you? Staring like he'd been gut punched, Feng Zige finally turned and walked away, utterly defeated. Meanwhile, whispers began to ripple across the cafeteria. No way. Fu Yingzi just turned down the campus simp for Shin Yuan. At that exact moment, campus queen Feng Manhwa walked in and caught that last bit. Her eyes widened. Wait, what? Shin Yuan and Fu Yingzi? That's impossible. Her bestie leaned in, voice dripping sarcasm. You only went on 2 dates with him. Let's be real. Now that your family's back on top, the vultures are circling again. That did it. Feng Manhwa slammed her tray down. Oh, I have to see this shameless show for myself. She stormed over, dropped herself next to Shin Yuan, and pressed her shoulder against his, locking him in place. Hey, fancy seeing you here. Got class later. Shin Yuan kept his cool. Nah, just going over some committee work with Fu Yingzi. Feng Manhwa leaned in even closer, her tone syrupy sweet with possessive undertones. You've been skipping class a lot lately. Planning to flunk out completely? Fu Yingzi caught that and froze for a moment. Her eyes dimmed, and a bitter thought flashed by. So, she's his girlfriend? That explains everything. She stood up abruptly, forcing a polite smile. Shin Yuan, I got things to handle at the broadcast station. I'll head out first. And just like that, the cafeteria blew up with whispers. No freaking way. The goddess showdown is real. 2 queens, 1 guy. 1 simp got shut down, and now the real war begins. This is peak drama. Man, some guys get nothing. Others get a whole damn Royal Rumble. Shin Yuan's living a telenovela. After Fu Yingzi left, Feng Manhwa finally relaxed and smiled like nothing happened. So, what were you two talking about? Shin Yuan kept his tone calm. Just some logistics. She's assigned by the committee to help manage the startup base. But deep down, he sighed. Minhui's possessiveness is getting intense. Am I still allowed to work on campus in peace? Feng Manhwa pouted, her lips pink and perfect. I just wanted to spend more time with you. Haven't seen you in 2 days, but I've got class soon, so I'll head out. Just as she turned to leave, she paused, leaned in close, and whispered in his ear, Oh, and tonight, I'm craving a very large cold drink. Got it. As she strutted off like she owned the hallway, Shin Yuan smirked, that little tease. She says cold drink, but I know what she really wants. Then, ring ring. Another call.it was Lu Meng Lu. Babe, I found a car. After discounts, it's 2.52 million. I just sent you the payment link. Done, he said instantly. If you like it, buy it. Her voice quivered with excitement. You're the best tonight at the Grand Hyatt. I brought 2 new outfits you'll definitely want to see. That's when his smile faded. His brows furrowed in slow motion. Tonight's to-do list crashed into his brain all at once. Nana was expecting their apology date. Minhui hinted at a suggestive cold drink session, and Lu Menglu basically brought a fashion show to his hotel bed. This isn't a schedule. It's a live-action boss rush. Shin Yuan dragged a hand down his face. God help me. Who do I visit first tonight without triggering World War III? SOS. Urgent. Online crisis. Meanwhile, over at Dongxing District, Li Xiao and her sister Li Meng had spent the last 2 hours unpacking and setting up their new apartment. Just as Li Xiao was about to start cooking, Li Meng piped up, Hey sis, why not invite Shin Yuan over for dinner? After all, he did help out a lot today. It's only fair. Li Xiao froze for a second. Her cheeks instantly turned pink, and she nearly dropped the plate in her hands. Li Meng smirked. What's with that shy look? Just dinner, not a proposal. And don't worry, I'm here. If he dares act up, I'll knock him out with the frying pan. Under her sister's relentless nudging, Li Xiao finally sent a message. Shen Yuan, thanks again for your help today. Dinner's almost ready. Want to come over and eat with us? Shen Yuan stared at his screen and groaned internally. What is going on today? It's like every woman on my contact list made dinner plans, he sighed. Fine. Time to follow through on the counselor route. Not long after, he rang the doorbell. When Li Xiao opened the door and saw him, her mind immediately replayed that moment in the kitchen. Her cheeks lit up again. Come in, dinner's not quite ready yet. He grinned. No problem. I'll make myself at home then. As he stepped inside, he scanned the place with a smile. Impressive. You just moved in, and it already feels cozy. Definitely a woman's touch. Then he noticed something in sign of Li Meng that he headed toward the kitchen and casually asked, By the way, where's your sister? Haven't seen her around. At that moment, Li Xiao spotted Shen Yuan approaching the kitchen. Her body tensed up instantly. Shen Yuan, don't come in here. My sister's in the shower. She could walk out any second. He blinked, then chuckled playfully. Whoa, counselor, relax. I was just seeing if you needed help, or maybe sneak a taste of something good. Li Xiao flushed scarlet and waved him off frantically. No, it's almost ready. Just go sit down, please. He nodded casually, but his feet kept moving. Sure, just talking, that's all. He leaned in closer. Her voice trembled. Stop. This is already close enough. With a grin, Shen Yuan suddenly reached out and pulled her gently into a loose embrace. Li Xiao froze, panicking. Shen Yuan, no. My sister could walk in any second. Shen Yuan leaned close, his voice soft and teasing. Relax. Showers aren't that fast. We got plenty of time. His tone was light, but his touch was getting bolder. Li Xiao's face burned as she tried to stop him. Shen Yuan, don't. That's not okay. Before she could finish, he moved in suddenly, cutting off her words, not with a full-on kiss, but with something just as disarming. The space between them disappeared, and so did her ability to form sentences. 2 minutes later, the sound of the shower turning off broke the tension like a thunderclap. Li Xiao jolted, quickly stepping back. She straightened her clothes in a panic, face beet red, eyes unfocused like she was still lost in that dizzying moment. She whispered in a breathless warning, half scolding, half flustered. Shen Yuan, you can't keep doing that. If you push again, I won't speak to you. But Shen Yuan only chuckled softly. Counselor, you know I'm not just teasing. Soon, dinner was ready. 4 dishes and a steaming bowl of soup, all laid out neatly on the table. Shen Yuan's eyes widened. Counselor, this is gourmet level. I swear, Flavors of the Planet needs to film in your kitchen. Li Xiao blushed and lowered her head, too shy to respond. But Li Meng wasn't having it. Cut it out, Casanova. That stuff doesn't work on my sister. Then she suddenly changed gears, narrowing her eyes. All right, Shen Yuan, serious question. How many girlfriends have you had? 2. He replied calmly. Li Meng raised an eyebrow. Only 2. He almost choked on his rice. Just 2? Technically, not wrong. Point 1 in high school, 1 in college. Zhou wanting. The others? Nana, Lulu, Minhui, still flying under the radar. Li Meng let out a quiet her tone unreadable. So you're decently experienced. But her thoughts were less chill. My sister's basically a romance rookie. If he's too slick, she might get hurt. Shen Yuan caught the subtle tension in her eyes and chuckled internally that if she knew about the full roster, she'd probably flip the whole table. And this ain't even the final boss round yet. Li Meng kept going. Do you have any siblings? Shen Yuan replied smoothly. Yeah, 1 little sister. Senior year of high school. She just turned 18. And with that, the interrogation continued. For 30 straight minutes, Li Meng asked everything from family background to romantic history, like she was prepping a background check. By the end of it, Shen Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. If she's digging this deep, that means Li Xiao's definitely mentioned me. She's warming up, and her sister's not shutting the door either. Progress unlocked. Feeling a little bold, he nudged Li Xiao's ankle under the table with his foot. She nearly jumped out of her seat, retracting her leg like she touched lava. Shen Yuan, Are you out of your mind? My sister's right here. But he just grinned and nudged again, like nothing happened. Li Xiao panicked. Terrified of being caught, she stood up quickly. I am going to slice some fruit. Just as she headed toward the kitchen, Shen Yuan gently reached out and caught her wrist. No need, counselor. It's late, and you've both had a long day. Don't worry about the fruit. I'm good. Li Meng stared at her sister's back, eyes narrowing. Something's off. She's too quiet, too obedient. That's not my usual sister. She doesn't look in love. She looks under siege. She turned back to him. You sure you don't want to stay a little longer? Shen Yuan smiled and waved her off. I've got some things to handle tonight. I'll swing by another time. As he walked out, he couldn't help but smirk. Point one battlefield down. Gotta know when to hold and when to fold. Push too far, and I lose the war. Besides, the next arena is waiting. Once the door closed, Li Meng turned to her sister, nudging her lightly. I got all the answers you didn't dare ask. My advice? Don't fall too fast. Keep testing him. Li Xiao nodded absent-mindedly. Yeah, he's more mature than most guys I've met. But that boldness of his, it's kind of scary. Li Xiao slowly sat down, her heart still pounding as she leaned against the coffee table. We're not even officially together yet. But my defenses up top and in the middle, already in ruins. She bit her lip in frustration. At 8T this rate, 1 or 2 more encounters, and the bottom line's going to collapse too. I won't even have an excuse to resist anymore. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Shen Yuan had already launched his next campaign. The moment he saw Chen Na, he didn't even let her settle in. He dragged her straight back to the apartment. Wait, what? She protested. Weren't we going to the cafe to try my new latte recipe? Why the sudden U-turn? He ignored her confusion, leading her inside with a smirk. Hey, do you still have that gray suit? The one with the black stockings? Chen Na instantly understood, pouting. Really, Shen Yuan? You promised a proper, respectful evening. You said you wanted to restore my trust in you. He rummaged through the closet, grinning like a teenager. This is proper. I'm offering premium emotional compensation, worth billions. In the end, she gave in and changed. Standing in front of the mirror in her gray blazer and stockings, she muttered with exasperation. Why are men like this? There's nothing to unwrap anyway. Wouldn't it be easier without all the drama? Shen Yuan didn't answer right away. Instead, he gave her a sly smirk and leaned in, whispering, Don't worry, you'll understand very soon. An hour and a half later, the room was soaked in heat and tension, each round only making things more intense. Suddenly, the system chimed in frowny face target update. Chen Na's affection level has surpassed 90. Emotional bond upgraded. Ding. Milestone reached. Rewards granted exclusive skill card ×1. 5 million vehicle fund. Link plus? Shen Yuan's eyes widened to the final reward. Wait, what? Is that what I think it is? He chuckled devilishly. Nah, looks like tonight's not over yet. You might want to stretch a bit more. Right on cue. Chen Na gasped as she noticed something different. Wait a sec, Shen Yuan, what's going on with you tonight? He leaned close, voice a smooth whisper in her ear. Didn't you always wonder why guys are into this outfit thing? Well, he grinned wickedly tonight. I'm giving you the full answer. Satisfied yet? After nearly 3 hours of nonstop intensity, Chen Na collapsed on the couch, barely able to catch her breath. Shen Yuan, what the hell was that? You feel completely different. He leaned back lazily against the headboard, smirking. What do you mean by different? Chen Na thought for a moment, cheeks flushed. I don't know, it just felt more intense, more satisfying. Seeing her so flushed and content, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smile. That look right there, that's the ultimate compliment a man can get. He chuckled to himself. If I can level up again, who knows how far this could go? With that thought, he opened the newly unlocked, exclusive skill pack from the system. His eyes lit up. A screen full of skills popped up. 2 of them immediately caught his attention. First, combat skills. When you've got money and women, trouble's bound to find you. Better be ready to throw hands. Second, appliance repair, just in case something breaks at the counselor's place. Perfect excuse to show up, fix things, and maybe stir up some sparks while he's at it. He pictured her handing him a glass of water, dabbing sweat from his forehead, cheeks faintly pink. Damn, this repair gig's got real potential. Even better, note, instant mastery. No training required. Click to activate. Looking back at the loot, Shun Yuan saw a clear pattern. The second heroine's rewards were leagues above the first. Oh, what about the third girl? Once she hit 90, he grinned wickedly. All right, time to push the next progress bar. Just as things were starting to settle down, Chen Na's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, and her face instantly went pale. Mom, what? That's serious? Do you have enough money? I could transfer it now. No, don't worry. I'll come home first thing in the morning. But promise me, call me immediately if anything else happens. After she hung up, her face was a storm of panic and guilt. Shen Yuan stepped forward, his voice soft but firm. What happened? You can tell me. Shen Na's voice broke as she spoke. It's my dad. He ended up in the hospital again. Drank too much. He already has high blood pressure. And it's all my fault. They've been begging me to come home for blind dates, and I kept making excuses. If I just gone back like they asked, maybe he wouldn't have gotten this upset. Tears streamed down her face as her voice cracked. Seeing her like that, Shun Yuan didn't hesitate. He pulled her into his arms and held her close. Do you want to go back now? I'll drive you. She shook her head. Mom said traveling at night's not safe. She told me to leave in the morning. He nodded and gently whispered, Don't worry. Whenever you need me, I'll be there. Hearing his gentle promise, Chen Na's heart softened, but reality quickly caught up to her. We're not officially together yet. And with my dad in the hospital, showing up with a guy might only stir up more trouble. She smiled faintly and shook her head. Thanks, Shen Yuan, but I'll go home alone. He didn't push it. Instead, his voice grew serious. All right, but if anything happens, call me. Need money? Surgery? A hospital transfer? Just say the word. I'll take care of the rest. By the time he woke up the next morning, Chen Na was already gone. But on the table, she had left a carefully packed breakfast just for him. He took a bite and couldn't help but smile. Out of all three girls right now, Nana's easily the gold standard. She's caring, sensible, low maintenance, and never causes drama. Unlike Meng Lu with her little gold-digging moments, or Hui Hui who's got the emotional grip of a mob boss, he nodded to himself. Yeah, Nana's definitely wife material. Just as he finished breakfast, a video call popped up from Fu Yingzi. As soon as she appeared on screen, she beamed at him. Shen Yuan, I finished cleaning your office. I sent over a few desk sets. Pick your favorite, and I'll place the order right away. He chuckled lazily. Up to you. I'm good with whatever. Perfect, I'll get it all ordered. And keep you posted once everything's set up. After hanging up the call, Shen Yuan nodded with quiet approval. She's got the right mindset. Doesn't matter how well the job's done, just taking initiative like that already puts her way above average. Meanwhile, in another corner of the startup center, Feng Zigue came slinking up again like a loyal mutt. Yingzi, what's next? I'm here to help. Just say the word. But Fu Yingzi didn't even bother hiding her annoyance. Help? Help with what? She snapped. You don't work in sanitation. You're not in the student council. Why are you always hovering like a mosquito? She glared at him. One more step behind me, and I swear I'll blow up. Try me. Zigue stood frozen, heart sinking. I've chased her for 3.5 years, and she dumps me like this? Meanwhile, Shen Yuan shows up yesterday and already gets flirty video calls? All because he's rich and has a pretty face? That's all it takes now. But Fu Yingzi was laser-focused. This startup project? Total money pit. Anyone willing to throw cash at it is either dumb or loaded. But Shen Yuan tossed 10 million like he was paying for lunch. If that's pocket change, his real wealth must be in the billions. And he's only 21. 20. Freaking. 1. Even if I can't be his girlfriend, being his assistant, secretary, or even a glorified sidekick, anything that keeps me close, that's still a golden ticket to a whole new level of life. Right now, Fu Yingzi had only one mission. Show her worth, skill, initiative, and sharp instincts. This is a once-in-a-lifetime rope, and I'm not letting go. Meanwhile, Chen Na had just rushed back to her hometown. She was ready to head straight to the hospital. until her mom stopped her cold at the front gate. What she saw next made her freeze. Her critically ill father was lounging on the couch, chatting away, full of energy like he just won the lottery. Chin's mom gave a sheepish smile. Well, sweetie, your dad's fine. We just needed to lure you home. You're turning 27 next month and still single. Look at Xiaoli and Ting Ting. 2 kids each already. You think we're not worried? Just then, someone in the living room stood up and beamed. Nana, you're back. Perfect timing. Let me introduce you. This is Dong Chi-tao. Came all the way from the city. Bright future, great family, and guess what? He's your cousin's best friend. Annie hyped him up like she was pitching a stock investment. Chi-tao runs his own company now, manages dozens of employees, makes millions a year, bought his car and house outright. A royale catch. She threw him a not-so-subtle look. Dong Chi-tao caught on instantly, pulling out his car keys and twirling them like he was holding a golden ticket. Ah, nothing fancy. Just a little BMW 5 Series. Chen-na almost cringed. Seriously? Is this a job interview or an audition for worst actor? Still, she held back her sarcasm and nodded out of politeness. Sounds okay. But the man wasn't done. He grinned and pulled out a jewelry box. Annie, I brought some wine and cigarettes for Uncle. And this little something for you. Picked it up from Old Temple Gold. Real 24K. Cost about 3 grand. Nothing too extravagant. Chen's mom lit up like a Christmas tree. Oh my, so generous. You really know how to win hearts. 3 grand? What a solid young man. Annie chimed in like a hype woman on commission. Just look at Chi-tao. So thoughtful, so respectful to elders. He's husband material, no doubt about it. Chen's dad joined in cheerfully. Come sit down, don't just stand there. Let's all chat a bit. Before things got worse, Chen-na dragged her mother into the bedroom. What are you doing, pulling me away like that? Little Dong's still out there, her mom grumbled. Chen-na exploded. You faked a medical emergency just to get me on a blind date? Are you even listening to yourselves? Her mother sighed. We're just worried. Look at Xiaoli upstairs. Same age as you. Already has a toddler. Can you stop comparing me to everyone else's life? Chen-na rubbed her temples in frustration. I'm done arguing. I need a break. She fired off a text in rage. Shin Yuan? My dad's totally fine. It was a setup. They tricked me into coming home for some lame matchmaking. I'm leaving this afternoon. But he replied in one cool line, frowny face. I'm almost off the highway. Send me your location. Chen-na froze the second she read the message. Wait, Shin Yuan's coming here? To my house. Her brain went full speed. Is he storming the place? Meeting the parents? Launching a full-on counterattack? Her mood flipped instantly. She sprang up and told her mom, Mom, just a heads up. I've got a friend dropping by. Her mom raised an eyebrow. Guy or girl? Chen-na flashed a sly grin. You'll see soon enough. 15 minutes later, the doorbell rang. There stood Shin Yuan, suit on point, arms full of gift bags like Santa on a mission. Chen-na's eyes nearly popped out. Why do you look like you're hosting a charity gala? Shin Yuan chuckled and turned to her mom. First time visiting the elders. Can't come empty-handed, right? He bowed politely. Nice to meet you, Andy. I'm Shin Yuan, Na's boyfriend. You could just call me Xiao Shun. These are humble gifts. Hope you don't mind. Dead silence. Annie's jaw dropped. Dong Chi-tao stood frozen like someone just hit pause on his entire life. Chen-na's parents both stared at her in shock. Nah, what are you talking about, a boyfriend? Since when? Why didn't you say anything? But the moment Shin Yuan started lining up bags and boxes on the table, each looking like it came from a luxury boutique, her mom's tone did a full 180. Oh, Xiao Shun, you shouldn't have. Coming over is enough. Why bring so many gifts? It's too much. Shin Yuan smiled warmly. Don't mention it. Nana's my girl. Your family is my family. Her mom gingerly picked up a gift box, eyes widening. These must have cost a fortune. Shin Yuan waved it off like it was nothing. Not really. Barely 300 grand. Silence. Literal dead silence. The entire room collectively gasped. Annie looked like she was about to faint. Dong Chi-tao's jaw hit the floor, and even her dad blinked in disbelief. 300 grand? What the heck did he buy an island? Dong Chi-tao's face dropped instantly. He thought a $900 gift made him look impressive, until Shun Yuan casually dropped over $45,000, turning him into a background prop. As insecurity crept in, Annie leaned in and whispered, "Relax, cheat out, I just found out about this too." But think about it. If her boyfriend's really that loaded, why bring him home now, of all times? Chi-Tao caught on fast. "Wait, you think this guy's fake?" Auntie nodded slowly. "Could be just a performance, I'm gonna go feel him out." She switched to a friendly tone and approached Shun Yuan. "Hey Shun, right? I'm Nana's aunt. You look pretty young. How old are you?" Shun Yuan replied with a polite smile. "Nice to meet you." "Annie, I'm 21. Her voice shot up. 21. That's 6 years younger than our Nana. The moment she said it, her suspicions felt confirmed. No way a 27-year-old woman actually landed a rich toy boy like this. That IT had to be staged. Even Nana's parents were starting to look uneasy. Something felt off. "So, Shun Yuan, you're already this wealthy at such a young age. What do you do for work?" Shun Yuan smiled. "I'm still in college, but I run some side businesses, investments mostly, finance and real estate." Annie nearly rolled her eyes. Finance and real estate? Seriously? Everyone and their dog claims that these days. She kept digging. "Then I assume you bought a place? I mean, if you and Nana plan to get married, there has to be a house, right?" Shun Yuan nodded calmly. "Of course, we have 2.1 under my name, 1 under hers, both in Star City." Chi-Tao's jaw almost dislocated. .2 apartments in Star City. The lies just kept escalating, but Annie gave him a subtle look. "Don't lose your cool. Let him dig his own grave, I'll handle it." Auntie gave him a kind reminder. "Shun Yuan, there's nothing wrong with pride, but pretending to be rich just to save face, it's not necessary. Honesty matters more in a relationship." Her words made Nana's parents exchange skeptical looks. That a single apartment in Star City runs over $150K. Who casually buys one before marriage? Sensing the tension, Nana quickly pulled out her phone. "Annie, you're seriously overthinking. Shun Yuan did buy me the place. Look, I even installed the Wi-Fi yesterday. Here's the contract and receipt." Chen's mom leaned in for a closer look. She didn't understand all the details, but the paperwork looked legit. Annie just scoffed. Wow, they really went all out, even brought props. Shun Yuan, unfazed, tapped away on his phone, then casually said, "Nana, since the apartment's almost ready, I just sent you $150K for interior work. If it's not enough, let me know." Nana didn't even blink. Shun sending money was nothing new, but she did think $150K was a bit over the top. In no way soft furnishings cost that much. Right then, a notification chimed from Nana's phone. A bank transfer alert. Her parents leaned over to check, and their faces went pale. $150,000 in cash. Instantly transferred, no strings attached, just like that. Auntie's jaw dropped. Holy crap, he actually sent it. Just like that. I was just lecturing him about honesty. Now I'm the one getting slapped by reality that if he can casually send that much for decor, how much money does he have? Meanwhile, Chi-Tao stood stiff behind them, silently sweating. Thank God Annie took the lead. If I'd opened my mouth first, I'd be the one getting humiliated right now. His hopes crashed that IT was over. He should probably just cut his losses and bounce. Those premium cigars and liquor sets, probably gone for good. What a bust. But then a thought hit him. Might as well make a connection while I'm here. He put on a smile and slid over. Shin bro, if you're dropping $150K just on interior stuff, those apartments must have cost a fortune. Huh. Maybe we should stay in touch. Shin Yuan glanced at Chi-Tao with a smirk. This guy sure knows how to play the game, and no point pretending otherwise. It's not that expensive that Nana's place was around $450K. Mine's a suburban villa, about $1.5 million. $1.5 million? Chi-Tao nearly tripped, but forced a laugh. Phew, next to yours, my little condo feels like a shoebox. Auntie silently scoffed. This kid changes teams faster than a weather app. But even she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her face softened, voice syrupy sweet. Ahem, Shino, Mr. Shun. Sorry for earlier, I tend to speak before I think. Hope I didn't offend you. Shin Yuan waved it off casually. It's all right. And it had no need to be formal. We're all family now. Nana's parents finally let out a sigh of relief. Shun, next time you visit, don't bring so many gifts. Make yourself at home. Just then, a lively voice called out from the doorway. Sis, you're back. Nana, cheeks slightly red, smiled. This is my little sister, Chun Sinyu. Sinyu, say hi to your brother-in-law, Shun Yuan. Sinyu shyly looked up and whispered, Hi, brother-in-law. Shun Yuan politely nodded back, but his mind wandered for a second. This little sister, she really does look like Nana, but a bit less polished, sure, but more youthful, more innocent. Same genes, same mother. Yet somehow the younger one clearly got the better nutrition. Aunt and uncle, y'all got some explaining to do. During dinner, Shun Yuan raised his glass and spoke sincerely. Uncle, Auntie, this one's for you. Thank you for raising Nana so well. I'm truly lucky to have her in my life. After the meal, let's go check out the car and the house together. Annie's brain hit pause again. Wait, what? Not just for the girlfriend, but for the parents too? What is he? A limited edition Ultra S-tier son-in-law. Even Nana's parents were stunned. He drops money like it's nothing, that there's no turning back now. This daughter's getting married whether we're ready or not. 2.5 hours later, standing in front of their brand new luxury car in a 3,000 square foot home, they still couldn't fully process it. Shun, this is too much. We're getting old. We don't need such an expensive car. And that massive house. Nana and Sinyu don't even come home that often. It feels kind of lonely. Hearing her mom's concerns, Nana quickly grabbed her hand. Don't worry, Mom, but I'll make sure to visit often from now on. Sinyu chimed in playfully, yeah, chill out guys, that it's not every day you get a son-in-law this sweet. After dinner, Nana snuggled into Shun Yuan's arms, visibly relaxed. Shun Yuan, thank you. He smiled. What for? You my girl, this is just what I do. Then he leaned closer, voice lowered with a grin. One thing though, your parents probably won't let us sleep in the same room tonight, huh? Nana's face turned beet red. You're staying in the guest room, and when everyone's asleep, I'll sneak over. Sure enough, around 11 p.m., she tiptoed into his room. Shun Yuan, you awake? He grabbed her hand and smirked. With you around? No way I'm falling asleep. Then he rolled over, gently pinning her down. Wait, you're not wearing? You really do know me too well. Nana quickly covered her mouth, trying not to make a sound. After all, they were still in her parents' house. Meanwhile, Sinyu woke up needing to use the bathroom. That half asleep, she shuffled out of her room. But as she passed through the living room, she paused. There were strange noises. Curious, she tiptoed closer to the guest room. Did a stray cat get in or something? Peeking through the cracked door, her face instantly flushed bright red. She wasn't totally innocent. Her classmates had shown her those kinds of videos before, but hearing it live, right down the hallway, her knees went weak. That brother-in-law is seriously intense. She instinctively clutched at the hem of her pajama top, heart racing. The sounds, the rhythm, the atmosphere, it was overwhelming, and her face was burning. Only when the scene seemed to calm down did she stumble away, practically fleeing back to her room. God, if they find out I was eavesdropping, I'll die of embarrassment. About an hour later, Nana quietly tiptoed back into her sister's room. She gently lifted the blanket and slipped under it, trying not to wake her. But the next second, Sinyu suddenly wrapped her arms around her, catching Nana completely off guard. Her heart skipped a beat. Did she hear something earlier? Was it that obvious? Sinyu, why are you still awake? Sinyu murmured softly, her voice muffled as she leaned into her sister's shoulder. I just wanted to sleep while holding you. Nana's expression softened. She gently stroked her sister's hair and pulled her in closer. Of course you can. Just sleep tight, okay? The two lay close, only in pajamas. Nana could feel Sinyu's warmth and presence so clearly that she couldn't help but think, she's really grown up, hasn't she? The next day back on campus, Fu Yingzi led Shin Yuan to their entrepreneurship office. Everything inside was spotless. Chairs aligned, papers stacked, even the plants looked polished. Shin Yuan gave a nod of approval. Not bad, that she's not just a dancer. She's actually efficient. Good assistant material. These are the first batch of proposals and business plans I collected from the student council this morning. Around a dozen. You might want to take a look. Shin Yuan took the stack eagerly, flipping open the first one. The photo on top immediately caught his eye. But then he frowned. Height, 5'1" weight, 170 pounds. Bruh, this ID photo is doing straight up black magic. He gave up on photos and focused on the ideas. On-campus cafe, pet shop, gaming lounge. On-campus lingerie store. Shin nearly choked. Which genius wrote this? Who's walking into that without getting socially annihilated? After reading through all of them, he massaged his temples. This is a mess that I've got 1 million from the system to invest, not to fund someone's fantasy startup sandbox. Sure, Shen Yuan was still earning fat cash bonuses just by charming girls. But let's be real, he couldn't rely on that forever. What? Was he going to flirt with bikini girls on the beach at 80? Absolutely not. He refused to become some washed-up old flirt with no legacy. This campus startup hub and Nana's Cafe, they were just the beginning, training ground for the real game. Once the timing was right, he'd dive into full-scale business, turning his ventures into a legit company. His goal, build something on the level of Gigasoft, Banana, or Troller Motors. Not just a flashy playboy, but a national-level success story. With that, Shen Yuan straightened up and looked serious. Phew, I think I overestimated our international students. These proposals, completely out of touch, and no concept of market fit or actual demand, that I'm rejecting all of them, that we need a hard reset. Fu Yingzi hesitated. It might just be too small a sample size? Shen Yuan nodded. Maybe. Can we expand the outreach? Talk to the student council and PR team? Fu responded without missing a beat. Of course, Secretary Lu already told me to give you full support. Starting tomorrow, I'll have the campus radio broadcast announcements twice a day, and we'll push it out through our school Weibo, official account, and Quine pages. Sound good? All right, let's lock that in. Also, draft a second-round exam. Make sure it covers business management, investment theory, marketing, psychology, and international trade. Anyone who passes the first round has to take it. Fu Yingzi nodded, jotting everything down in her notebook with laser focus. Watching her work, Shen Yuan couldn't help but sigh in satisfaction. Having a secretary is amazing. Just say it once, and it gets done. Ever since getting the system, he'd enjoyed the thrill of spending and earning money. But this was different. This was the high of delegating, of commanding, of control. Money didn't just buy cars, houses, and women. It bought authority to a T-shaped structure. What he needed now wasn't just charm. He needed people. Soldiers like Fu Yingzi who could actually execute that IT was time to start building a real team. Meanwhile, at the fitness center, the gym manager was absolutely losing it. Lu Menglu, do you even know what time it is? Showing up now? Are you trying to get fired? Menglu shot him a cold glance. I texted you about the leave, and I already let the class members know I'd be late. Oh, you texted me? He barked. And who the hell said I approved it? You think you run this place now? As a manager kept pushing it, Menglu finally snapped. Want to read your own text out loud? Lunch with me, and you get approved? Seriously, Manager Gong? Is that still your go-to move? The manager turned red with embarrassment, then blurted, whatever, I didn't officially approve it. This counts as skipping work. You know how much your paycheck gets docked for that? Menglu didn't even flinch. She turned on her heel and walked away. Doc, at the end that I'm done here, I quit. Another trainer cautiously approached. Boss, I think Menglu actually quit. The manager just scoffed. She'll be back. All her clients are with us. Without this gym, she's got nothing. Just then, a younger coach pointed toward the window. Boss, you might want to check out what she's driving. The manager turned and nearly dislocated his jaw. A freaking Porsche 911. Holy crap. When did she land a sugar daddy? Meanwhile, inside her car, Menglu dialed Shen Yuan. Babe, I got fired, and old boss dumped me. Aren't you going to come comfort me? Shen Yuan chuckled. That's perfect. Actually, Coach Lu, you're now officially free to become my full-time private trainer. She grinned, shifting gears. Private coach, huh? Sound fancy to what's the pay like? Shen Yuan smirked. Oh, you'll be well rewarded that I'll swing by later for a little workout and maybe drop a few million in your account while I'm at it. Menglu formed a finger heart. Okay, then I'll be waiting in the executive suite. Love you, moi. At 8:30 p.m., Shin Yuan knocked on her hotel room door. Meng Lu pouted. You're this late and still expect me to let you in? Shin raised a brow, totally reading the room ditto. So she wants to play games, huh? He turned dramatically. Well, if I'm not welcome, I'll just go. She panicked instantly. Wait, babe. Don't go. I was just messing with you, okay. Don't be mad, it's just part of the vibe. Seeing her do a full 180 in attitude, Shin Yuan smirked. If you want me to stay, you'll have to ask nicely. Let's see how sincere you really are. Meng Lu leaned in with a playful sparkle in her eyes. Babe, don't I look extra sincere right now? Feeling the softness press against him, Shin Yuan instantly felt his mood lift. All right then, just for them, I guess I'll stay tonight. He dove straight into her arms, and her heartbeat instantly sped up. Hearing he was staying over made her eyes light up with excitement. Tugging at his sleeve, she whispered with a coy smile, I was a little naughty just now. Don't you think I deserve a little punishment? Shin Yuan raised an eyebrow, grinning. What did you just call me? Say it again. Her lips trembled as she repeated it softly, cheeks glowing red. Shin Yuan's voice dropped to a low rumble. Good. I heard that loud and clear. Let's crank tonight's training up a notch. After another intense training session, Coach Liu was completely wiped out, cheeks flushed, limbs jelly, and brain halfway offline. Honestly, forget the cars and money. Just this kind of stamina alone made Shin Yuan dangerously addictive. Meanwhile, Shin Yuan was just getting started. He gave a wicked grin. Coach Liu, didn't you say you'd be my full-time trainer? That was just the warm-up. I'm ready for round 2. Don't tap out on me now. And so, round 2 began and lasted another full hour. Only then did Shin finally stretch out, satisfied. Phew. Solid cardio, muscle activation 100%. Meng Lu lay motionless, lips trembling. Oh my god. I'm done for. You promised to take it easy. Shin Yuan smirked. That was easy. Did I only use half the intensity one used with Nana? Meng Lu gave him the side eye. Half? You're right. I heard your 5% energy levels back at the cafe. This was a full-blown power mode. You were basically running at 12 out of 10. And don't even get me started on the stamina difference from last time. Shun just grinned, saying nothing. That she's not wrong, that it's like the difference between being 5'7" and 5'11", subtle at first until you experience it. And with a relentless mode, active, unlimited stamina. Honestly, at this rate, I'm starting to feel a bit lighter again. Been burning too much lately? Shin Yuan quickly pulled up his system stats. And sure enough, he'd lost 2 full kilograms in just 2 weeks. Even his health rating had dropped by 3 points. That hit like a wake-up call. Dude, 6 feet tall and barely 140 pounds. One more workout and I'll be all skin and bones. Time to let Coach Liu shine in her actual profession. He flopped back onto the bed, looking serious. Coach Liu, let's schedule a real training session tomorrow morning. But Meng Lu blinked and blurted out, You're already planning tomorrow's round? What if you want to train again later tonight? Shin Yuan face-bombed. Can you not be so one-track minded? I'm talking about actual fitness training. Look at me. I'm disappearing here. Realizing he meant gym training, Meng Lu perked up with confidence. Took you long enough to admit you're a skinny twig. The tone hit him like a challenge. That Shun's smile faded. Keep that attitude up, and you won't be walking straight tomorrow for real. Meng Lu instantly flipped her tone, hands clasped like a puppy. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please don't punish me, okay? Shin Yuan grinned. That's better. Now, since you were a coach, how about drafting me a real plan? Grateful to escape doom, Meng Lu stood up. I'll hit the shower first. Then I'll prep your meal plan and training schedule. That you gotta balance cardio and strength work if we want to bulk you up properly. The hotel gym here is actually solid. Let's use it. I'll swing by my place tomorrow to grab my gear and pick you up a couple legit training outfits. And oh, excuses. Shin Yuan nodded, just as a familiar ding echoed in his ears. System notification. Host has voluntarily initiated fitness planning. Fitness panel unlocked. New time mission. Reach 75 kilograms in body weight with a body fat percentage between 12%-15% within 30 days. Reward frowny face perfect physique mode. Duration 2 years. Shin Yuan's eyes lit up. Man, this system's got perfect timing. Every time I yawn, it hands me a pillow. Only body weight and body fat. That's manageable. That I just need to focus on those too. And hope Coach Liu doesn't hold back on the drills. Just as Shin Yuan was about to close the panel, he noticed a small, grayed out button near the bottom. Curious, he tapped it. His eyes widened instantly. A hidden list of locked attributes appeared, and fitness was just one of them. Turns out by completing certain system tasks, he could unlock skills like investment management, HR strategy, even advanced business leadership. Stuff that takes people years to master, he could unlock in a month. Absolutely busted. The next morning, Menglu returned to the room in full workout gear, carrying 2 steaming meal boxes. Babe, hotel breakfast has way too many calories. I got up at 6:30. Went home and made you some lean meals for breakfast and lunch. Eat up. Shin Yuan opened the box to find a perfectly balanced fitness meal. Protein, greens, carbs, all beautifully arranged. He gave her a big thumbs up. Coach Liu, this is next level. Looks amazing. Menglu puffed her cheeks. Glad you noticed. But next time, maybe don't wear me out like that again. Shin Yuan smirked. Just worn out? That's all. Not even a little bit enchanted, blown away, emotionally moved? Menglu's cheeks turned bright red. Too flustered to continue the topic, she quickly waved him off. Yes, you're amazing, okay? Now hurry up and eat. We've got a gym day downstairs. Soon after, Shin Yuan, fully geared up, followed her to the hotel's fitness center. It was Saturday, so the place was already buzzing. The moment Menglu walked in, heads turned out a lot of heads. Her athletic build paired with tight leggings and a cropped workout top? Yeah, no one was prepared. Dude, since when did our gym get a literal goddess as a coach? Bro, those proportions aren't even legal. But when they noticed her attention locked entirely on the scrawny dude beside her, the collective male ego took a critical hit. Wait, that guy's her boyfriend. Jealousy hit max level. How does someone with zero muscle mass land someone like her? Just then, a familiar voice popped up. Hojun, yo, isn't that Shin Yuan? Wasn't he at IFC with a different hottie the other week? New girl already? Man's on rotation mode. Meanwhile, Menglu glanced at Shun, who was already out of breath. See, that's what happens when you skip the gym for too long. But hey, for day one, not bad. Here, drink some water. Slow and steady wins the gains. Shun took the bottle with a cheeky grin. Slow and steady. Huh. So, when do I get to unlock the real bonus round? Watching Shin Yuan flirt with Coach Liu while casually working out, Ho Jun felt like chewing nails. Seriously? This guy's here playing happy couple with his new girl, while I can't even reach Zhou Wanning, calls ignored, WeChat blocked, don't even know where she lives, left with zero closure. This is insane. This dog better not be juggling multiple girls. If I expose him, no decent woman would stick around after that. Let's see him talk his way out of that mess. Putting on his best fake-friendly grin, Ho Jun walked over. Well, Shin Yuan, what a coincidence. Didn't expect to see you here too. Shin Yuan glanced sideways. Oh, it's you, something you need? Ho Jun kept his smile pinned in place. Nah, just saw a familiar face and thought I'd say hi. Shin replied with a flat. Right? I'm gonna keep working out then. Meanwhile, Menglu's expression was plain as day. You can leave now. She didn't even bother to be polite. The awkward air thickened, but Ho Jun pressed on. By the way, where's the girl you took to IFC last time? Looked like you two were pretty tight. Bought her all kinds of gifts, right? Ho Jun's eyes narrowed with a flash of petty malice that he glanced at Menglu, giddy in his head. If they're really dating, now's the perfect time. Call him out. Get mad. Storm off. Come on, girl. Give us a show. But 25 seconds passed, and nothing. Menglu didn't flinch. She just kept smiling sweetly, leaning on Shin Yuan like she hadn't her word. Wait, what? Not even a raised eyebrow. Ho Jun frowned, then raised his voice. Hey, did you not hear what I just said about your boyfriend? Shin Yuan cut in coldly. Ho Jun, get a rest. What exactly are you trying to do here? We're not that close, so don't act like it. Ho Jun's face turned red, but he pushed on. I'm just warning you. Miss, don't let him fool you. He's too timing, I swear. Menglu blinked once, then smiled. And what if he is? Even if he's dating 8 girls, I still choose to be with him. That's none of your business, thanks. Ho Jun was practically vibrating. I'm just saying, he bought another girl 2 designer bags. That's like over 10 grand. I'm doing you a favor. But Menglu lit up even more. Only 2 bags? That's cute. She turned to Shun Yuan, eyes soft. He bought me a car worth over $300K. Clearly, I'm the favorite. Then with a proud smile, it's his money. He can spend however he wants. If it makes him happy, then I'm happy too. Menglu threw in one last jab before turning away. Oh, and could you take your drama somewhere else? Your face is ruining my workout vibe. Ho Jun looked like he'd swallowed a brick. His eyes bulged, jaw clenched so tight it could snap steel. And yet his brain still couldn't compute what just happened. What the hell is wrong with her? She knows she's being played, and she's still smiling. These girls today must be built different. Watching Ho Jun stomp off like a kicked puppy, Shun Yuan chuckled. Gotta admit, the guy's kind of funny. But if you're gonna mess with me, at least do your homework first. He glanced at Menglu. That's my personal trainer/house manager. Girl knows her role, knows her worth. She's not gonna flip over a couple designer bags. 2.5 hours later, Menglu was massaging his sore muscles, grinning. You did really well today, solid form all around, but tomorrow we're cranking things up. Shun Yuan smirked. So this is revenge for last night, huh? I give you intensity after dark, you give me hell in the daylight? Menglu pouted playfully. Knew today was just the basics. Gotta build that foundation before we stack the plates. Anyway, you're all stretched out. Go shower and I'll prep your meal plan for tomorrow. Originally, Shun Yuan had no plans for a round 2. Gotta conserve some stamina for more practical affairs. But Menglu, being her playful self, wasn't having it. She dragged him in a round 5 like it was part of the fitness program. As they left the gym, she casually asked, So, you heading back to campus or staying here tonight? Hearing he had things to do, Menglu shrugged. Cool, I'll head back to my apartment then. This suite's too big to be alone in anyway. She was just about to leave when Shun Yuan smirked. Hey, one more thing. Say it again. Menglu paused, then giggled shyly. Daddy. Ding. +2 favorability. Now she was at 88. Shun Yuan's eyes lit up. Almost at 90. Come on, system. Gimme that next tier reward. I'm ready. Back at school, Shun Yuan stepped into the entrepreneurship office, only to spot another guy standing next to Ingzi. His brows immediately furrowed. This clingy dude again. Does he ever give up? Noticing his mood shift, Ingzi quickly explained. He insisted on coming. I told him no like 5 times. Phone de Gouet stepped in too, trying to ease the tension. Don't blame Ingzi, man. I just wanted to help out. You know, extra hands and all. Shun Yuan rolled his eyes. We don't need your help. And honestly, you couldn't help even if you tried. With that, he grabbed Ingzi and walked straight into the office. Phone the simp tried to follow, but the door slammed at his face. Left outside, Phone de Gouet started panicking. Just the 2 of them, doors shut, blinds closed. What the hell's going on in there? Why does a school office even need blinds? His brain short-circuited as his imagination spiraled into questionable territory. Are they in broad daylight? Meanwhile, Shun Yuan leaned back in the chair like a boss. How's the promo campaign going? Ingzi reported calmly. The school's official accounts have posted everything. WeChat, Weibo, Fast Talk. Engagement is decent, but translating that into actual business proposals will take some time. Shun Yuan nodded. Not enough heat that I want to trigger a second wave. Make it explode. Ingzi blinked. You got something in mind? Want me to assist? Shun Yuan had a plan. To tie the entire startup hub to his name without revealing it too soon, he leaned forward with a smirk. Post something that grabs attention. Stuff like, no way, someone just dropped 10 million into our school startup center, or turns out the mystery investor is just a student, or even we actually have a real-life billionaire classmate. Don't drop my name yet. Let the rumors stew. Once everyone's curiosity hits its peak, that's when I show up and blow their minds. Ingzi didn't quite get why Shun Yuan wanted to throw himself into the spotlight like this. But as his assistant, it wasn't her job to question, only to execute. Shun Yuan had 3 reasons for the whole stunt. First, boost his reputation in school and the education sector. Second, attract and filter out truly capable girls on campus. And third, the moment that 10 million was fully invested, the system would unlock a bonus industry reward. But for all that to work, he couldn't let anyone know he was the man behind it. At least not yet. He turned to Ingzi. Any issues on the execution side? She thought for a moment, then said, no problem, I'll have an unofficial account post first, then use 2 burners to spark some buzz in the comments. Good, let's roll with that. He nodded, then suddenly changed the topic. Now let's talk about you. What exactly are you hoping to get from working with me? Ingzi froze, caught off guard by the bluntness of his question. She had originally approached Shen Yuan, thinking maybe, just maybe, something romantic could develop. But clearly, this guy was already surrounded by women, and she wasn't even on his radar that way. After a short pause, she admitted, internships start next semester, but, well, you know how it is. Our school doesn't carry much weight, and I'm majoring in marketing. It's tough to find a good job out there. I figured working with you might earn me more than what the average internship pays. Shen Yuan wasn't surprised at all. Still just a college kid. Thin-skinned, if she'd said she wanted me instead of a job, maybe I'd be tempted to play along, he smirked. So, when you say more money, how much are we talking? When Shen Yuan asked her to name her price, Ingzi hesitated, then cautiously offered, maybe around $100 a month? It was already way above the starting salary for most fresh grads, and even she wasn't sure she'd gone too far. But Shen Yuan didn't even blink. I'll round it up to 10K. DOL, and you'll get bonuses too from now on. You're on my team. Ingzi's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just raise the offer on his own? And that last line, on my team, was that just about work or something more? Just as she started overanalyzing everything, there was a knock at the door. Ingzi, are you guys done yet? What's taking so long? It was Feng Zigui again, relentless as always. Shen Yuan's smile vanished. He slammed his hand on the desk. Unbelievable. That guy's the embodiment of no self-respect. Ingzi cringed. I'm sorry, I'll go talk to him. Wait, Shen Yuan interrupted. Let me handle this. I'll give him a message he won't forget. Before she could react, he pulled her into his arms like it was the most natural thing in the world. 2 seconds later, he glanced at the little hickey now visible on her neck. Mission accomplished. A smirk crept across his face. Then he swung open the door, looked Feng dead in the eyes, and said, by the way, if she's working here, we're putting up a sign, no simps allowed. Hearing the door open, Feng Zigui lit up, only for his expression to freeze the next second. His dream girl was standing there, wrapped in Shen Yuan's arms. His eyes nearly popped out of his head. Ingzi, what the hell is going on? Her face flushed, but her voice was ice cold. Don't contact me again, I'm seeing someone now. Those words hit Feng Zigui like a truck. Boyfriend? When did this happen? Just now, she replied, without hesitation. From now on, please keep your distance, that you're making things awkward for both me and Shen Yuan. Only then did Feng Zigui notice the bold love mark on her neck. His last hope shattered, he dropped to the floor like a deflated balloon. My Ingzi? Why? Why did it turn out like this? Watching Feng Zigui walk away in utter defeat, Shen Yuan couldn't help but smirk. Sorry, bro, time to face it. Money power is undefeated. Just then, Su Ingzi shifted awkwardly in his arms and whispered, Shen Yuan, maybe it's time to let go now. Shen Yuan chuckled and released her without hesitation. He'd already scored enough. No need to get caught clinging to his secretary by other pretty girls. Don't worry, he won't bother you again. If there's nothing else, I'm heading out. Su Ingzi nodded, clearly relieved, but there was a trace of something unreadable in her eyes as she watched Shen Yuan walk away, falling deep into thought. Back at his place, Shen Yuan started reflecting on the current situation. Truth be told, Su Ingzi had what it took to be a great secretary, but did he really have what it took to be a boss? Without real skills, all that money just made him look like another flashy amateur. He needed to start unlocking those knowledge modules ASAP and build some actual competence. First stop, business management. Sure, his school had intro to management and basic admin courses, but none of them held a candle to what the system could offer. Right on cue, The system chimed with a timed mission. Master the key concepts of business management within 1 month to unlock top-tier executive knowledge embedding. Shin Yuan lit up. That was the kind of stuff taught only in Asia's top business schools. Still, learning the entire book in a month? That was no joke. Wait a minute. Wasn't his advisor a double major? Her first degree was in business management. Maybe he could convince her to tutor him. Just as Shin Yuan was deep in thought, Lin Yuchong suddenly messaged him, "Hey, are you free tonight? Want to grab a drink with me?" He paused for a second, then smirked. After all, she had kissed him last time. He knew this wouldn't end there. Got plans tonight that let's do tomorrow instead. Meanwhile, Lin Yuchong, already half drunk at the bar, saw the reply. Her eyes dimmed slightly with disappointment. Tomorrow. Guess I'll have to wait through another long night. About an hour later, the campus Belfong Manhwa showed up at his hotel door in a white JK school outfit. Shin Yuan. Finally found you. Oh, I look cute today? Of course. Minhui looked stunning in anything. As he spoke, Shin Yuan couldn't resist brushing his fingers against her cheek. What can I say? Even Miss Lin has to take a number when it comes to date night. 2 hours later, the system dinged. Fong Minhui's affection score had gone up from 91 to 93. Shin Yuan noticed a pattern. Once a girl's favorability passed 90, progress slowed dramatically. Just like in-game content in a video game. Higher difficulty, bigger rewards. With that in mind, he leaned in and kissed her on the cheek. Remember the house I said I'd buy you? If you're free this weekend, let's go check some out. Fong Minhui instantly perked up, hugging him tight. For real? Yay, love you, hubby. The next morning, as Fong Minhui returned to campus, she walked in her dorm just in time to hear her roommates gossiping. Did you guys see the posters and promos on the school's official account about the startup base? Wait, you believe that's actually funded by a student? No way. Come on, all the rich kids here just burn their parents' money on clubs and cars, and oh wait, someone's actually investing in a business. A billionaire heir enrolling in our school. Sounds like someone's writing fanfiction. Chun Ling, who knew the truth, squirmed like ants were crawling all over her. She leaned over and whispered to Minhui, "I'm gonna explode. Can I please just tell them?" Minhui held a finger to her lips. Shoo. Shin Yuan said to keep it quiet. Ugh, but why though? All that money and he's acting low-key as hell. That dude's literally flexing in the dark. But seriously, Minhui, you hit the jackpot. Could you ask if he's hiring a maid or housekeeper or something? I'm so done trying to hustle on my own. Minhui laughed, patting her shoulder. You mean like a live-in maid? Chunling blinked, then gasped. Girl, are you trying to make me the side chick now? I mean, I wouldn't mind, but I doubt your Shin Yuan's into girls like me. Nah, you're the queen here. Big Minhui, I bet Shin Yuan had the night of his life, didn't he? Caught off guard by her friend's teasing, Minhui blushed furiously. Shut up. Don't talk about that stuff. Chunling grinned. Oh, come on. You dressed for the occasion, didn't you? Just admit it. Was it yes or yes? Meanwhile, in another girl's dorm across campus, gossip was also brewing. Yuping, did you see that post? They're saying a student invested $1.4 million in the startup base. Tian Yuping shrugged, clearly unimpressed. Yeah, I saw it. Come on, people can't be that gullible. Sounds like pure internet fiction. Right? That's $1 million. Guan Yongjin's eyes sparkled with envy. If someone in our school actually dropped that kind of cash, they got to be worth at least 10 million. If that kind of rich guy really exists, I'd throw myself at him in a heartbeat. Tian Yuping rolled her eyes. Keep dreaming. Guys like that wouldn't even glance your way. And if there was a student who invested that much, he'd definitely have gone public with it by now. That kind of power flex? Nobody keeps it quiet without a reason. She let out a scoff. Don't forget about that Shun Yuan from our class. Got a little cash and instantly acted like he owned the world. Flirting around, hooking up with older women. Didn't he even open a K for one of them? That hit a nerve for Guan Yongjin. Ugh, exactly. I said one tiny thing to him and he gave me attitude. Disgusting, but let's not ever mention that loser again. And just like that, the campus was buzzing with low-key gossip, while Shun Yuan steadily pushed forward with his own agenda. Ms. Lee, I need a favor that I want to properly study the core concepts of business management. Could you tutor me? Li Xiao narrowed her eyes with suspicion. What are you scheming now, Shun Yuan? I'm serious this time, that I really want to learn something useful that I'll head over to your place in a bit. Her expression turned uneasy. My place? Don't tell me you're planning something again. Come on. You know I'm a gentleman that I swear. No funny business, just pure academic pursuit. Not long after, Xin Yuan was at her door. Knocking, Li Xiao cracked it open, glaring at him. You better promise. No repeat of last time, or you're out. Xin Yuan gave his best model student look. Promise. Cross my heart. She still didn't fully trust him, but eventually gave in, letting him step inside. Reluctantly, Li Xiao handed him an old textbook. This is my college edition of Principles of Management that I've already highlighted the key points in the first 3 chapters. You'll have to memorize them. But if you connect them to real-world situations, it'll stick faster. Xin Yuan flipped through the pages. After the index, it was just walls of dense text. Damn, this stuff is brutal for someone like me. Still, if he wanted that sweet system reward, he had no choice but to power through. Watching him study so diligently for a while, Li Xiao finally relaxed a little, until she looked up again and caught him spacing out. Why'd you stop? Quit staring at me and look at the book. Xin Yuan grinned shamelessly. But you're way prettier than the book. How am I supposed to focus? Li Xiao's cheeks flushed. Not this again. Didn't you promise you came here to study? I did, but I also want to make you my girlfriend. Those goals aren't mutually exclusive. He leaned in closer. Her face turned redder as she stood up to escape. You're being ridiculous. But the next second, Xin Yuan wrapped his arms around her. I'm not kidding. Counselor, I'm very serious. Li Xiao panicked. Stop it, Xin Yuan. My little sister's sleeping in the next room. It's even better that she's home, Xin Yuan murmured. Now I've got the perfect excuse to make our relationship official. As his hand wandered, Li Xiao panicked and quickly pulled away. I never said yes. You will. Eventually, he replied smoothly. Then without waiting for a reply, he leaned in and kissed her. Li Xiao let out a muffled protest. Ugh, I knew it. I let a wolf into the house. He had sworn up and down he'd behave, and now, 1 chapter in, and a man's true colors were already showing. Men, ugh, all the same. 2.5 minutes later, just as she started to meld into it, Li Xiao suddenly snapped back to reality. She grabbed his wandering hand with a sharp jolt, cheeks flushed and voice trembling with urgency. No, not there. That's absolutely off limits. 2.5 minutes later, her younger sister, Li Ming, stumbled out of the bedroom, still half asleep. But the moment she saw the scene in the living room, she was instantly wide awake. What the heck? Her sister and Xin Yuan, right there on the couch. Not even try to hide it. Was this some kind of free live reality show? And since when was her sister this bold? Cursing inwardly, she thought, if you two want to mess around, at least take it to the bedroom. Deciding she'd rather not watch, she turned on her heel and retreated back to her room. Seeing this, Li Xiao suddenly found the strength to shove Xin Yuan away. Her face flushed red. Look what you've done. My sister saw everything. Xin Yuan just grinned shamelessly. She's going to find out sooner or later. Isn't it better to tell her now? No, it's not. Li Xiao snapped. I haven't even agreed to be your girlfriend, and now I can't explain this to my sister at all. Sensing the dissatisfaction in her tone, Xin Yuan dropped his usual cocky smirk and, for once, asked seriously, Counselor, do you like me? Li Xiao thought to herself, well, maybe a little, but we're still in a teacher-student relationship. Xin Yuan glanced at the 73 affection points floating above her head and instantly understood. Not high enough that Tio break through that barrier. He'd need at least 80. Too bad she wasn't materialistic. Throwing money wouldn't work. And no matter, it's a long race that I'll get her eventually. With that in mind, he put on a deliberately downcast look. It's fine, Counselor, I won't give up. Just think about it. No rush to answer. Li Xiao only nodded sheepishly. Realizing things wouldn't progress tonight, he stood up. I'll head out. See you next time, Counselor. After he left, Li Xiao calmed herself and called toward the bedroom. You can come out now. Li Ming stepped out, glancing at her sister tidying up some books, and looked stunned. That's it. Looked good on the surface, but only lasted 2.5 minutes? Sis, did you make it official with him? Should I start calling him brother-in-law? Li Xiao shook her head. Not yet. Li Ming's eyes went wide. Wait, you're not even official yet. And you two already, you know? Li Xiao didn't expect her sister to be so blunt. Her face turned crimson. We haven't gone all the way yet. Then what are you even thinking? Li Ming frowned at you're already at this stage, and you still haven't made it official? Li Xiao's mind was a mess. She truly didn't know what to do. Seeing this, Li Ming gave her a knowing look. Already fallen for him and doesn't even realize it, my silly sister. Meanwhile, after leaving, Shen Yuan headed straight to a cafe. There, the alluring Lin Yuchang had been waiting. Shen Yuan, sorry to bother you, that I've been feeling a bit down lately and wanted someone to talk to. I'm not taking up your time, am I? Not at all. Ms. Linda, what's wrong? You don't look too happy. He sat down across from her without hesitation. At his question, Lin Yuchang slowly lowered her head. Zhang Xinyong's been getting worse, staying out all night, not even bothering to hide it anymore. Every time he comes home, he reeks of other women's perfume. Just thinking about it made her angrier. Why is it fine for him to mess around outside, but I can't even grab a drink with another man? With that thought, her so-called moral boundaries loosened. After all, it was just a drink, just some conversation. And honestly, even if she did put a green hat on him, so what? Hers had been bright green for a long time already. After a few drinks, Lin Yuchang suddenly shifted the topic to him. Shen Yuan, is Chena your girlfriend? Shen Yuan neither denied nor confirmed it, simply replying something like that. Then, does she know you're out here drinking with me? Shen Yuan shook his head. No, but even if she did, she wouldn't mind. Hearing that, Lin Yuchang immediately felt relieved. At least she wouldn't be interfering in someone's relationship. Her gaze turned sultry. Shen Yuan, can you hug me just once? Shen Yuan raised an eyebrow. Knew it. This beautiful married woman definitely has an agenda tonight. He patted the seat beside him and said with a grin, then come here. Without hesitation, Lin Yuchang got up, but instead of sitting next to him, she slid right onto his lap. Shen Yuan's smile deepened. Does he know you're out here drinking with me? Don't mention him. Before he could react, Lin Yuchang suddenly leaned in and kissed him. For a moment, guilt flickered in Shen Yuan's chest. This was Nana's cafe, and here he was with another woman. But just as quickly, he cursed himself in his head. The hell am I thinking? I'm a scumbag. Own it. Just as Shen Yuan was about to take things further, Lin Yuchang shook her head. What? Don't tell me you expect me to just eat vegetarian tonight. With that, she tried to switch to another way of pleasing him. But Shen Yuan still refused. Nope, tonight I'm eating meat. 30 minutes later, Lin Yuchang felt as if she'd ascended straight to heaven. It had been far, far too long since she'd felt this way. That's when Shen Yuan noticed something. Her affection points had appeared for the very first time. Strange. Normally, any woman who got this far with him already had a score over 60, but for her, it only showed up after the fact. At that moment, the system chimed, "Congratulations, host! You now have 5 NPCs with over 60 affection points. Phase mission complete. Rewards: 2 high-efficiency study cards, 1 exclusive skill pack exchange card, and 2 perfect life lottery draws." The high-efficiency study card allowed him to memorize any book perfectly for 1 hour. Definitely a good find. Normally, slogging through textbooks took forever. With this card, he could knock out an entire business management course in just hours. As for the perfect life lottery, it offered all kinds of prizes, stat boosts, real-world items, businesses, cash, and more. Shen Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement. Nice one, system. This time I can feel it. Might just pull something insane that if I could get a DQO card, that'd be perfect. At that moment, Lin Yuchang, already tidied up, spoke with a smile. You look happy that I guess feelings really are contagious. That half hour, I was happy too. Happier than I've ever been. Come on. Shen Yuan should head back. And next time we continue. Seeing the faint blush on her face, Shen Yuan froze for a second. Next time, she's aiming for something long-term? After leaving the cafe, he returned to his executive suite at the hotel, ready to spin the system's lottery. The moment he woke the interface and pressed the button, A giant gift box appeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host! You've won a 500 square meter storefront at Yunxi Elegant Court. Please claim it at the sales center within 1 week. Shen Yuan couldn't help blurting out. A Yunxi Elegant Court storefront? That's the most high-end development in the city. With it, he'd have a whole new stream of income. And even if he never opened a shop, being a landlord sounded pretty sweet. He quickly tapped for the second draw. This time, the prize was a card. Congratulations, host! You've earned 2 fitness panel attribute modifications. Fitness attribute mods? That means I can tweak my physique or weight. Doesn't that mean I can instantly clear my fitness missions? After scanning the fitness panel for a couple of seconds, Shen Yuan decided to put the attribute points into weight. After all, for someone with his naturally slim build, gaining mass was ridiculously hard. Within moments, under the system's boost, his physique visibly changed. Adding the weight he'd gained earlier from Coach Lu's feeding program, he was now up 10 pounds of muscle. Still short of the fitness missions target, but the progress was huge. Attribute points really were a godsend. From what he could tell, the system had 2 main rules. 1. Boosting affection points triggered rewards. 2. Hitting a certain number of high affection NPCs also triggered rewards. In other words, time to recruit more. He'd originally planned to study while getting closer to his counselor, but now, with the high-efficiency study card, he could speed through the coursework and have more topics to talk about with her. Over the next few days, he balanced training and studying, buying Chun Na, an MC20, and picking up a G63 for himself. Meanwhile, on campus, after Fu Yingzi revealed his major and his role in the Writers' Entrepreneurial Hub, Shen Yuan became the talk of the school. Still, most students remain skeptical. Did you see the forum? They're saying the investor for the startup hub is from the international trade major at the business school and drives a G-Wagon. Seriously, like the comments say, rumors are free. That SUV costs over $3 million. No way someone driving that would be at a second-tier private university like ours. Let's just focus on the job fair. Around this time, Tian Yuding and Guan Yongjin also arrived at the venue. Senior, doesn't your family run a company? Why would you come to a job fair like this? Seeing the admiration in Tian Yuding's eyes, the senior felt a wave of pride. I'm here to learn from other companies' experiences and strategies. Running a business means you can't just stand still. You have to keep up with the times. Before he even finished, Guan Yongjin shyly asked, Senior, if I can't find an internship, could I maybe join your company? No problem. If you're interested, send in your resumes. I'll put in a good word for you. It's no big deal. The moment he said that, Tian Yuding and Guan Yongjin were practically swooning. Really? Thank you so much, Senior. The bleached hair guy was also riding the wave, pointing at a few guys behind him. And if you guys can't find internships, my company's an option too. We're all alumni. I'll take care of you. Hearing that, Huang Haibao and the others couldn't help scoffing. These clowns aren't here for the job fair. They're here to show off and pick up girls, as if flexing their cash wasn't enough. Now, they've got to drag us down too. If Old Third were here, he'd dump a bucket of yellow paint right over their heads. Our senior's got real skills and still stays humble. Not like Shen Yuan, who just runs a caffeine flirts with married women. Running a cafe versus running a company, that's night and day. Shen Yuan's got no vision and no class. Guan Yongjin nodded in agreement. Don't even mention him. After the way he treated us last time, it's clear he's got no sense of the bigger picture. Whatever filter I had for him is shattered. Tian, are you free this afternoon? Let's grab dinner after the job fair. Faced with the senior's invitation, Tian Yuding was quick to nod. Sure. Just then, a silver SUV slowly rolled in, its imposing design instantly drawing every pair of eyes. Wait, aren't off-campus cars banned from driving in here? What's going on? Hold up, that's a G-Wagon. The exclamations immediately caught Tian Yuding's attention. A G-Wagon? People have been talking about it all week. That student who invested $10 million into the startup hub? He's the one driving it. A real big spender. If he's actually from our school, he's way more worth knowing than the senior. Guan Yongjin's mind was already working. If Tian Yuding could latch onto a senior, maybe she could land someone even richer. Right then, the window slowly rolled down, and Shen Yuan leaned out. Old Huang, old Chow, what are you guys doing here? Need a ride back to the dorm. Tian Yuding and Guan Yongjin froze in shock. The big spender was Shun Yuan. That car was his. He was the legendary investor? Huang Haibao's eyes welled up with excitement. You bastard, your timing couldn't be better. Suddenly, Tian Yuding stormed up to the G-Wagon, pressing herself against the door to peer inside. I don't believe it. No way this belongs to Shun Yuan. There must be someone else inside. He's probably just the driver. But no matter how she looked, she saw no one else. At that moment, Huang Haibao and the others strolled over, looking refreshed. What are you staring at? You look shady as hell. Move it. We're getting in. Watching the G-Wagon disappear from sight, Tian Yuding was filled with regret. There'd been a top-tier rich guy right beside her, and she hadn't even known. Worse yet, she'd offended him. What the hell was I thinking? Guan Yongjin's expression was just as conflicted. She nudged Tian Yuding. Do you think if we apologized to Shun Yuan, he'd accept it? It didn't take long for news of Shun Yuan's big spender identity to spread like wildfire across campus, instantly turning him into the crush of countless girls. T, just 21, tall, and ridiculously handsome. There was only one strategy. Go for it. I got his WeChat. Watch how I reel him in backslash. Don't you have a boyfriend? Her roommate asked in disbelief. The girl smirked. So what? If Shun Yuan wants me, my current boyfriend becomes my ex. He can get lost for all I care. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a tall, strikingly beautiful girl approached Fu Yingzi. Yingzi, it's been so long. I've missed you. Fu Yingzi glanced up at her with a smile. If you've got something to say, just say it. There's no one else here. Long Jinghan bit her rosy lips. Yingzi, you're working with Shun Yuan on the startup hub, right? Could you introduce me to him? Fu Yingzi instinctively shook her head. You're only a sophomore. Focus on taking over the broadcasting station and preparing to be the next station chief. Why are you suddenly talking about startups? Well, the job market's tough that I need to prepare early. Seeing her junior's face flush, Fu Yingzi finally caught on. If she believed that excuse, she'd have to be an idiot. Still, Long Jinghan, nicknamed Little Dragon Girl, was 1.68 meters tall, with curves where they belonged, a slim waist, delicate features, and an air of elegance. Honestly, she'd make a fine match for Shun Yuan. That thought made Fu Yingzi mentally curse herself. Damn it, when did I start acting like some eunuch-picking concubines for him? Meanwhile, news of Shun Yuan's big spender status had spread everywhere, drawing the attention of every girl on campus. Some even sent him their measurements and special skills, mixed in with a few round-faced, bearded pranksters. Shun Yuan was completely numb to it all. He flopped back onto his bed and decided not to look at his phone anymore. Seeing this, his roommate Old Chow teased, Old Third, your phone's been blowing up nonstop. What? Too many girls adding you making you sick. Shun Yuan waved his phone in irritation. Bullshit. If it were girls, why would I be sick? It's those creepy round-faced, bearded weirdos. I'm not into that, damn it. It's annoying as hell. Just then, Old Huang walked over. Old Third, some of the girls looking for you have started adding me on WeChat instead. Shun Yuan shook his head helplessly. Ignore them. That casual response made Old Huang and Old Chow snap. Old Third, you bastard, we've been single for 3 years in college without even smelling a girl's perfume. And you're out here living like a king. Shun Yuan just smiled without replying. His system task rewards had just been issued. If it weren't for the system's reputation missions, he wouldn't even bother with this circus. Still, hype and gossip meant nothing without tangible benefits that truly raise his reputation. He needed a project to actually land. With that in mind, he picked up his phone and texted his secretary to gather everyone as soon as she got back to the office. Fu Yingzi quickly replied, Got it. Moments later, his phone rang sharply. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was the campus bell, Fong Minhui. Hey babe, what's up? Her voice was playful. Shun Yuan, I heard you're on campus. Where are you? Got time to hang out with me today? Shun Yuan instinctively wanted to say he was in the dorm, but as the words reached his lips, he quickly changed course. I'm actually in the office right now. Why don't you come here to find me? After all, he was now somewhat of a public figure involved with foreign affairs. To avoid any misunderstandings with the girls, he couldn't be seen strolling across campus with Hui Wei anymore. After agreeing on a location, Shin Yuan waved goodbye to his roommates. I'm heading out for a bit. You guys keep playing. Don't wait up for me. And old Huang, your time will come too. Huang Haibao gave him a dismissive look. Time for what? It's already summer, and you're still playing solo. 2.5 minutes later, as soon as Shin Yuan appeared at the activity room door, Fang Minhui rushed toward him. Shin Yuan, I've missed you so much. The class beauty was perfect in every way, except for being clingy and a little possessive. When Shin Yuan didn't speak, but simply took her by the hand and led her inside, Fang Minhui's tone suddenly turned a bit sour. You've become famous now. Every girl in the school knows who you are. Shin Yuan pretended not to notice and casually replied, Really? Yeah. All your private info has been leaked online. Boys need to learn to protect themselves when they're out. You know that, right? As she spoke, she got up from the sofa and walked over to the window. Pulling up the blinds, the room darkened instantly. Shin Yuan, seeing this, was a bit confused. Hui, I know how to protect myself, but what does that have to do with closing the window? Fang Minhui didn't answer. Instead, she slowly leaned forward, her voice dropping. What does it have to do? Well, it's because I can do that here too. Shin Yuan, do you want it? Shin Yuan was about to say he had a meeting scheduled, but was gently interrupted by Fang Minhui. Shin Yuan, could you stand up for a second? Please? Do you like it this way? Fang Minhui's words completely turned Shin Yuan on. The class beauty's softness was impossible to refuse, and she really knew how to tease. Meanwhile, Fu Yingzi had just arrived at the office. As she was about to knock, she suddenly noticed something was off inside. Her brows furrowed slightly as she instinctively pressed her ear to the door. Upon hearing the sporadic sound of a card game inside, her smile immediately turned into a flushed grin as so, the boss called me here, just to listen to this, huh? Although Fu Yingzi was inexperienced, the sounds and intensity were enough to paint a clear picture in her mind. MY boss is definitely strong, but he's too unprofessional. At tea times like this, it was the secretary's job to keep watch and prevent others from overhearing her boss. An entire class passed, and Fu Yingzi's legs were starting to go numb. How long is this going to take? He's really going for it. Just then, the door suddenly opened. Fang Minhui walked out of the office, her face flushed, a satisfied smile lingering on her lips. As she brushed past Fu Yingzi, her head proudly lifted. You heard everything, didn't you? Now, you know, Shin Yuan is mine. Stop getting any ideas. Fu Yingzi, unaware of Fang Minhui's thoughts, walked into the office and quietly asked, Boss, what's up? Upon hearing Shin Yuan's praise, Fu Yingzi immediately buttered him up. It's really all thanks to your leadership, boss. Otherwise, I wouldn't have come up with all those ideas. Shin Yuan nodded. With this level of attention, the startup hub should attract many applicants. But when you collect the applications, please filter them first. This way, we can select projects that can be implemented quickly. Fu Yingzi nodded. Which applicants should be filtered out? Is there a specific standard? Shin Yuan thought for a moment. We'll select the best, people who can showcase our new international image. While our private institutions' teaching quality and student qualifications might not match those of top-tier universities, we have one huge advantage. Seeing that Fu Yingzi still didn't fully understand, Shin Yuan smiled. Our advantage is the international girls. They're gorgeous. Hearing this, Fu Yingzi instantly got it. Oh my God, so boss has spent all this money just to invest in beautiful, sexy college girls? But choosing women in school is too obvious, and now I'm the eunuch picking concubines. With that thought, Fu Yingzi carefully asked, Boss, is this really appropriate? Shin Yuan asked seriously, what's inappropriate about it? We're offering entrepreneurial opportunities for international students. This could change their futures. Since so many people will apply, why not select a few who are pleasant to look at? Fu Yingzi couldn't help but silently mock him in her mind. Boss is really something, making the whole selection process sound so dignified. But she knew that no matter what he said, she had no choice but to follow his orders. Got it, boss, I'll filter them first and pass them to you. Shin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Has the re-evaluation exam been prepared? It's almost done, Fu Yingzi answered instinctively. Then her eyes lit up as if she just figured something out. So that's what boss was planning. When he asked me to design the reevaluation exam, it was actually to give the students who didn't make the cut a reason to be eliminated, so they wouldn't go to the school or higher-ups and make trouble. Boss is a genius. A thought crossed her mind. Could boss, knowing the candidates already, secretly leak the answers to the ones he wants so they can get high scores? Shin Yuan caught the glint in her eyes and smiled knowingly. Clever. But after saying it, Fu Yingzi felt a bit of regret. Deep inside, two opposing voices battled in her mind. One telling her she should feel guilty, questioning how what she was doing was any different from those officials offering beautiful women to emperors. Was this the education she had received? The other voice reasoned that, since boss was paying her 1,000, wasn't it her job to help him? Plus, what would happen if those girls ended up with other guys? Would it be better? This was a two-way. Selection. If they didn't apply, they wouldn't even make it into boss's pool. Fu Yingzi struggled with her thoughts for a long time, but ultimately chose the latter. If she did this job well, and the boss was pleased, she might even get a promotion or raise. After all, who can say no to money? With that in mind, she decided to present the first beautiful girl to the boss. Boss, I have a junior who wants to meet you. Shin Yuan glanced up at her. How old is she? About my age, maybe a bit older, Fu Yingzi said, gesturing toward her chest as she spoke. Shin Yuan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Secretary Fu, what are you talking about? I'm asking about her age. Sorry, Fu Yingzi said, her face turning red with embarrassment as she quickly pulled out her phone to search for her junior's photo. Boss, she's a sophomore, 19 years old, and her nickname at school is Little Dragon Girl. Shin Yuan stared at the photo on the phone, momentarily stunned that, there's a chance to experience being a dragon knight. After a brief pause, he said, send me her WeChat later. Body's great, looks are fine, but I'm mainly looking to make friends. Just after Fu Yingzi finished introducing the junior, Lin Yuchong suddenly sent a message. Shin Yuan, are you free tonight? Let's go grab a drink. Shin Yuan smiled to himself. She said we'd continue next time. Didn't think she'd crack in just 2.5 days. But are you sure you just want a drink? Shin Yuan thought for a moment and replied, let's talk more at 9 tonight. Upon receiving Shin Yuan's immediate reply, Lin Yuchong, lying on the couch, felt her face flush. There was a noticeable joy in her eyes. Shin Yuan never expected that after just 2 drinks with him, things would end up the way they did. What's more, he made her feel like she was back in high school, experiencing those innocent, first love feelings. I just wish time would speed up, hurry up, and get to 9 p.m. Right now, Lin Yuchong felt a strange excitement and thrill, eagerly anticipating the evening's arrival. Meanwhile, Shin Yuan had just stepped out of the activity room when he noticed a bunch of envelopes placed on the windshield of his G-Wagon. He picked one up, and to his surprise, they were all filled with WeChat IDs and self-introductions. Shin Yuan was instantly speechless. No photos, just some random messages. They think they're going to get a deeper connection? What a pipe dream. Just as Shin Yuan tossed all the letters into the trash and got ready to get in his car, a pair of sisters walked over with smiles on their faces. Hey, Shin Yuan, we'd like to go shopping. Could you give us a ride? While their outfits were decent, they were still nowhere near the level of Chun Na and Chun Xingyu. Shin Yuan decisively declined. Sorry, I'm picking someone up later. No space. The 2 girls looked a little disappointed, but didn't give up. Oh, then can we add you on WeChat? Maybe we can hang out next time. Shin Yuan replied coldly. Sorry, I've got too many people on my WeChat already. I can't add any more friends right now. With that, Shin Yuan didn't waste any more time on them and slammed the gas pedal. Driving off, the buzzcut guy on the opposite side shook his head helplessly. See that? That's what a rich guy does. That we're over here dying for girls, and they don't even look at us. Isn't it depressing? That long hair guy's always pulling that moody face. That I just don't get it. That what's so special about him? He's only a little taller, a little better looking, and a little richer. Why do so many girls like him? The buzz-cut guy snorted. You sure it's just about having a little more money? 300 million G-Wagon? We might never make enough to even afford his car. The long-haired guy nodded in agreement. Yeah, with that said, forget the girls. I'd be tempted to go after him myself. The buzzcut guy raised an eyebrow. Come on, man, you're a guy. Can you have some dignity? What's wrong with being a guy? If I could achieve financial freedom, I'd offer my loyalty too. Watching his buddy slowly bend, the buzzcut guy's expression softened, and after a moment of thought, he decided, maybe it's not such a bad idea after all. At 9 p.m., Shin Yuan met the beautiful married woman, Lin Yuchong, at the coffee as promised. Seeing her flushed face and plump lips, Shin Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit stirred. After a few drinks, Lin Yuchong shifted the topic back to Shin Yuan. Shin Yuan, I want to ask you something that you believe in love. I could say I do, but then again, maybe I don't, Shin Yuan replied. Back in high school, he did believe in it. The kind of pure love he had with his first girlfriend, that heart-racing feeling and the excitement of seeing her every day, that he thought was what love really was. But after breaking up, he couldn't find that same feeling with Zhou Wanning, and even when he was with Nana, Lulu, or Hui Hui, it didn't quite hit the same. Hearing Shin Yuan's response, Lin Yuchong pouted her pink lips. Shin Yuan, you're being too vague. Just as Lin Yuchong was about to ask another question, her phone suddenly rang. Yes, I'm looking for an air conditioning repairman, but it's not cooling properly, and I don't know what's wrong. I'm free tomorrow morning or afternoon. Whatever works for you, have the technician call me then. After hanging up, Shin Yuan asked with concern, your air conditioner's broken? Yeah, it's been broken for days that I've been sleeping with just a fan. Hearing a hint of irritation in Lin Yuchong's voice, Shin Yuan grinned mischievously. Actually, you don't need to bother with a repairman, that I'm good at fixing these things. Lin Yuchong widened her eyes. You can fix air conditioners? In her mind, someone like Shin Yuan, smooth and well-groomed, didn't exactly scream handyman. Shin Yuan smiled silently, calling up the system and preparing to use his skill package exchange card. Host, you may choose from beginner cooking skill, beginner combat skill, beginner home appliance repair skill, or beginner race car driving skill. After clicking to redeem the beginner home appliance repair skill, he instantly felt his fingers become more nimble. It was probably the newfound proficiency with tools like screwdrivers and wrenches. Of course, I can fix it. I learned this skill before. Did I ask your husband home? When Lin Yuchong replied that he wasn't, Shin Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief. In that case, it'll be much easier. Before long, Shin Yuan and Lin Yuchong arrived at her place. Watching Shin Yuan focus on fixing the air conditioner, Lin Yuchong couldn't help but feel a quiet sense of relief. Since Zhang Xianyong said he wouldn't be home tonight, and the kid was staying with the grandparents in the countryside, Shin Yuan was brought back to Lin Yuchong's place. Although it was just for fixing the air conditioner, the situation felt a bit off. Before stepping inside, Lin Yuchong worried. What if Shin Yuan tried something? But it seemed she was just overthinking the same time. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Could it be that Shin Yuan isn't interested in me? We're alone in the room, and he really just wants to fix the air conditioner. Realizing her thoughts were taking a dangerous turn, Lin Yuchong quickly tried to change the subject to clear her head. Shin Yuan, thank you that I'm going to take a quick shower. Shin Yuan nodded. Sure, the air conditioner's just been collecting dust for too long. Cleaning the filter should do the trick. 15 minutes later, Lin Yuchong, fresh from the shower, walked out wearing a small tank top, feeling the coolness of the room. Thanks for your help, Shin Yuan. I really don't know how to thank you enough. Shin Yuan sat on her bed and patted the spot next to him. Want to thank me? Come over here. Lin Yuchong immediately understood what he meant, but was still hesitant, fearing Zhang Xianyong might come back unexpectedly. She shook her head, looking conflicted. No. Why not? Shin Yuan said, not waiting for her response, as he forcefully pinned her to the bed. From now on, I'll fix all the broken furniture at your place. And as for your mind and body, you can leave those to me too. Hearing those words, Lin Yuchong knew she had no way to refuse. Fine, I'll just consider it payment for today's air conditioning repair. It's not like I haven't. This was what it felt like to be completely immersed in the moment. Compared to this, being with Zhang Xianyong before had been nothing but a waste of time. Zhang Xianyong was just too weak. Meanwhile, the cuckolded Zhang Xianyong grumbled his way into the elevator lobby. Out for drinks and acting all high and mighty, won't even pay extra. What bad luck this is. He complained as he reeked of alcohol and pushed open the door. In the bedroom, Lin Yuchong, who had been lost in the moment, snapped back to reality at the sound. Crap, he really came back. Lin Yuchong's heart raced in panic, and she quickly made a no gesture to Shen Yuan. This is bad, really bad. If Zhang Xianyong finds out, I'll lose my advantage in the divorce settlement. I might even end up ruined. Sensing her anxiety, Shen Yuan, who had been calm up until now, stood up and locked the door. The action immediately steadied Lin Yuchong's racing heart. Shen Yuan's got a strong heart, doesn't he? It's so reassuring. Meanwhile, outside the door, Zhang Xianyong was still grumbling. Is there no one home? No one's here, but the AC is on the air conditioning free or something? Maybe he had complained too much as he stumbled over to the water dispenser, only to find the bottle completely empty. What kind of lazy woman sits around all day doing nothing, can't even do housework, and now I can't even get a drink of water? Frustrated, he walked to Lin Yuchong's bedroom door, ready to ask what this full-time housewife had been doing all day. But when he twisted the handle, he found the door was locked. The noise outside unknowingly added a little more tension inside the room, almost making Lin Yuchong cry out loud. Dear, you don't want to put your husband in an awkward position, do you? Hearing this, Lin Yuchong quickly pressed her hand against her mouth, trying to suppress any noise. Zhang Xianyong, getting no response, assumed his wife was sulking and intentionally ignoring him. So what if I came back late? Sitting in my place isn't like I'm not doing something productive. If you won't let me in, find out that's one less thing I need to deal with that. At least I don't have to pay the taxes tonight. I'll sleep in tomorrow and be fully loaded. As he grumbled, he opened the door to the bedroom next door, probably because he had drunk too much. Soon, the room was filled with Zhang Xianyong's deafening snoring. It wasn't until then that Lin Yuchong dared to let out a sigh of relief, whispering, Shen Yuan, be careful. My husband is just on the other side of the wall. Shen Yuan grinned mischievously. He's sleeping like a dead pig. How would he know anything? Don't worry. This is what makes it exciting. Just listen to his snoring. It's not only loud, but it has a rhythm to it. It even made me unconsciously move along with it. Lin Yuchong gritted her teeth, fighting to hold herself back. Shen Yuan was playing with fire. She couldn't let him lead her astray, absolutely couldn't make sound. But just 2.5 seconds later, Lin Yuchong let herself go completely. Shen Yuan was right. This feeling was unbelievably amazing. The next morning, Zhang Xianyong woke up groggily, feeling dizzy and uncomfortable. He couldn't help but grumble, damn it, that bar must have sold me some fake booze last night. Rubbing his temples, he walked out the door, only to see Lin Yuchong in the kitchen making breakfast. He froze for a moment. What's going on here? It's been 2.5 years since I've had breakfast made for me. What's up today? Still, having the red flag fly at home while the outside flags wave is a good feeling. Life should be like this. His mood instantly lifted. So you locked the door last night. How was your sleep? Lin Yuchong smiled, her face glowing, a soft smile playing at her lips. Zhang Xianyong furrowed his brow. Wait a second. This is weird. She's being extra nice today. Could it be she's hiding something from me? Did she do something to betray me? Thinking about it, Zhang Xianyong stormed into the bedroom in frustration. Having spent so much time sneaking around behind his wife's back, he had developed a suspicious nature. The bed didn't have any hair from a man, nor was there any strange liquid. There were no tissues in the trash bin, and no little umbrella in sight. Could it be he was overthinking it? He slapped his forehead. It's got to be the fake booze from last night. I'm just imagining things. After all, this kind of thing has happened before. I guess I need to pay more attention to home life and not neglect it. So, during breakfast, Zhang Xianyong unusually tried to strike up a conversation. I thought I heard a sound like someone repairing something last night, like the sound of something hitting the wall. Did you hear it? Lin Yuchong casually responded. No, you must have heard wrong, that I slept pretty soundly. Zhang Xianyong nodded thoughtfully. Must have been my mistake. Didn't you say your air conditioner was broken? But it seems fine now. Lin Yuchong smiled. I had someone come over and fix it yesterday. If I had waited for you to remember, I would have been dying from the heat by now. Seeing the trust in Zhang Xinyong's face, Lin Yuchong felt secretly pleased. The sound was indeed from the air conditioner being fixed, but not only did he fix the AC, he also patched up the emptiness in my heart. Meanwhile, in a cafe, Zhou Wanting's best friend, Li Ying, ran over, gasping for air. Ting Ting, what's going on? Why haven't you slept for 2 days? What happened? Zhou Wanting looked utterly dejected. Ying, you have no idea that MYX is doing so well now. I feel like I'm dying inside. Li Ying looked confused. Which X? You're making it sound like you've had a bunch of X's. Li Ying responded nonchalantly. How did Shun Yuan get so successful? Didn't he sell his car after his family went bankrupt? Zhou Wanting's frustration only deepened. You don't know. After he and I broke up, it was like he was on a rocket. He spent $3 million buying a house for another woman and bought a 911 for a fitness coach. That car alone cost over $2 million. Li Ying's jaw dropped. Is it really that crazy? That's over $5 million between all of that. How do you know all this? It can't be fake, right? Zhou Wanting pulled up her phone. The woman is my personal fitness coach. She told me herself and even posted about on her WeChat moments when she bought the car. She left after getting into Shun Yuan's good books. Ying, how am I so unlucky? That should have been me. At that moment, Zhou Wanting regretted her decision deeply. Damn it, that I was really an idiot back then, dumping Xin Yuan for that old man. Hoju now, look at Xin Yuan. He's doing so well, and I can't even sleep a full night without feeling this bad. Li Ying patted her shoulder, trying to comfort her. Ting, what's in the past is in the past. We'll find someone else. With your looks and background, it's not hard to find a great guy. Plus, you work in an airline, so you meet wealthy people all the time that $1 million net worth is nothing to worry about. Zhou Wanting snorted disdainfully. $1 million net worth? Now, I wouldn't even look at someone with a $10 million net worth, let alone $1 million. Li Ying's lips twitched. In just 1 month, Zhou Wanting had completely shattered her expectations. You wouldn't look at them? Well, you need someone to look at you first. Ying, I want to get back together with Shun Yuan, but he's blocked all my contact info that I can't find him anywhere at school. How could he be so heartless? Seeing that Zhou Wanting was clearly spiraling, Li Ying, being her close friend for years, still tried to advise her. Thinking about this isn't going to help. Live your own life. You can lower your expectations a bit. But Zhou Wanting wouldn't listen. Ying, you're my best friend. You know me the best. I just can't lower my expectations. Not even a little. Every time I think of how Shun Yuan spending so much on those other girls, my heart bleeds. That money, it should have been mine. Saying that, Zhou Wanting grabbed Li Ying's hand and headed out the door. No, Ying, you have to come with me to find Shun Yuan. Today, Shun Yuan must get back together with me. Seeing her best friend spiraling, Li Ying quickly sought help in the group chat. Does anyone know the phone number for New City Psychiatric Hospital? Send it to me fast. My friend is losing it, and if we don't get a doctor soon, something bad's going to happen. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of Junyue Hotel, Lu Menglu stood by the window, lost in thought. Every morning, she prepared Shun Yuan's fitness meals and clothes, and for the first time, she felt needed. Maybe this way, she could stay by his side forever. Just as she was thinking, Shun Yuan walked out of the bedroom. Lu coach, what are you doing? Staring at the river view. Lu Menglu turned with a seductive smile. It's strange that MY fitness plans and nutrition meals are very scientific, but your weight gain is happening much faster than usual. It's far beyond what I expected. Xin Yuan smiled and said, I'm not like everyone else. He didn't elaborate further. After all, with the system, if everything were normal, that would actually be abnormal. That he also noticed that after a period of exercise, his immunity and brain activity had significantly improved. That it seemed that fitness shouldn't just be a task. It should become a habit to maintain. 1795. Right now, many people are in a sub-health state. Once the Startup Hub project is stable, Shun Yuan will be able to venture into the world and develop his career. Health is a great direction that not only improves the national physical fitness, but also makes money and can be sustained long-term. A real win-win. After washing up, Xin Yuan turned to Lu Menglu and said, Lu coach, You don't have to wait for me tonight. I have something else to do. As a qualified canary, Lu Minglu knew exactly what to ask and what not to ask. She simply replied, "Got it, you're busy. I'll wait for your call," and didn't say anything more. After leaving, Shun Yuan drove off to find Fong Minhui. He thought to himself, Fong Minhui was the first one to be with me. Besides 2 bags and a few billion in small goals, she hasn't gotten anything. Meanwhile, Nana and Lulu, who came after her, already have houses and cars. I really owe her. So today I must make it up to her properly. Meanwhile, Fong Minhui was having lunch with her cousin Song Wan and her cousin-in-law Zhang Jun outside the school. As they chatted, the topic turned to the class beauty. "Minhui, what's the career path for your international business major? You're in your 3rd year now, so you should be preparing for internships, right?" Fong Minhui didn't really want to engage with her cousin-in-law, so she replied casually, "Internships start next semester. As for my career, I haven't really thought about it yet." Zhang Jun, however, continued unbothered, "Well, you should be thinking ahead. Your school's just a 2nd-tier one, so you really need to plan carefully." Fong Minhui held back an eye roll, forcing herself to respond, "Got it." Just then, her cousin Song Wan suddenly spoke up. "By the way, Minhui, do you have a boyfriend? It's fine if you don't date in college, but it'll be hard once you're out in society." Zhang Jun chimed in, agreeing, "Your cousin's right that my cousin's son is studying at Xi'an University, and he's interning at a top 500 company. Once he gets his degree, he's set to be hired full-time. Minhui, if you don't have a boyfriend, maybe you should get to know my cousin's son." Without missing a beat, Fong Minhui politely declined. "No need, cousin-in-law, I have a boyfriend." Song Wan paused mid-motion, clearly surprised. "When did you get together? Why didn't we hear about it? He's my classmate from college. We've only been together for about half a month, so I haven't had a chance to tell the family yet." Hearing Fong Minhui's answer, Song Wan said nothing. Zhang Jun, however, didn't like it. "Minhui, dating isn't a joke. Your school's just a 2nd-tier one, with students of varying quality, that if you pick any random boyfriend, life in society will be tough. You've never worked, you haven't broadened your horizons, that I need to warn you. At 2nd-tier schools, finding a job means working for small companies with average pay. How are you and your boyfriend going to save money for a house and get married? Look at my cousin's son. He's a Xi'an University grad and is already in a top 500 company." Song Wan couldn't take it anymore. She knew Zhang Jun was trying to help, but there was a limit to how much advice one could give. After all, no woman wants to hear others criticize her boyfriend. All right, enough. Minhui has her own plans." Seeing this, Fong Minhui simply smiled and said nothing. "What's the deal with Xi'an University? What about the top 500 companies? These don't even matter in front of Shun Yuan for my family. I'm just worried that if I tell him about Shun Yuan's situation, my cousin-in-law might get a big shock." After dinner, Fong Minhui stood up and said, "Sister, you guys can head back to the hotel to rest. I have something to do this afternoon, so I won't be able to stay with you." Song Wan looked puzzled. "Isn't today Saturday? What do you have to do this afternoon?" Fong Minhui didn't want to hide it, her face glowing with happiness. "My boyfriend is taking me to buy a house." The two of them were immediately stunned. "Buy a house? Minhui, you can't be joking about this. What kind of conditions does his family have to buy you a house? Star City's house prices aren't as high as those in 1st-tier cities, but even a modest one costs at least 1 to 2 million if you're not even married yet, and they're buying you a house. His family should never agree, unless they're crazy." Fong Minhui pointed outside and said, "I'm not joking that I don't know about his family's conditions, but he's pretty wealthy. See, here he comes." After parking, Shun Yuan walked in. "Hey Bao, are you ready to go?" Fong Minhui, holding Shun Yuan's hand, eagerly introduced, "Shun Yuan, this is my cousin and cousin-in-law." Shun Yuan politely nodded. "Sorry, I promised to take Hey Bao to buy a house this afternoon, so I can't stay with you guys. Next time I'll treat your cousin and cousin-in-law to a meal that I'll cover this one today." Song Wan quickly declined. "You guys are busy. Don't worry about us. We're all family now. We'll have plenty of chances to eat together." Watching Shun Yuan and Fong Minhui leave, Zhang Jun couldn't help but feel a little skeptical. They really went and bought a house? Isn't that obvious? The guy drives a 3 million car. Buying a house is a piece of cake for him. And you were just showing off in front of Minhui earlier. introducing her cousin to her. Talk about embarrassing yourself. 2.5 hours later, Fong Min-wei, who had just gotten the house contract, was over the moon. A 166 square meter fully furnished apartment, plus 2 parking spaces, all for 3.02 million. Now, I can finally say I'm part of the home-owning crowd. Shin Yuan, I don't even know what to say. Don't know what to say? I'll find something nice for you later. You're so smart. You'll pick it up in no time, Shin Yuan replied with a smile. After the house purchase, the return profit was 6.04 million. And after accounting for the system's real estate giveaways, the available cash flow was already at 31.79 million. Fong Minhui's favorability also rose from 91 to 93. However, reaching 100 would take some time and effort. Shin Yuan planned to have his little brother help tonight, aiming for another 1 or 2 points of increase. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Long Jinghan was staring at her phone screen in a daze. Shin Yuan had accepted her friend request, but when she sent him a message, it was left unread. What was going on? Even if he was busy, he should have had time to type a few words. She, who always hated being the puppy, had now become the type she despised most. At that moment, a few dorm mates grabbed their notebooks and were ready to head out. Girls, don't get swayed. With the competition this fierce, chasing after Shin Yuan is useless. Our dorm has plenty of good conditions. We're not worried about finding a good match. Why would we chase after him? Our focus should be on studying, reading, preparing for exams, and getting more certifications. Let's go to the library for research. Long Jinghan couldn't help but mutter to herself, I haven't stepped foot in the library for 2.5 years of college, and now I'm going there to do research. Honestly, it's just sneaking out to write a business plan that it's nothing to be ashamed of, but they're acting like it needs some performance first. Still, their approach isn't wrong. After all, a top-tier rich guy with a conservative billion-dollar fortune. What girl wouldn't be enchanted? I don't have a right to judge them. I should just focus on improving the business plan. Later that evening, in the hotel room, Shin Yuan lay on the bed and asked, Hui Wei, have you thought about what you want to do in the future? No, I haven't thought about it. What do you think about me applying for the startup hub? Shin Yuan didn't refuse her outright, but in his mind, the plan was already set. With Hui's possessive personality, if she was hanging around campus every day keeping tabs on him, he'd have no room to operate. If he wanted to steadily build his own team, she couldn't be in the picture. He then smiled and handed her his phone. Didn't you say you wanted to learn something new? Here are plenty of seasoned instructors. Which one do you want to learn from? Hui's cheeks flushed slightly as she asked in surprise. Shin Yuan, how do you know so much? I just looked it up online. How else would I know? She didn't bother to press further, already mentally prepared for anything. All right then, I'll just close my eyes and pick one at random. 20 minutes later, Hui Wei, having mastered her new skill, eagerly began to show it off. Honey, do you like it? If I do this, will you come see me more often? Shin Yuan couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Damn, a thoughtful campus beauty like this? I could take a dozen more. The next morning, Shin Yuan was still fast asleep when his phone started ringing nonstop. Li Yuhang? Seriously, bro? Calling me this early? Trying to give me a heart attack? What's going on? Shin Yuan, cut the crap. I just sent you my location. Get over here now. Hearing the urgency in Li Yuhang's voice, Shin Yuan froze. What the hell? Don't tell me something's happened.